all three of them.
Ma'am, now action is being taken, properties are being sealed, but very particular location, the Birch, was also reported as something which was not allowed, which had many violations under place, and police were also informed about that. Then why it took so much of time to take action?
Police was informed about what?
There were multiple complaints of
police officers. Jacket, and you will find that all these fabrics represent the people. When the people of Assam give you the gamcha, they're not just giving you a piece of cloth. They're giving an expression. They're giving you a piece of their history, their tradition, their future, their imagination. It's the same when the Nagas wear their jacket. When they come and see us, they make us wear the jacket because they want us to be embraced by the fabric. But Speaker Sir, these fabrics are beautiful. But if you look slightly deeper and you look closely at the fabric, you will find that each one of them has thousands of little threads embracing each other. A Kanchipuram sari might have a golden thread, but the golden thread means nothing without the green thread or the yellow thread near it. The other thing to notice about the sari or any other fabric is that all the threads are equal. No one thread is superior to another thread. They all come together. The threads cannot protect you. The threads cannot keep you warm. But when they come together as a fabric, they can keep you warm, they can protect you, they can express what you have in the heart. Speaker Sir, in the same way, our nation is also a fabric. It's a fabric made up of 1.4 billion people, and the fabric is woven together by the vote. Let me repeat it. It is a fabric of 1.5 billion people, and it is woven together by the vote. Everything that we see, in fact, this house where I'm standing today, the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Vidhan Sabhas across the country, Panchayats across the country, none of them would exist if the vote did not exist. We talk with great pride about HAL, BHEL, ONGC, Tejas, Chandrayaan. We have a list of things we say. Not one of those would exist without the vote. Speaker Sir, it is the idea that every thread, every person in the Union of India is equal that disturbs my friends in the RSS. They are happy to see the fabric, but they cannot stand the idea that every single person in the fabric of our country, regardless of what religion they come from, regardless of what community they come from, regardless of what language they speak, should be equal. Because they fundamentally do not believe in equality. They believe in a hierarchy, and they believe that they should be on top of that hierarchy. Speaker Sir, On the 30th of January, 1948, 3 bullets pierced the chest of Mahatma Gandhi. Nathuram Godse assassinated the father of our nation. Today, our friends do not embrace him. Today, our friends have pushed him away. It's an uncomfortable truth. But that's not where the project ended. You see, as I said, everything has emerged from the vote. All the institutions have emerged from the vote. So it's obvious that the RSS has to capture all the institutions that have emerged from the vote. So the project, after Gandhiji's assassination, the next step of the project was the wholesale capture of India's institutional framework. So what is this, sir?
Sir, अभी नहीं करना होगा।
I'm doing, relax.
मैं बुलाता हूँ। प्लीज बैठिए।
So,
प्लीज।
sir,
आप बोले पर हाथ मत जोड़े।
Sir, these are uncomfortable truths, but they have to be spoken. So these are uncomfortable truths, but they have to be spoken. My friends don't like the connections I'm making. They're disturbed by them. It's obvious. Speaker, sir, so after the father of the nation was assassinated, his vision of an equal India, of an India where institutions belong to the people, had to be destroyed. And so the process started, and the RSS attempted to capture one institution after the other. And I will give some examples so that it is crystal clear that this is the case. Everybody knows how vice chancellors are placed on top of Indian universities today. Every single person knows this. You go to any university, you speak to any youngster in India, he will tell you that it does not matter whether the professor has qualifications. It does not matter whether the professor has a scientific temperament. The only thing that matters is the professor belongs.
माननीय सदस्य, एक मिनट, माननीय सदस्य, चुनाव सुधारों पर चर्चा हो रही है।
सर, ये मैं उसी पे कर रहा हूँ।
आप किसी भी संगठन का नाम जो इस हाउस में उसका नाम ले। एलओपी है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है। एलओपी का मतलब नहीं, आप जनरल बात बोलो। आप राष्ट्रपति भाषण में बोलिए जनरल बात।
सर, हम लोग सुनना चाहते हैं। सर, स्पीकर सर, हम लोग सुनेंगे शांति से। हम लोग शांति से सुनना चाहते हैं। और ये आप लोग सुनिए ना, क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
धमकी देंगे आप?
हम लोग सुनने के लिए बैठा है। अभी तक नेता प्रतिपक्ष एक शब्द चुनाव सुधार पे अभी तक आया ही नहीं है।
संसदीय कार्य मंत्री बोल रहे हैं।
मैं स्पीकर का परमिशन से ही बोल रहा हूँ। हम सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं। अरे हम सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं। नेता प्रतिपक्ष चुनाव सुधार के लिए जो सुझाव देंगे, सुनने के लिए तो हम बैठे हैं। लेकिन चुनाव सुधार को नहीं बोलते हुए कहा जो इस सदन से कोई वास्ता नहीं, जो संगठन उसका कहानी किसी और का बोलना ये कोई उचित नहीं है। समय बहुमूल्य है, समय का मर्यादा भी है, सबका सब यहाँ सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं और ये समय बहुत कीमती है, इसलिए हर एक पल अच्छा शब्दों का कोई अच्छा ज्ञान दे, सुझाव दे, सुनने के लिए हम लोग बैठे हैं। मेरा एक सीमित अनुरोध है नेता प्रतिपक्ष से, आप विषय पर ही रहिए, हम लोग सब बैठे हैं, गृह मंत्री जी भी सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं, लेकिन आप विषय पर नहीं बोलेंगे तो जो विषय तय किया गया है उसे क्या मतलब है। अगर चुनाव सुधार पर ही नहीं बोलेंगे तो फिर इतना समय सबका क्यों बर्बाद करना चाहते हैं नेता प्रतिपक्ष।
Should I leave? Then you speak. Should I leave? You speak then. You speak. What is it? You are Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You are a Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You are disturbing the lobby. How can it be? You are a Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You are disturbing the subject नहीं है आपके lobby. आपका lobby subject नहीं है. ये विषय कर रहे हैं.
The discussion, one second. The discussion is about the vote and electoral. The discussion is about the vote.
एक मिनट
सर मुझे बोलने दीजिए।
एक मिनट बैठिए। माननीय सदस्य मैं बैठे बैठे अनऑफिशियली बोल रहे हैं, उस विषय बोल रहे हैं, सदन की गरिमा को बनाए रखें, आसन को चुनौती देने का प्रयास मत करिए, ये ठीक नहीं है।
Speaker sir, I want to make it very clear. Please. Speaker sir, I want to make it very clear. The discussion is about votes. The discussion is about the stealing of votes. The discussion is about the SIR, and I am framing my discussion about votes.
Yes.
And what is happening here is patently unfair. I am not being allowed to speak. I am being disturbed, and I put my protest here. I have done absolutely nothing wrong. I am talking about the subject. In order to capture the vote, you have to capture institutions. I am saying that institutions of India are captured, and I will come to the point which is Election Commission is captured. So, the project of the RSS was to capture the institutional framework of the country, and I said how the education system has been captured. Vice Chancellor after Vice Chancellor after Vice Chancellor is placed not on merit, not on capability, not on scientific temper, but on the fact that he belongs to a particular organization. Second capture, which helps in destroying democracy, the capture of the intelligence agencies. We have the Home Minister sitting here, the capture of the CBI, of the ED, of the Income Tax Department. And the systematic placement of bureaucrats who favor their ideology and attack the opposition and anybody who chooses to oppose the RSS. That is the second institutional capture. And the third there are many more. I can go on. And the third institutional capture.
What is this?
मानिए प्लीज मानिए।
The third capture of the institution that directly controls the election system of our country, the Election Commission. Now, I am not saying this without proof. I have put forth adequate proof about how the Election Commission is colluding with those in power to shape the elections. But I want to ask 3 questions first, which will make it very clear that the BJP is directing and using the Election Commission to damage India's democracy. The first question, why is it that the CJI was removed from the selection panel of the Election Commissioner? What motivation could there be to remove the CJI? Do we not believe in the CJI? Of course we believe in the CJI. Why is he not in that room? I sit in that room. It is so-called a democratic decision. On one side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah. On the other side, the leader of the opposition. I have no voice in that room. What they decide is what happens. So the first question, why is the Prime Minister and Amit Shah so keen on choosing exactly who the Election Commissioner is going to be? Second question, and even more devastating question, no Prime Minister has done this in the history of India. In December 2023, this government changed the law. They changed the law to make sure that no election commissioner could be punished for any action they take while they are election commissioner.
Yes. Immunity.
Why would the Prime Minister and Home Minister give this gift of immunity to the election commissioner? Why would they need to give this tremendous gift that no Prime Minister has given ever before to the election commissioner?
Yes.
Mr. Shah is looking into the ceiling. Maybe he will answer this question when he speaks. And finally, why was the law with regards to CCTVs and the data that they contain changed? Why was a law put in place that allows the Election Commission to destroy CCTV footage 45 days after the election? What is the need? The answer given is it is a question of data. It is not a question of data. It is a question of stealing the election. Now, what is the result of this institutional capture? What is the result of controlling the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commission? First of all, we have a set of election campaigns that are tailored for the Prime Minister. 3-month, 4-month, 5-month long campaigns are taking place so that the Prime Minister's schedule can be fitted in to the program. Second, we have a Brazilian woman who appears 22 times on the voter list of Haryana.
Please. No.
22 times this lady appears.
एक मिनट प्लीज एक मिनट. आप नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, मैं इस तरीके से सदन की कार्रवाई नहीं चलने दूंगा. ये सदन है, सदन की गरिमा को बनाए रखें. आप सदन की गरिमा से बोलेंगे तो ठीक, नहीं जैसे सदन नहीं चलेगा. नो, गलत तरीका है आपका, नहीं होगा. आप ले रहिए, आप ले रहिए. नहीं, माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, आप पहले अपने सदस्यों को समझाइए. और नहीं चलेगा, नहीं, ठीक नहीं है. नो, नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा. अगर आप
सर
माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, आप अपने सदस्यों को गरिमा समझाइए.
सर, but your
ये तरीका
सर,
ये तरीका आप इतने सालों तक यहाँ पर हैं, ये तरीका उचित है क्या?
सर,
विरोध का तरीका होता है, लेकिन ये उचित तरीका नहीं है।
तरीका इधर पे
नो,
उधर का तरीका क्या है सर?
नो, सबका तरीका उधर से होगा, उधर से भी बोलेंगे, इधर से बोलेंगे, सब जगह से बोलेंगे।
Speaker sir, I don't agree with the showing of photographs here, but it is a reflection of our democratic structure. This is what is happening in our democracy, that you're not allowing us to show. This Brazilian woman has appeared 22 times on the voter list in Haryana. And not only that, there is one woman whose name has appeared 200 times, more than 200 times in one booth in Haryana. And it is very clear, and I have proven without doubt, that the election of Haryana was stolen. And the theft was ensured by the Election Commission of India. I've said it again and again and again. Now, nowhere has the Election Commission answered my questions. The Election Commission has not told me why this lady's picture has appeared on the polling list. They have not told me why lakhs and lakhs of duplicate voters are existing. They have not told me why a BJP leader is coming from Uttar Pradesh to vote in Haryana. These are straightforward questions. And there is clear proof which I have put in front of the country. Right? But the Election Commission has no answer to these questions. And that is the result of the complete capture of the Election Commission by the people across the aisle. By the way, you're talking about SIR in Bihar. Let me say something about SIR in Bihar. Why is it that after the SIR in Bihar, 1.2 lakh duplicate photos are existing in Bihar, in the voting list? If you've cleaned up the voting list, why are there 1.2 lakh duplicates in Bihar? And we've not just proven this about Haryana. We have proven this in Karnataka, we have proven this in Maharashtra, and I'm absolutely certain this is how you're winning elections in Madhya Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, across the country. Now, so what I'm putting on the table is, it is very clear that you've captured the institution. I've shown the mechanism of that capture. I'm also showing you how the Election Commission is doing things that are completely out of line. I'm not getting any answers. Right? So now, let us come to how, when we are talking about electoral reform. Electoral reform is very simple. The point is, nobody wants to do it. The government doesn't want to do it. What does electoral reform require? What we've been saying. Number one, give machine-readable voter lists to all political parties 1 month before the election. That's the first step. The second step is take back the law that allows the destruction of CCTVs, CCTV footage. Very simple, not difficult. While you're doing that, also tell us what is the architecture of the EVM. Give us access to the EVM. Yes. Let our experts go and see what is inside the EVM. Yes. Till today, we have not had access to the EVM. We are not shown the architecture of the EVM. We're not physically allowed to go and see an EVM. Give us the architecture. Give us access to the EVM. And finally, please change the law that allows the election commissioner to get away with whatever he wants to do. That's all the electoral reforms you need. And I want to assure the election commissioner that they might be under the impression that this law lets them get away with it. Let me remind them, don't worry, we are going to change the law, and we are going to change it retroactively, and we are going to come and find you. Right? So this is the situation that the country is faced with. You know, everybody says to us, India is the biggest democracy. Actually, I was thinking today, we are not just the biggest democracy. We are the greatest democracy. And I'm not saying it just like that. I'm saying it. America calls itself the oldest democracy. But the democracy that weaves together the largest number of people, the largest diversity of people, the largest number of languages, the largest number of states is this country. And so our most powerful asset, the thing that stitches together the entire concept of modern India, stitches together the fabric of modern India, brings people together, allows them to build this great nation, is being attacked by these people. They're destroying it. You know they're destroying it. I know they're destroying it. And they know they're destroying it. And I'd like to conclude by saying that the biggest anti-national act you can do is vote chori. There is no bigger anti-national act that you can do than vote chori. Because when you destroy the vote, you destroy the fabric of this country. You destroy modern India, you destroy the idea of India. So I'd like to conclude by saying vote chori is an anti-national act, and those across the aisle are doing an anti-national act. Thank you.
निशिकांत दुबे।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
क्या बोला भाई?
आए थे हरिभजन को ओटन लगे कपास।
पौधा पहाड़ निकली चुई।
शहीदों की चिताओं पर खड़ी कांग्रेस जिसने भारत को विभाजित किया, आज राहुल गांधी के बयान से मुझे लड़खड़ाती हुई नजर आई सभापति महोदय। ये संविधान की बात करती हुई नजर आई, और मैं 1976 का ये पूरा डिबेट लेकर आया। ये संविधान कैसे कांग्रेस ने तार-तार किया, इसका कोई जवाब नहीं। केवल संविधान की ऐसे किताब नहीं होता है कि शिकारी आएगा, जाल बिछाएगा, दाना डालेगा, उसमें कोई फंसना नहीं। उसी तरह से सभी जो है फंस गए चिड़िया। ये संविधान का किताब जो है राहुल गांधी और उनकी पार्टी के लिए केवल एक उसी प्रकार की कहावत है सभापति महोदय। आप ये समझें, ये 76 में स्वर्ण सिंह की कमेटी बनी 1975 में। उन्होंने सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन को खत्म कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय, जिसके लिए आज फिर से लगे हुए हैं। इस संविधान में 121 बार राष्ट्रपति का जिक्र है। इस संविधान में 121 बार राष्ट्रपति महोदय का जिक्र है। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि एक संशोधन के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति के सारे अधिकार को कांग्रेस ने खत्म कर दिया। राष्ट्रपति रबर स्टैंप हो गया। राष्ट्रपति जो कैबिनेट कह कर देगी उस पर मोहर मारना उसका अंतिम लक्ष्य हो गया। राष्ट्रपति का इंस्टीट्यूशन खत्म हो गया। इंदिरा गांधी ने इसी वोट चोरी करके जब रायबरेली का चुनाव जीता और जब फैसला हुआ कोर्ट का, तो ऐसा सिचुएशन इस व्यक्ति ने पैदा किया, इस पार्टी ने पैदा किया कि आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि 3 जज को बाईपास करके एक ऐसे चीफ जस्टिस को बना दिया जो 8.5 साल तक इसका मुख्य न्यायाधीश रहा। प्रेस की पूरी स्वतंत्रता खत्म हो गई। इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के एडिटर रामनाथ गोयनका से लेकर सारे लोग जो कुछ को कहते थे, और ये केवल इस संविधान संशोधन में हुआ। आज वो इंस्टीट्यूशन की बात करते थे, यूपीएससी जैसी संस्था, और ये पूरे सदन को जानने वाली बात है, यूपीएससी जैसी संस्था जो आईएएस और आईपीएस और ऑल इंडिया सर्विसेज को पैदा करती है। कांग्रेस का एक कार्यकर्ता बटुक सिंह 10 साल तक यूपीएससी का चेयरमैन रहा। ये यूपीएससी की हालत कर दी इन्होंने। ये चुनाव आयोग की बात करते हैं। इस देश का पहला चुनाव कमिश्नर सुकुमार सेन, जब वो रिटायर होते हैं तो उसको सूडान का ये राज्यपाल बना देते हैं। वीएस रमा देवी जब रिटायर होती है उसको हिमाचल का गवर्नर बना देते हैं। टीएन शेषन जब रिटायर होते हैं तो उसको अहमदाबाद में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ कैंडिडेट बना देते हैं, और एमएस गिल जब रिटायर होते हैं तो वो इस केंद्र के मंत्री 10 साल तक किसी सदन में रहते हैं। किस चुनाव आयोग की बात करते हो? किस ईमानदारी की बात करते हो? किस पारदर्शिता की बात करते हो? कौन सी कांग्रेस की बात करते हो? सीबीआई की बात कर रहे थे। अश्वनी कुमार जो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी का सिक्योरिटी अफसर था, वो सीबीआई का डायरेक्टर बनाया जाता है। रंजीत सिन्हा जो कांग्रेस के अहमद पटेल के यहां रोज बैठता था और जिसकी डायरी पकड़ाई कि उसने कांग्रेस के कितने नेता कब कहां गए, उसको सीबीआई का डायरेक्टर बना देता। कौन सी बात कर रहे हो यार? सीबीआई का यही हाल, आईबी का यही हाल। एमके नारायण को जो है ढोते रहे, कभी गवर्नर बना दिए, केवल कभी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एडवाइजर बना दिए। किस तरह की बात करते हो? हाँ, हम आरएसएस के हैं, हम आरएसएस के हैं, मुझे गर्व है कि हम आरएसएस के हैं। और आरएसएस के इसीलिए हैं कि ऋण है शरीरों में, ऋण है शहीदों का, मगर कैसे चुकाएंगे? ऋण है शहीदों का मगर कैसे चुकाएंगे? लहू की जब तक बूंद है तब तक तिरंगा लहराएंगे। यही आरएसएस का मापदंड है और यही हमारा विषय है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, वोट चोरी और एसआईआर, ये पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट जो है राहुल गांधी के लिए ही लेके आया। ये 1980 का, अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये 1980 का कांग्रेस का, ये क्या करना चाहते हैं ये देश को जानने वाला विषय है सर। और मैं सबसे पहले ये बताऊंगा, ये 1980 का जवाब है पी शिवशंकर का, कांग्रेस के मंत्री थे। इंद्रजीत गुप्ता जो है उन्होंने प्रश्न पूछा और ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी वाइज बिहार का ही चुनाव, चूंकि अभी डॉक्टर संजय जायसवाल बोल रहे थे, बिहार के काफी लोग बोले कि एसआईआर के बाद हम बड़े बहुमत से जीत कर आए हैं। आपको आश्चर्य होगा सर कि 324 की विधानसभा थी, 324 की, पूरे लिस्ट के साथ है, मैंने नहीं दिया, वो पी शिवशंकर ने इस फ्लोर पर दिया है। 81 विधानसभा में दोबारा पोल करना पड़ा, काउंटर मांड हुआ था। और इस 81 विधानसभा में यदि आप कहेंगे तो उसका नाम पढ़ दूंगा सर। विश्रामपुर में 50 जगह जो है बैलेट बॉक्स छीन लिए गए रास्ते में आते हुए। पांकी में बूथ नंबर 28 पर जो है सारे छीन लिए गए। रफीगंज में, नोखा में, भभुआ में, दिनारा में, कारातरी में, मसरख में, बख्तियारपुर में, बाढ़ में, 81 जगह पर चुनाव काउंटर मांड हुआ था सर। इसी बैलेट पेपर के कारण शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब, ओबीसी को वोट नहीं देने दिया जा रहा था सर। आज क्या आप फिर से वही वापस आना चाहते हैं? ये मैं आपको सभापति महोदय, ये सभी लोगों ने कांग्रेस से लेकर डीएमके, डीएमके से लेकर टीएमसी तक, वाईएसआर, सीपी ने जो है ईवीएम की बात की। ये ईवीएम की पूरी हिस्ट्री लेकर आओ सर, पूरी हिस्ट्री है। हिस्ट्री किसने, ये ईवीएम कौन लेकर आया? ये ईवीएम कांग्रेस लेकर आई सर। पहली बार ईवीएम, आपकी जानकारी के लिए, 1987 में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के नाते राजीव गांधी जी लेकर आए। ये ईवीएम की पूरी हिस्ट्री है। और 91 में जब नरसिम्हा राव की सरकार आई तो उन्होंने तय किया कि ईवीएम आएगा, और ईवीएम आएगा, ऐसे नहीं आएगा सर। ये सारी रिपोर्ट है सर, ये रिपोर्ट है 1961 के सेलेक्ट कमेटी की, और ये रिपोर्ट है 1971 की सेलेक्ट कमेटी की। ये पूरे पार्लियामेंट को जानने वाली बात है। दोनों रिपोर्ट के अध्यक्ष जगन्नाथ राव कांग्रेसी थे, और जो 1971 की रिपोर्ट बनी उसमें एचआर गोखले जो कांग्रेस के लॉ मिनिस्टर थे। और दोनों रिपोर्ट में क्या कहा? दोनों रिपोर्ट में यह कहा कि एसआईआर की आवश्यकता है, स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन होना इलेक्टोरल फॉर्म्स का सबसे बड़ा विषय है। 1961 में भी यही कहा, 1971 में भी यही कहा, और दूसरी बात कही 1961 में कि चुनाव इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वोटिंग मशीन से होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि राजस्थान के तत्कालीन, जिस राज्य से आप आते हैं सर, राजस्थान के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री मोहनलाल सुखाड़िया का भी चुनाव अवैध इसी आधार पर हुआ था कि पूरे के पूरे बूथ लूट लिए गए। इतना ही नहीं हुआ था सर, इतना ही नहीं किया इन लोगों ने। यदि चौटाला की बात करें तो पूरा का पूरा मेहम का चुनाव काउंटरमांड हो गया था। पटना का चुनाव पूरा आरजेडी ने लूट लिया था। इंद्र कुमार गुजराल प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर वहां चुनाव लड़ने के लिए गए थे, पूरा का पूरा उन्होंने लूट लिया था। और इस कारण से कहा गया कि ईवीएम की आवश्यकता है, नहीं ईवीएम होगा तो ये चुनाव पूरे रिगिंग हो गए। दूसरा, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी इस कमेटी के मेंबर थे और एल.के. आडवाणी मेंबर थे। उन्होंने कहा कि बूथ वाइज काउंटिंग करो, क्योंकि आप लोग जब चुनाव के रोल को घुमाते हो तो उसमें बूथ से पता नहीं चलता है। तो क्या तर्क दिए गए आपको पता है सर? यह तर्क यह दिया गया कि बूथ वाइज यदि काउंटिंग करने लगेंगे तो जितने ये गुंडे बदमाश मवाली हैं वो वोटरों को मारेंगे। इसीलिए आपको ध्यान हो, उस वक्त काउंटिंग वो होती थी जिसमें कि सभी बूथों को मिला दिया जाता था और जिसमें इनको रिगिंग करने की सबसे बड़ी सुविधा होती सर।
गिरे, ठीक है ना, पेट बुढ़िया। चलो बोलिए बोलिए।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, बड़ा ये लोग, मैं आपको बताऊं कि इतिहास के पन्नों को तोड़ना मरोड़ना यदि कोई सीखे तो उसको कांग्रेस से सीख जरूर लेनी चाहिए सर।
चलो बाहर ले लेना, बाहर पैर मुड़ा, कोई दिक्कत।
यदि किसी को इतिहास के पन्नों को तोड़ना और मरोड़ना है तो उसको कांग्रेस से सीख लेनी चाहिए। आज कांग्रेस के वक्ता ने बड़ा भाषण देते हुए कहा कि राजीव गांधी जी ने 1988 में इस देश का इलेक्टोरल रिफॉर्म्स का सबसे बड़ा संशोधन किया। और क्या संशोधन किया? 21 साल जो उम्र थी उस उम्र को 18 साल कर दिया। सर, यदि कांग्रेसियों में हिम्मत है तो ये 1972 के ज्वाइंट कमेटी की रिपोर्ट, 1972 के ज्वाइंट कमेटी की रिपोर्ट है जिसने कि ये रिकमेंड किया कि 21 साल के बदले 18 साल होना चाहिए। और उसको करने में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी का नोट ऑफ डिसेंट, मैं इसको प्लेस कर दूंगा सर। ये हमने किया। आपने 16 साल, चूंकि हमको मौका नहीं मिला शासन में आने का, और 2 साल जो हम मौके में थे 77 से लेकर 80 तक, इतनी लड़ाई हो गई कि हम इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाए। आप उसको 16 साल बाद इंप्लीमेंट कर पाए। आज उसके लिए आप कहते हो कि हमने ले लिया, हमने ले लिया, हमने ले लिया, हमने काम कर लिया। आज एसआईआर की जो बात हो रही है और जो महाराष्ट्र और इसकी बात हो रही है सर, आपको मैं बताऊं कि मैं बिहार का और महाराष्ट्र का रिजल्ट लेकर आया सर। एसआईआर कहां हुआ, वोट कहां बढ़े कहां घटे और किस पार्टी को कौन सी सीटें मिली। बिहार का सर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का नाम है वाल्मीकि नगर, डॉक्टर संजय जायसवाल बैठे हुए हैं, उनके बगल की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है। वोट का डिलीशन हुआ 2311, वहां से 1675 वोट से जो बलेरो में बैठने लायक जितनी सीटें मिली, 6 सीट जो कांग्रेस को मिली, उसमें से 1675 वोट से कांग्रेस जीती। दूसरा सीट है चनपटिया, एसआईआर से डिलीशन हुआ 1033, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस 602 वोट से जीती। तीसरा सीट है ढाका, एसआईआर का डिलीशन हुआ 457, 178 सीट से वोट से आरजेडी जीती। और उसमें 298 लोग ऐसे हैं सभापति महोदय, आपकी अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपकी जानकारी के लिए, जो विदेश में बैठे हुए हैं, दुबई में और कुवैत में, और उन्होंने यहां वोट डाल दिया। चौथी सीट है फारबिसगंज, SIR का डिलीशन हुआ 1400, 221 वोट से कांग्रेस जीती। पांचवी सीट है बलरामपुर, जिसमें 1468 डिलीशन हुआ और हम जीते LJP रामविलास 389 वोट से।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्पर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
रहते हैं उनका नाम कटा और मुझे खुशी है कि उनका नाम कटा, क्योंकि वो दिल्ली में रहते हैं तो किसी कीमत पर बिहार में वोट देने के अधिकारी नहीं थे। 70 साल का SIR है क्या सर? 70 साल का एक आदमी तजिमुल, मैं आपको नाम कहता हूं क्योंकि मुझे पार्टी ने प्राणपुर का इंचार्ज बनाया था सर। एक मुझे खबर मिली, मैं उसके घर पर गया, तजिमुल नाम था। 70 साल में वो आदमी आकर कहता है कि मैं वोटर लिस्ट में अपना नाम डालना चाहता हूं। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने पूछा कि 18 साल जब वोटिंग का राइट हो गया तो आप 70 साल तक क्या कर रहे थे? 2020 के वोटर नहीं, 2015 के वोटर नहीं, 2010 के वोटर नहीं, 2005 के वोटर नहीं। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये देश जो है वो बांग्लादेशी वोटरों से जो है बिहार का चुनाव होगा, देश का चुनाव होगा?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
RJD कांग्रेस को हुआ, इसके बाद भी आपको जो है SIR खराब लग रहा है। SIR क्यों ये विरोध कर रहे हैं सर? उसके पीछे का रीजन मैं आपको बता दूं। जो कल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, ये किताब लेकर आया हूं सर, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस एंड द मुस्लिम्स। 1905 में 6 में जब मुस्लिम लीग बनी, 1905 में जब बिहार बंगाल का विभाजन हुआ और जब मुस्लिम लीग बनी सर, तो कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर, वैसे सोनिया गांधी जी सारा चिट्ठी लेकर चली गई हैं सर,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ आओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasti. The Lutra brothers have already escaped to Phuket. Now, the agencies are fearing that after Phuket, they could now flee to Dubai because there is a Dubai connection that's come to the fore. We'll tell you what is it all about, but first, a quick check of the headlines. First image of fugitive Gaurav Luthra, the owner of the Birch club, faces from Thailand. A blue corner notice has been issued against the both of them. Birch brothers Dubai link surfaces. Sources say that the return just 4 days before Goa Nightclub fire. Agencies now fear after Phuket, the fugitives might just flee to Dubai.
We are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies.
Republic coverage forces government to relook at monopoly and duopoly model. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that he will ensure duopolies don't decide. Republic report on duopoly and monopoly becomes the #1 headline as Aviation Minister too takes cognizance of it on the floor of the House. Nearly 500 Indigo flights cancelled today. Centre cuts airline routes of Indigo by 5%. Anil Ambani's son Jay Anmol named in rupees 220 crore banking fraud case by the CBI. All right, shifting our focus to breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Ministry of Civil Aviation's meeting that was held earlier this afternoon. In the meeting today, it was said that the Ministry of Civil Aviation reviewed the meeting with the other airlines as well and their officials, who then emphasized the need for seamless communication between the junior and the senior staff, timely updated across social media and airline websites, and swift decisive action during the flight disruptions. Airlines were urged to keep ground staff proactive and highly visible, ensure fare cap rules are being strictly enforced and followed, with a dedicated monitoring team that has been put into place by several airlines. So that's the breaking news that we are getting in. The Ministry of Civil Aviation chairing a key meeting with all the airlines, starting from Air India to SpiceJet to even Akasa Air. All of these airline representatives were present in the meeting that was held by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, where the Ministry of Civil Aviation had briefed the other airlines on how they should be following the rules and regulations after Indigo has been in a massive aviation crisis. Chandrakala is joining us live for more details on that. Chandrakala, you've been tracking the meeting. What are the inside details that you're getting as far as the meeting is concerned? What was discussed in it?
Well, a very comprehensive review meeting has taken place in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, where the Secretary was present, of course. Along with that, the representatives of Indigo and other airlines, including Air India, were also being summoned, and a detailed review meeting took place, wherein we are learning that the aim of this meeting is to formulate a plan to avoid any operational meltdown caused by Indigo. So this meeting was basically a monthly review meeting, but of course, given the situation, it is very significant. And also what we are learning that there are a few key takeaways from this very emergency review meeting being called by Ministry of Civil Aviation, where all the where of course airlines, Indigo including Air India and SpiceJet were attending the meeting. Of course, they have ensured crystal clear internal communication between junior and senior airline staff. These are the few key takeaways that I'm sharing. Of course, share timely updates across all social media channels and the website. Act quickly and decisively whenever a flight is disrupted. Also very important is that the situation, this overall chaotic situation as far as cancellation of flights, Indigo flights are concerned, is expected to stabilize around 7 to 8 January. So this is one of the main key takeaways from this review meeting that took place here at Rajiv Gandhi Bhavan, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, wherein of course, the airlines, including Indigo, the representatives from Indigo, Air India and SpiceJet were present. Of course, apart from that, a very, very important, takeaway from this meeting is that to enforce fair cap rules, assign a small team to monitor and review, because we know that, of course, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has instructed all the airlines to as far as temporary capping of airfares are concerned. So, yes, this is a very important point. Apart from that, airlines and stakeholders should be fully prepared for the fog season, of course, with strong coordination. Another review meeting will be held very soon. So this is what you are learning, and it comes at a very, very important time, wherein we have seen that the Minister of Civil Aviation also, warning Indigo of strict action. And of course, we have seen the CEO of Indigo apologizing as far as this entire chaotic situation is concerned. As we know that more and more flights still remains cancelled today. Over to you.
All right, Chandrakal, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some more breaking news that we're getting in. And this is about a debate that has now emerged over CJI's remark on Rohingyas. It was just last week when CJI had issued a very strong statement on illegal infiltrators, saying that nobody is going to roll out a red carpet for them. And now there is war within the judiciary over CJI's Rohingya remarks, where the activist lobby that has been led by Prashant Bhushan, ex-judges versus retired judges, who have been clashing over CJI Surya Khan's courtroom observations on Rohingyas. Now, CJI had asked on why a red carpet treatment should be given to the illegal Rohingyas. Now it is the retired judges who have come out, signed a letter backing the Chief Justice of India, calling the attacks a motivated campaign against the judiciary and against the Chief Justice of India. Now, this is an open letter that says that criticism distorts what the Chief Justice has actually said, and that CJI asked basic legal question and not prejudiced judges. Now, the bench has only sought to know who legally granted Rohingya refugee status. This after an open letter to the CJI by active lawyers lobby slamming CJI Prashant Bhushan, AP Shah, K. Chandru had led a criticism. This is an open letter, ladies and gentlemen, that has been written by the retired judges supporting the Chief Justice of India on the Rohingyas observation. It was on the 2nd of December that the CJI had said that they cannot roll out a red carpet for people who cross the border unlawfully and then demand full rights and services. The CJI had also then asked the petitioners to show the Home Ministry order defining who qualifies as a refugee. All right, shifting our focus to other news breaks that we are getting. Today, earlier this morning, the first visuals of terror Dr. Adil had surfaced, where the NIA team, along with the terror Dr. Adil and Jasir Wani, had taken him to the forest in Kashmir to get out info on what had actually happened and how the terror module works. Here's a report on what we saw.
The NIA has intensified its investigation into the Delhi Red Fort blast case. A fresh search operation was launched this morning in Anantnag's Mattan forest belt and neighbouring areas of Kazigund. 2 arrested suspects, Dr. Adil Radha and Jasir Bilal Wani, were brought to the forest to help pinpoint hideouts and potential bomb trial sites. Officials say this step is aimed at retrieving evidence and tracing logistics trails of the terror module.
We have seen a blast at near the Red Fort on 10th of November. In that blast, multiple people lost their lives.
Shifting our focus to breaking news that's coming in. This is from Vagator and Goa, where the bulldozer has arrived for to break down the illegal construction, to break down the club known as the Romeo Lane. This was owned by the Birch brothers, the Lutra brothers, the owners of the Birch club. The demolition of the club called Romeo Lane will now take place. This is the same club which has been owned by the Lutra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra. And these two were responsible for the fire that broke out in a club again owned by them. It was called the Birch Club by Romeo Lane in Goa. And this had led to the death of 25 people who died due to suffocation. Swarali is joining us live from where the demolition is going to take place in just some moments from now. Swarali, what's happening around you?
Yes, let me tell you the recent update. JCB is over here, and let me show you the visuals from ground zero. JCB is present over here to demolish the entire structure. We can see JCB has just come down. The entire structure will be brought down. Romeo Lane, which is situated in the Romeo Lane Nightclub, which is situated in the area on the seashore. And let me show you, the action has started. Police officers are here, and the demolition authorities are going to bring down this entire structure because this is the second property owned by Lutra brothers, and several security lapses were seen. Now officials have also informed us. You can see on visuals the action has started. The demolition process, the property is being taken down. Luthra brothers are on free, but we can see the strict action taken by Goa government. The JCB doing its work. The property will be bulldozed, and you can see the wooden plank which is extended on the seashore. The encroached area will be bulldozed. Now, let me also inform you that in this specific nightclub, encroachment was a major issue because of why this bulldozer action is being taken. It will be taken down. So we can see over here how the action is being taken. Action is being taken, and several other nightclubs areas will be under scrutiny, and such demolition can take place at several places in Goa because we can see security lapses, maybe about the fire NOC encroachment. We can see the action has started. As we all know that Lutra brothers are on flee. They have a home in Dubai. They have just flown to India 4 days before the incident took place. A tragic fire incident which took 25 lives, and within few hours they took a flight to Phuket, Indigo flight number 6E1073, a major crackdown on the second property of Lutra brothers, property Romeo Lane Nightclub, which is present over here. We can see visuals from ground zero.
Right, Swarali, also take us to how much square kilometer of land is now being demolished, because we learned that this nightclub, the Romeo Lane, was earlier demolished. However, it was reconstructed by the authorities there.
Yes, that's true. When we tried to talk with the authorities over here in July, it was demolished for the first time, but it was reconstructed. Now this action is being taken for the second time, and if we can see the further plank which is present on the further border area. So there is this wall, stone wall, and the wooden structure which is extended from there is going to be pulled down, and we can see the live visuals of JCB taking the action, and it will be bulldozed because the encroachment was done on the seashore, and that's the reason why several nightclubs, several properties owned by Lutra brothers are under scrutiny. This is the first action taken by the Goa government in terms of bringing down the illegal properties, illegal businesses operating in the name of nightclubs, restaurants and bars. We are showing you, Republic TV is on ground zero, showing you the visuals, how the action is taken, a major crackdown.
Right. Also, Sorali, Romeo Lane at Vagator, a beach shack has now been illegally constructed. We learned that it has been demolished by the authorities there. The major action was announced by the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant. Are there many other clubs as well in the same area that could now also look forward to demolition, keeping in mind how lapses and laxities have already been established, number one at the Birch Club and then at Romeo Lane?
Yes, that's true. We have already seen we have already seen a fire tragedy that unfolded in one of the properties at Birch by Romeo Lane. And fire NOC was absent. Only one fire exit was there, and that's why 23 people succumbed to death. Now we can see around 198 square kilometer of area is to be razed. This is the first demolition was done in July, and now the second time this action is being taken because the audacity of the Lutra brothers, they had constructed back this entire wooden plank area, the shack area, which is encroachment on the seashore. 198 square kilometer of the land will be bulldozed. From this entire property, we can see the live visuals. They are showing you the visuals, bulldozer action being taken, and this crackdown comes in the aftermath of a deadly tragic fire incident that took place in North Goa in Birch by Nightclub, which is owned by Lutra brothers, who are on flee. They are suspected to be in Phuket right now. They are taken a flight within few hours of this tragic incident, and now we can see a major action being taken, and the way the government is bringing this entire wooden property, and we can see even various security lapses were seen in this property, but majorly encroachment in 198 square kilometer of area. This is one such first action which is being taken. There's a possibility that various nightclubs, restaurants and bars across the North Goa can come under the scrutiny, and demolition might take place. As we already know that all the properties belonging to Romeo by Lane, which is owned by Lutra brothers, are already sealed in Goa. There are multiple properties in multiple locations throughout India in 22 states and 4 more countries. It is, as per the information we are getting in, they had flown to India just 4 days before the incident, tragic incident which caused 25 lives. They've flown from Dubai to India, and then immediately within hours they had taken a flight to Phuket. And this is a result of audacity and the kind of lapses there were seen in the system, and now the bulldozer taking its course of action, illegal construction is brought down.
Right. Also, Sorali, talking about the Dubai angle that you were talking about right now, talk to us while showing the visuals on the screen on our cameras. Talk to our viewers about when exactly was the time when the Luthra brothers had booked their ticket to Thailand, and how is it that number one, they escaped the eyes of the Goa police, and number second, they escaped the authorities who were present at the airport. Why is it that soon after the fire broke out, why was a lookout circular, a lookout notice not issued against the club owners, and that should have been the first thing that should have done by the Goa police?
Yes, those are the questions for which we are seeking answers, because in a few hours of this tragic incident unfolding, at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, they had immediately flown out of the country. They had fled the country to Phuket in Thailand in Indigo flight number 6E1073. Now let me take you to the sequential events of happening. After they had flown out of the country, after that the FIR has been registered, and in the evening, after several hours, they had fled India. Lookout notice was being given out, and even after that, a blue corner notice was issued by Interpol to know about the whereabouts. But the question is still on Goa police and the administration of state of Goa, that how come they could flee the scrutiny of Goa police exactly in few hours of this deadly tragic incident? They take a flight and flee out of the country. How could they not come under the scrutiny of maybe the police department, or the government administration?
Right. Also, Swarali, talk to us about now, since the bulldozer action is underway in Vagator in Goa, and the Romeo Lane, this is the same club that has been, that was built and owned by the Lutra brothers. It has now headed for a demolition. Swarali, talk to us about what exactly have the reason that have been stated by the officials on why this club that has been owned by the fugitive brothers is being demolished.
Yes, so the exact reason for the demolition, what we are catching from on ground, is that this is the encroached land. If we can see in the visuals, there's a stone wall. If I can ask my video journalist to zoom in to the visuals, there's a stone wall. That's the limit for the shack to be built by Romeo Lane, owned by Lutra brothers, but that was not abided. At multiple levels, laws and norms were not followed. Time that this property is being brought down, this is the second time the bulldozer is being used. The audacity of these owners, on one hand, wherein the fire security norms were not followed. On the other hand, encroachment was also seen in their property. This is the second property owned by Romeo Lane, that is Lutra brothers, and this is the second time the crackdown, the bulldozer action is being taken, because we can clearly see through our visual that this is an encroached land. Even after once taking down the entire property, the encroached land, this was for the second time that this was built. The area of 198 square kilometers is being raised in front. We can see the visuals live. We are showing you visuals from ground zero, and we already know that 4 arrests have been made in the case. The 5th one is Bharat Kohli. He is being brought down to Goa for investigating the connection with the Lutra brothers, and the third partner, Ajay Gupta, is also being on the fray and is on the radar of Goa police. So this is the kind of action being taken by the Goa police. And let me tell you, this is the first action after the major fire incident that took place, but several nightclubs, restaurants or bars can come under the scrutiny, and such major breakthrough crackdown action can be taken.
Right. So, Rali, also talking about the connection of the Lutra brothers, that they had fled to Phuket. Now, the Interpol and the other agencies are also fearing that they could likely fly to Dubai. And amidst all of this, a crackdown on their club back here in Goa is happening, where this is a club called Romeo Lane, which is being demolished. It has been owned by the Lutra brothers. Swarali, we learned that there are some family members of the Lutra brothers who are in Dubai, and that is why the Interpol is fearing somewhere or the other that after Phuket, the next hideout of these Lutra brothers might be Dubai.
Yes, that's the kind of information we are following in from ground zero. Let me tell you that they own a house in Dubai, and their family members are supposed to be in Dubai. It is being said by, and agencies are also suspecting and investigating on this angle. After Phuket, their hideout area, may be in Dubai. That's the kind of angle which is being investigated right now. On one hand, wherein the major bulldozer action is being done, a major crackdown in the state of Goa, wherein 25 people, innocent people, have lost their life to a major fire tragedy. The major crackdown action is following the mishap that has happened on our TV screens, Republic TV is showing you the major action. The wooden plank which is on the encroachment area, 198 square kilometers of area is being raised down. As we all know, there was a total pressure from opposition, from people of Goa. Answers were expected from government. Strong action, strict action was expected. The question still arises that why was action not taken before the incident took place? But the kind of action and justice was requested and expected. One part of it we can see in our visuals.
All right, yes. So, Raleigh, also, just to give our viewers, stay with me, I'll just give our viewers a background of what's actually happening on the screen right now. On screen, viewers, is the demolition of a club called Romeo Lane in Vagator in Goa that is being demolished by the authorities. This after the Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant had given a demolition order. Now, why is this club important? Is because this club has been owned by the fugitive brothers, Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra, the same Luthra brothers who were responsible for the death of the 25 people in another club that they own, which is known as the Birch, that is also in Goa. Now, why they are responsible is because soon after fire broke out in a club in Goa, the Birch club, the owners, the Luthra brothers, had then fled the country. They had escaped to Phuket, after which a lookout circular was issued against them, and later on we learned that today a blue corner notice has been issued against him. The CBI has got in touch with the Interpol, but all of this happened after the duo, after the fugitive brothers had already fled to Phuket. Now what is happening is, back here in India, the authorities have tightened the noose against the fugitives. Their clubs that are being that were built illegally, that were built on a land that permission was not taken on, that was encroached, is now being demolished by the authorities. The question really is, will they be able to get hold of the Luthra brothers, and if yes, then when? Because nearly 3 days, 36 hours have already passed. Sunday is when the incident had happened of the fire tragedy, which had killed 25 people, had injured others as well. And now is when the action is being taken. Why this club is also important? Because this is the same club that had been demolished by the authorities of Goa earlier. However, it was reconstructed by the club management, by the Luthra brothers, and yet no action was taken then. And so, Raleigh, that brings me to my another question to you. Why is it that after the reconstruction, when the reconstruction of the club was done, why was this demolition not taken place then? And why is it that the demolition is taking place now when the fire has already broken out, 25 people have already been killed?
Yes, that's true. When we tried to question authorities in such a line of investigation, they have informed us that this is a totally different case. That's what the authorities from Government of Tourism are telling us, that this was brought down in July. And when we tried to ask that why is this second action being taken after the 25 lives were lost, at that time they had said that it was not related to the fire NOC. This specific property, Romeo Land, which is situated in Vagator, the demolition of this property is not related to the absence of fire NOC, but encroachment of land. Now we can see that several level of fractures in the system and the kind of approval or permissions being given are coming out after the fire NOC being not in place, and 25 people losing their lives. Second property of owned by Luthra brothers who are not currently in India, they have fled the scene, is coming out, and due to the encroachment of 198 square kilometer of land, the entire wooden plank property structure is being brought down, which is normally called a shack, which is present on the seashore. And we are currently present in the Vagator area, and these are the live visuals. Republic TV is showing you the kind of action that is being taken, a major crackdown after a major fire tragedy unfolded in Goa, due to which 25 people had to lose their lives.
You had earlier spoken with the BJP member of Parliament from Goa there. What did he have to say while you spoke to him regarding his own government, who is today under the question, under scrutiny for letting go of the Lutra brothers who were responsible for the death of nearly 25 people?
Right, a quick correction before I start to answer this question. I tried and talked with BJP MLA, Member of Legislative Assembly Michael Lobo, who is MLA of Kalangut region, where the tragic fire incident had taken place. At that time, he had informed us that why in first place trade license was issued by Sarpanch Roshan Redkar. First, when Republic tried to talk and interact with Roshan Redkar, he had informed us that he had put out a demolition notice, and we have accessed all the documents made with a trade license or demolition notice. But to answer this question, there's an allegation from BJP MLA Michael Lobo. He say, according to his allegations, the trade license was issued before even having excise permission or pollution control board fire NOC in place. These permissions were lacking. First, the trade license was made, and then all these permissions were sought. There was no official from all these departments on site to check whether all the measures are taken or not. That's the kind of allegation which is being put by BJP MLA Michael Lobo himself, and he has said that I am trying to put pressure on government because the tragic incident has unfolded in my constituency and I'm accountable to people of Goa and India. That's what he has told us.
Right. So then can we say, Swarali, that there is an infighting within the BJP only that's broken out over and a blame game then has erupted over what happened in Goa?
I don't know whether we can call it a blame game or not, but definitely a leader from within the ruling party itself is saying that I cannot come on camera and say that the government is not wrong at any level. There has been fallacies on the government side because 3 officers are already suspended. That's what Michael Lobo had told us. That former secretary of Pollution Control Board, on the other hand, former secretary and director of Panchayat were also suspended, and there's more crackdown happening on the government officers. So he very well said to us that definitely there were some fallacies in the system of the government, but he's demanding strong action. He has also said that if the strong action is not taken, a course of action is not done right, he'll go to North SP's office and he'll protest for the people. 25 innocent lives that has been lost, but definitely he was trying to show the measures and the lapses in the system taken by the various departments, made by the excise department. Trade license was approved, and he was saying the Sarpanch Roshan Redkar had an authority to cancel the trade license. Instead of doing that, he just put out a demolition notice. He was trying to question that whether was it a chance given to Lutra brothers to appear in front of Directorate of Panchayat and bring a stay order, because we know that in court several dates are given and the next hearing was to be supposed to be held on 17 December. So he was saying that the case was under trial for last 2 years. Was that an effort to give them a chance to go to Panchayat Directorate and bring a stay order? In spite of that, he could have directly cancelled the trade license. By the BJP MLA Michael Lobo. On the other hand, if we talk about the investigation that is going on, let me tell you, Interpol has put out a blue corner notice, which means now the forces across the countries related to Interpol will seek about the whereabouts of the Lutra brothers. And when we are talking about the investigation angle, which is being investigated right now, they have Lutra brothers who are perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, have a home in Dubai. They had just flown to India 4 days before the tragic incident happened in the midnight of 6th December. And within few hours, at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, with the Indigo flight 6C1073, that fled the scene, and they had the audacity to put out a message. We have access the message put out by Saurabh Luthra, one of the owners, one of the brothers, on Instagram, saying that they apologized and they stand with the families in such serious situation. But what was expected by the family, deceased families and those who were injured, that he should come in front and should not fled the investigation, but should have confronted and accepted the allegations put out on him. And we also know that they have properties across Goa and in 22 states of India. Apart from that, they also have properties in such businesses, maybe nightclubs, restaurants or bars. They have it in 4 more countries in India. They have been awarded with prestigious awards. But the kind of security lapses seen in the North Goa's Arpora village, where 25 people had to lose their lives, and that's the reason why such major crackdown is seen, such major action is being taken on the second property of Lutra brothers, that is Romeo Lane shack, which is situated in this area.
Yes.
That's the update we are getting in. We are showing you continuously.
Sorali, yeah.
Tracking the story and showing the visuals. Major crackdown done by.
All right, yes. So, Rali, I request you to stay with me because we're getting in one more set of breaking news that's coming in. Again, this is in regard with the same story. We learned that there is a 5th arrest in the case that has taken place, and this accused has now been brought to the Anjuna police station in Goa. Visuals of the same are on your screen. Swarali is continuing to stay live with me on the broadcast. Swarali, from where you are right now, okay, these are the visuals of another accused who was arrested in the tragedy case. He is said to be an accomplice of the Lutra brothers. Lutra brothers have already fled. However, his accomplice has been arrested, traced and now put behind bars, and he could be the key to give out the details on where the Lutra brothers actually are right now. Swarali, coming back to you on that. Now, officials, where you are right now, there is a demolition that's taking place. Officials have said that the shack known as Romeo Lane was illegally built on a government land, and that machinery and staff have already been prepared for the operation. And now, since the demolition is already started, my question to you then is, Swarali, since you have been on the ground, why is it that when it had come to the notice of the authorities that this club has been illegally built on a government land, why was action not taken place then? And why is it that government's action has come too little too late after, especially after the tragedy has taken place and it has come under the light of the public view?
Yes, that's definitely true, because when the entire incident of the major fire tragedy that happened in North Goa's Arpora area, and one of the nightclubs owned by Romeo Lane, that is Birch nightclub, when 25 people had to lose their lives. After that, the government woke up to whatever illegal construction or businesses were operational in across the state, and after the incident took place, 25 people had to lose their lives. After that, an serious audit, magisterial probe was ordered, and it was also said that across Goa, crackdown will be conducted, but that happened.
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Swarali, but on your screen, viewers, are the visual of the 5th accused that has now been arrested in regard with the Goa fire tragedy. And we'll show you what's also happening in Vagator in Goa, where a demolition is taking place in a club called the Romeo Lane that has been owned by the Birch brothers. Why this is being demolished is because this was built and illegally built on a government land, soon after which the government has said that a demolition will be carried on an encroached property. The shack is the 3rd property that has been owned by the brothers Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, both of them now fugitives who fled to Thailand hours after the blaze at their Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Arpora, which occurred on the midnight of Saturday. And moving on in the broadcast to some other stories that we're tracking today, in a very important development in the Delhi blast case, the terror doctor, the terrorist Adil Ahmed, was brought by the NIA teams to Kashmir to interrogate him. Along with him, who was present was Jasir Wani, another terrorist who was involved in the Delhi blast case. What was happening in Kashmir with the NIA team and the terror doctor, both of them being in Kashmir? Take a look at this report.
The NIA has intensified its investigation into the Delhi Red Fort blast case. A fresh search operation was launched this morning in Anantnag's Mattan forest belt and neighbouring areas of Kazigund. Two arrested suspects, Dr. Adil Radha and Jasir Bilal Wani, were brought to the forest to help pinpoint hideouts and potential bomb trial sites. Officials say this step is aimed at retrieving evidence and tracing logistics trails of the terror module.
We have seen a blast at near the Red Fort on 10th of November. In that blast, multiple people lost their lives and many of them got injured, and NIA had taken over the case, and since then multiple raids were conducted. But to today's raids, we have seen the presence of Dr. Adil, who's actually from Kulgam, and meanwhile also Jasir Bilal Wani. As I said, the Jasir's place was raided also by the NIA yesterday late evening, and also the adjoining areas of his residence were also searched late evening yesterday. And today the NIA slot reached here with the two main accused, because the court has already extended their remand, and right now the searches were carried in these woods. These are the dense woods of Anantnag.
This dramatic shift to Anantnag comes after investigators discovered that the main accused in the Red Fort blast, terror doctor Umar Nabi, may have tested explosives in the forests of Jammu and Kashmir before executing the car bombing in Delhi, raising the prospect of a preliminary trial run ahead of the attack. The probe has so far exposed a cross-state, white-collar terror network involving medical professionals and other associates allegedly linked to the banned terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed. Arrests in Delhi, NCR, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir are part of a larger effort to dismantle this covert support chain. The probe escalated after NIA recovered nearly 2,900 kilos of ammonium nitrate detonators, metal fragments and other bomb-making material from two rented flats in Faridabad. The stockpile indicated planning for a major strike across India, triggering a nationwide shakedown of potential sleeper cells. Since then, several Kashmiri origin doctors working in UP and NCR, as well as other suspects, have been detained, questioned or remanded, with the case casting light on what investigators say is a previously underestimated white-collar terror ecosystem. The ongoing forest operation in Anantnag is now viewed as a critical, perhaps missing link. Recoveries here could help reconstruct the last leg of the white terror conspiracy.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that are making headlines. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. BJP MLAs staged a protest at the Survana Sauda in Belagavi, accusing the Karnataka state government of failing to address farmers' concerns. Highlighting key issues, BJP leaders said that while the government announced MSP for sugarcane and maize, it did not open procurement markets, leaving farmers without support. At the NDA parliamentary meeting in the National Capital, Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Kiran Rijiju said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Reform Express is the central agenda of his historic third term. He explained how the Prime Minister wanted every new policy or law to avoid adding any burden on citizens, with both the centre and the state governments working forward towards this goal.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो थर्ड टर्म ऐतिहासिक सरकार बनी है, उसका सबसे बड़ा एजेंडा है रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस। अब ये रिफॉर्म जो है हर एक नागरिक का जिंदगी को बदलने का रिफॉर्म है।
A large crowd gathered in Puducherry as TVK chief and actor Vijay addressed his first public rally since the tragic Karur stampede that claimed 41 lives, with heightened security measures in place. Police capped attendance at 5,000 and mandated QR code entry passes to ensure controlled access. In Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian Army's Romeo Force has launched a major territorial army recruitment drive in Sukrankot town of Poonch district following Operation Sindoor, drawing participation From over 30,000 youth across the Union Territory, the large-scale recruitment effort aimed at expanding local involvement in security and development roles will continue until December 15th.
सर, हम रोमियो फोर्स जो हमारी इंडियन आर्मी की है उसका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं कि जैसे कि आजकल जो बेरोज़गारी बढ़ रही है उसे टैकल करने के लिए इन्होंने भर्ती करवाई है और इसमें काफ़ी सारा यूथ ने हिस्सा लिया है। आज करीबन 1500 से 2000 तक लड़कों ने हिस्सा लिया है और करीबन 30,000 तक यहाँ पे पूरी लड़के आएंगे जब पूरी भर्ती में। सर बिल्कुल ये फ्री है, भर्ती बिल्कुल फेयर है, इसमें कोई वो नहीं है, जिसमें दम होगा वही भर्ती करेगा। इसमें 5 मिनट पूरा जोर लगाना पूरी ज़िंदगी बन जाएगी आदमी की।
In Chhattisgarh, Sukma district, once a Maoist stronghold in the Puravati region, is witnessing rapid improvement in connectivity as government agencies and security forces expand civic action program. As part of the initiative, bicycles are being distributed to villages, helping residents who were long isolated with forested areas to access nearby towns and urban facilities more easily. CCTV footage captured a dramatic accident on the Samriddhi Expressway in Maharashtra on Monday afternoon when an SUV lost control, skidded off the course and burst into flames. Within seconds, fortunately, the vehicle's doors were not locked, allowing all 5 occupants to escape just in time before the fire engulfed the car, narrowly avoiding a major tragedy. In Tumakuru in Karnataka, the demand for a Dalit Chief Minister resurfaced as supporters of Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara held a march urging the Congress leadership to elevate him to the top post. The rally, which began at a bus stand and proceeded to the SASR circle, saw participants voicing strong backing for Parmeshwara's leadership and pressurizing the party to consider him for the Chief Minister's position. Canadian authorities probing a series of 3 shootings at Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada have informed New Delhi that attack was allegedly carried out by 2 Punjabi origin suspects, Shari and Daljot Rehal, who are said to have links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. The shooters reportedly opened fire on 3 separate occasions using sophisticated weapons, acting on the directions of an alleged mastermind referred to as Sipu. Police and intelligence agencies are now searching for the individuals seen in the photos circulated in the report. Speaking at the centenary celebrations at the Indian Institute of Technology, Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani said that India must define its own developmental path at a time when global alliances are fracturing and nations are acting in pure self-interest. He emphasized that India's sovereignty now depends on 2 pillars: mastering the resources beneath our feet and mastering the energy that fuels the growth. All right, focus and cutting to what's happening in Mumbai, where beating retreat ceremony is being organized at the Gateway of India as a part of the Navy Day celebrations. The Indian Navy Day 2025, celebrated every year to pay tribute to the courage, discipline and strength of the Indian Navy. It honors the role of the Indian Navy in securing sea through the marine boundaries, safeguarding maritime trade routes and responding to the crisis efficiently. The day highlights the growing capability of the Indian Navy and commitment of being a strong maritime power in the Indian Ocean, with increased emphasis on self-reliance, indigenous technology and operational readiness. The Indian Navy, ladies and gentlemen, has its roots in the commemoration of the Operation Trident that carried out on December 4th, 1971 during the India-Pakistan War in 1971. Under this operation, Indian Navy missile boats carried out a decisive strike on Pakistan Karachi harbour. In fact, let's also listen into what's happening on ground right now, where we are reporting live from Mumbai.
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्योर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
gentlemen, you are watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Oyana Mitra. Over the next half an hour, I'll be taking you through the details of those 6 stories which have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. Up first, what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when India's aviation watchdog, the DGCA, gives an absolute free run to one of the country's largest carriers? Rules are supposed to be equal for all. But the collapse of the aviation sector, as we have seen over the last 1 week, has proven otherwise. We'll get you the latest details. Second, 2 brothers, now fugitives, have taken refuge in Thailand barely 6 hours after a nightclub that they owned in Goa was reduced to ashes, claiming the lives of 25 people. The demand is one: drag them back, hold them accountable. Next, the details of the trial run that was likely conducted by terror Umar Nabi just days ahead of the Delhi Red Fort blast. The latest developments in the 10/11 probe almost a month after the blast took place. Next, we take you through the issue that the opposition has raised all throughout the monsoon session and the current parliament season. The special intensive revision is finally being debated. Then we take you to Puducherry, viewers, where TVK chief Vijay held his first public rally about 2 months since the tragic Karur stampede. A massive gathering and sharp jibes at the Stalin government. That is the crux of the story. And finally, it was day 2 of the Vande Mataram debate in Parliament. We'll get you the highlights of Home Minister Amit Shah's statement. And with that, let's get started. Our viewers, India's largest airline is facing its largest ever meltdown since the past 1 week. The government, Parliament and the DGCA have all turned the heat on Indigo. Safety questions, scheduling failures and duopoly concerns have exploded into a full-blown national issue. The Civil Aviation Minister issued a statement today in Parliament, his strongest warning yet. The DGCA has clipped Indigo's wings, and even the Prime Minister has expressed concern inside the NDA parliamentary meeting. What is it that has happened so far, and how is it that Indigo is being allowed to get away? Take a look.
India's biggest airline, Indigo, is in deep turbulence. From Parliament to the NDA meeting, from the DGCA's notice to pilots blowing the whistle, Indigo is facing unprecedented heat. Passengers' cry for help finally reached the highest levels of government.
Yesterday night we decided to check all the airport supplies, check how the passengers are get affected, anything, how the things are moving forward. One more thing we are doing is we are giving intimations to the passenger before 6 hours. So the passengers are not rushing to the airport. So the airport, if you see, there's no passengers are available for cancellation purpose. That's one thing we've done it. The passenger reaching airport should reach the destination.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in an NDA meeting this morning, sent a blunt warning. The government will not allow this chaos to repeat, not with Indigo, not with any airline. While in Parliament today, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu made a massive revelation about airline duopoly dominating Indian skies.
Through our policies, we are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies. More airlines mean more choice, more affordability and more resilience for the passengers.
India's skies are largely Indigo's domain. Operating on 63% of the 1,200 domestic routes, with a striking monopoly on 600 routes and a duopoly on 200 more. Meanwhile, Air India Group trails with a 26.5% market share. Civil Aviation Minister Naidu also exposed what Indigo tried to hide. But in all this chaos, even DGCA played a role. DGCA, in a letter, admitted that it approved extra flights for Indigo, but the airline couldn't maintain the crisis. Therefore, announced to reduce the schedule by 5% across sectors for Indigo. Meanwhile, India's Airline Pilots Association makes several claims. General Secretary of ALPA, Captain Anil Rao, said that DGCA gave Indigo exemptions from FDTL safety rules.
There are a lot of things which they have said that, a glitch in the programming system, rostering planning, crew shortage and all these things which has happened. So that has to be looked into it, and for that DGCA has made a panel of their own officials who will look into this matter and give a review. And I hope that the review comes fast, and the ground reason, the root cause will be explained to the people. Basically, the people have to come to know why this happened to them, that inconvenience happened, and not at small scale, at a very large scale.
Raising several questions, Captain Rao challenges Indigo's miscalculation claims. Captain Rao said that Indigo should explain the root cause and the miscalculation that led to the meltdown. Captain Rao also questioned DGCA's favoritism towards Indigo. The government has stepped in, the regulator has tightened the screws, and the era of unchecked duopoly is over. Indigo wanted to dominate the sector, but now it must first regain public trust.
It's a big headline, ladies and gentlemen. The tragic fire at a Goa nightclub, on one of the deadliest that the state has seen so far, has taken a new turn now. Reports suggest that the Lutra brothers, who are the owners of this nightclub called Birch by Romeo Lane, have essentially fled the country for Thailand, and just 6 hours after the fire was first reported. Meanwhile, after the Goa Chief Minister's order of a demolition, around 198 square meters of the area of another nightclub in that stretch was razed to the ground. The live visuals came in just a few minutes back. There's tough action that's now been taken. During the investigation, it was also found that it was first demolished in July, but it was later reconstructed. As more updates come in, viewers, the authorities have now ramped up investigations as the probe into the incident intensifies. But the question really is, who allowed the fugitive duo to flee? And is the bulldozer action little too much, little too late? Take a look.
7th of December 2025, the fatal night of Sunday. A fire broke out in a very popular club in Goa, Birch by Romeo Lane. 25 people killed, many injured. Further, it is being believed that the Lutra brothers, owners of the club Birch by Romeo Lane, have fled away. Within hours of the incident, the club's co-owners fled Goa for Delhi, and by dawn on 7th of December, they had boarded Indigo flight 6C1073 to Phuket. The main owners, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, managed to escape to Phuket shortly after the incident, prompting a multi-state manhunt. Some of the sources told Republic that both the brothers were in Delhi when the incident happened. Later, raids were also conducted at the residences for their passport verification. The fact that raises eyebrows here is that police took time to issue the circular against them. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has recently ordered demolition of the Romeo Club.
ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, यहाँ पर क्लब है और अगर यहाँ कुछ होता है तो लोगों को बचने का कोई भी मौका नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि सब कुछ लकड़ी का बना हुआ है। हमने इतना लंबा रास्ता तय किया, आपको एक भी जगह फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर नहीं दिखा होगा प्रियंका, एक भी जगह फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर नहीं है। इस जगह पर 10,000 रुपये से ज़्यादा एंट्री फीस ली जाती है। मैं विजय से कहूँगी एक बार यहाँ पर तस्वीरें दिखाएं, और सिर्फ वीआईपी लोग आते हैं ये कहा जाता है। आईडी चेक नहीं की जाती, इसलिए जो लोग मरे हैं उनमें ज़्यादा 21 और 19 और 20 साल के लोग, बच्चे हैं जिनकी मौत हुई है, जो इंजर्ड हैं। अस्पताल में हम जब जा रहे हैं जीएमसी हॉस्पिटल में, तो बच्चे, एक लड़की जो कि 19-20 साल की है, अमूमन 22 प्लस जो होता है 22 प्लस उन्हें अल्कोहल का परमिट होता है और क्लब में एंट्री के लिए 23 और 24 प्लस का परमिट होता है। लेकिन ये क्लब किस तरीके से चल रहा था आप समझिए। 19 साल की लड़की को इन्होंने एंट्री क्यों दी, कैसे दी, किस तरीके से लीगल काम हो रहा था। देखिए आज इस क्लब को डेमोलिश किया जा सकता है। ये क्लब रोमियो लेन जो कि दूसरा ब्रांच है बर्च बाय रोमियो लेन का, लूथरा ब्रदर्स का।
And today, Blue Corner notice was also issued by the Interpol division to apprehend both Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra. Meanwhile, Goa police have sealed 2 more properties belonging to the Lutra brothers in Goa, and these 2 properties are worth crores of rupees. As the investigation continues, in the coming days, updates on the investigation will be crucial in determining how justice is served to the lost 25 lives. Okay, viewers, moving on to more news that we have been tracking throughout the day. This is a major development in the Delhi blast investigation, that is the 10/11 conspiracy case, where the National Investigation Agency has now launched fresh searches in the forested areas of Anantnag district of Jammu and Kashmir. These were raids that were carried out this morning, bringing one of the arrested terror doctors, Dr. Adil Radar, accused on the spot for on-ground verification. Now, what is this all about? Essentially, the agencies say this could help uncover critical evidence linked to the entire white-collar jihad terror module. Piecing together the missing links in this entire investigation, take a look. The NIA has intensified its investigation into the Delhi Red Fort blast case. A fresh search operation was launched this morning in Anantnag's Mattan forest belt and neighbouring areas of Kazigund. 2 arrested suspects, Dr. Adil Radar and Jasir Bilal Wani, were brought to the forest to help pinpoint hideouts and potential bomb trial sites. Officials say this step is aimed at retrieving evidence and tracing logistics trails of the terror module.
We've seen a blast at near the Red Fort on 10th of November. In that blast, multiple people lost their lives and many of them got injured, and NIA had taken over the case, and since then multiple raids were conducted. But to today's raids, we have seen the presence of Dr. Adil, who's actually from Kulgam, and meanwhile also Jasir Bilal Wani. As I said, the Jasir's place was raided also by the NIA yesterday late evening, and also the adjoining areas of his residence were also searched late evening yesterday. And today the NIA slot reached here with the 2 main accused, because the court has already extended their remand, and right now the searches were carried in these woods. These are the dense woods of Anantnag.
This dramatic shift to Anantnag comes after investigators discovered that the main accused in the Red Fort blast, terror doctor Umar Nabi, may have tested explosives in the forests of Jammu and Kashmir before executing the car bombing in Delhi, raising the prospect of a preliminary trial run ahead of the attack. The probe has so far exposed a cross-state, white-collar terror network involving medical professionals and other associates allegedly linked to the banned terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed. Arrests in Delhi, NCR, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir are part of a larger effort to dismantle this covert support chain. The probe escalated after NIA recovered nearly 2,900 kilos of ammonium nitrate, detonators, metal fragments and other bomb-making material from 2 rented flats in Faridabad. The stockpile indicated planning for a major strike across India, triggering a nationwide shakedown of potential sleeper cells. Since then, several Kashmiri origin doctors working in UP and NCR, as well as other suspects, have been detained, questioned or remanded, with the case casting light on what investigators say is a previously underestimated white-collar terror ecosystem. The ongoing forest operation in Anantnag is now viewed as a critical, perhaps missing link. Recoveries here could help reconstruct the last leg of the white terror conspiracy. And over here in the national capital, viewers, the SIR debate has finally kick-started in Parliament. The SIR of India's voter lists has triggered an unprecedented political firestorm. From allegations of voter deletions to claims of deaths linked to the process, Parliament today witnessed a fierce, chaotic debate with multiple opposition parties coming together accusing the Election Commission of India failing to protect both voters and the officials on ground. The debate was kick-started in Lok Sabha by Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, to which a sharp retort was issued by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. The highlights of the SIR debate from Parliament for you.
The opposition has been demanding a debate on SIR in the Parliament. On Tuesday, Congress MP Manish Tiwari opened the debate.
हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में अलग-अलग जो आपको खामियां लगती हैं, उन खामियों को रिकॉर्ड करके इन राइटिंग उसको सार्वजनिक करके फिर आप कर सकते हैं। मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं कि कहां है वो रीजंस रिकॉर्डेड इन राइटिंग। और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात यह है कि इस बुनियादी प्रश्न के ऊपर कि चुनाव आयोग को एसआईआर कराने का अख्तियार है कि नहीं, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि अदालत में भी इसकी चर्चा नहीं है।
Hours after he set the stage, the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, took the floor.
Everybody knows how vice chancellors are placed on top of Indian universities today. Every single person knows this. You go to any university, you speak to any youngster in India, he will tell you that it does not matter whether the professor has qualifications, it does not matter whether the professor has a scientific temperament.
Allegations, counter-allegations and disruptions.
नेता प्रतिपक्ष चुनाव सुधार के लिए जो सुझाव देंगे सुनने के लिए तो हम बैठे हैं, लेकिन चुनाव सुधार को नहीं बोलते हुए कहा जो इस सदन से कोई वास्ता नहीं, जो संगठन उसका कहानी किसी और का बोलना ये कोई उचित नहीं है।
TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee also made serious accusations against the government.
So the question was whether an app will decide who will be my relative. My brother is not my relative, my wife is not my relative. How it can be? If my wife's name is there in 2002, if my name is not there in 2002, then my parents, let's assume my parents died, then I will not be included.
SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav raised concerns in Parliament over death of BLOs engaged in the ongoing SIR of electoral rolls in Uttar Pradesh.
जहां तक SIR की बात है, जो SIR यूपी में चल रही है, अभी तक 10 लोगों की जान जा चुकी है। BLO जो गांव-गांव जाने की और गली-गली जाने के लिए जिनको काम मिला है, उसमें लगभग 10 लोगों की जान जा चुकी है। 9 लोगों की हमारे पास सूची है।
During the debate, Akhilesh Yadav also shifted his concerns towards the use of EVM during the election. His remarks set off a fierce exchange, widening the SIR debate from Bengal to Uttar Pradesh and from voter lists to EVMs. Countering the attacks from the opposition, BJP MP Sanjay Jaiswal accused Congress of vote chori.
इस देश में हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, ईसाई हो, सिख हो, जैन हो, बुद्ध हो, सभी का यह देश है, परंतु यह देश बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्याओं का हरगिज नहीं है, और इसलिए हम SIR के बाद भी जो भी बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या हैं उनको हम जरूर निश्चित तौर पर निकाल के बाहर करेंगे।
While JDU MP Rajiv Ranjan backed the government, saying that the SIR is being carried out by the EC and not the government.
कि चुनाव आयोग एक संवैधानिक संस्था है और संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के कार्यकलाप पर हम यहाँ चर्चा नहीं कर सकते।
As Parliament battles over SIR, As the opposition alleges deaths, deletions, and dacoity, India's voter list revision has escalated into a major national controversy.
The discussion.
Viewers, actor turned politician Vijay addressed a rally in Puducherry today. This was his first public appearance after the Karur stampede, which took place about 2 months ago. During the rally, he delivered some sharp criticism at both the Tamil Nadu government and the central government, accusing them of essentially failing the people. A massive crowd gathering and sharp jibes at what he calls the opposition at the centre and at the state. Take a look.
TVK chief and actor Vijay addressed a large public rally today in Uppalam Expo ground in Puducherry. Addressing a massive crowd, the TVK leader praised the Puducherry administration. He added that for union government, Tamil Nadu is a separate state, Puducherry is another separate union territory, but for him, both are same. Speaking at the event, Vijay stated the contrast between the two governments was stark. He stressed that Puducherry government is different from the DMK government. He emphasized that the union government had not done anything for the state even after 16 resolutions. He also listed a series of grievances from lack of job opportunities and absence of IT investments. Vijay stressed that all these issues need urgent improvement. Adding on to his criticism towards the union government, Vijay said that the centre had repeatedly sidelined Puducherry's aspirations. He took a sharp dig at the DMK and said that people must not believe the DMK as they will cheat them. Speaking about the upcoming elections in the state, actor turned politician Vijay said that TVK will stand as an independent party. This was the first time that he addressed supporters outdoors since the Karur tragedy in September, where 41 people lost their lives. Meanwhile, a bit of tension occurred at the rally after a man attempted to enter the venue with a gun. However, security personnel stopped him before entering the public meeting. Later, the police clarified that the man had carried the gun in the name of protection and was not aiming to hurt Vijay. With the union government and DMK in crosshairs, Vijay's TVK will contest independently, focusing on jobs and development to set the stage for a tough Puducherry election battle.
And finally, viewers, the Vande Mataram debate continued for a second day today in the Rajya Sabha, in fact. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah opened with his remarks and took a sharp dig at the Congress, echoing essentially what Prime Minister Modi said yesterday. The special discussion on the 150th anniversary of the song was politically timed ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections. But what exactly did he say and how did the opposition leaders respond to it? Take a look.
Speaking in the upper house, Union Home Minister Amit Shah raised many questions against the opposition. He slammed the opposition over their claim that NDA used Vande Mataram as a discussion topic ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections.
जिनको आज वंदे मातरम की चर्चा क्यों हो रही है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने नए सिरे से अपनी समझ पर ही सोचने की जरूरत है। कुछ लोगों को इसमें दिखता है कि बंगाल में चुनाव आने वाला है इसलिए वंदे मातरम की चर्चा हो रही है। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन को बंगाल के चुनाव के साथ जोड़कर कम करना चाहते हैं।
He also highlighted the political appeasement of Vande Mataram by the opposition when the song completed its 50 years.
तो 150वां साल है। अब हम थोड़ा पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं मान्यवर, जब वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए तब क्या हुआ? वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए, देश आजाद नहीं हुआ था। और वंदे मातरम की स्वर्ण जयंती हुई 1937 में। तब जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने वंदे मातरम के 2 टुकड़े कर उसको 2 अंतरों तक सीमित करने का काम।
Amit Shah further attacked the opposition, stating that when the song's Golden Jubilee arrived, Jawaharlal Nehru split it into 2 parts. Meanwhile, responding to Amit Shah's remarks, Mallikarjun Kharge started off his speech with Vande Mataram and went on to criticize Amit Shah for accusing Jawaharlal Nehru.
वंदे 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 कि 1937 में नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मूल वंदे मातरम गीत से महत्वपूर्ण पद हटा दिए थे। जब आप मुस्लिम लीग के साथ मिलकर गवर्नमेंट किए, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी और मुस्लिम लीग मिलके आपने बंगाल में जो गवर्नमेंट की, कहाँ गया था देशभक्ति? कहाँ गया था आपका देशभक्ति?
Amit Shah further stated that suppression of the Vande Mataram started during Indira Gandhi's era.
सबको था कि 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, मगर 100 साल हुआ तब वंदे मातरम का महिमा मंडन का सवाल ही नहीं था, क्योंकि वंदे मातरम बोलने वाले जो सारे लोग थे उनको इंदिरा जी ने जेल में बंद कर दिया। इस देश में आपातकाल लगाया गया, आपातकाल लगाया गया। विपक्ष के लाखों लोगों को, लाखों समाज सेवियों को, स्वयंसेवी संगठन के लोगों को जेल में भर दिया गया। कोई कारण के बगैर अखबारों पर ताले लगा दिए गए। यहाँ तक कि आकाशवाणी में उस वक्त एक ही माध्यम था, आकाशवाणी में किशोर कुमार की आवाज ही नहीं आती थी, ड्यूएट गाने भी लता जी की आवाज में ही आते थे।
Adding on, he alleged that several indie bloc leaders had historically refused to sing Vande Mataram and walked out of the Lok Sabha when the song was sung.
साहब, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्थिति देखिए। जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी के अधिवेशनों की शुरुआत गुरुवर टैगोर जैसे लोग वंदे मातरम गाकर कराते थे। वंदे मातरम कांग्रेस पार्टी के आजादी के आंदोलन का एक मंत्र बना था। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन करने के लिए जब लोकसभा में चर्चा हुई, गांधी परिवार के दोनों सदस्य नदारद थे, 2 में से एक भी।
All right, viewers, that's all that we had for you in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. But do stay on with us. More news and updates coming right up. Thanks for watching.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सब करा।
First image of fugitive Gaurav Luthra, the owner of Birch Club, surfaces from Thailand. A blue corner notice has now been issued against him. Birch Brothers Dubai link surfaces. Sources say they returned just 4 days before Goa Nightclub fire. Agencies fear after Phuket the fugitives might flee to Dubai.
We are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies.
Republic report on duopoly and monopoly becomes the #1 headline as Aviation Minister takes on nearly 500 Indigo flights cancelled today. Centre cuts airlines routes by 5%. Anil Ambani's son Jay Anmol named in the 228 crore rupees banking. Nearly 500 Indigo flights cancelled today. Centre cuts airlines routes by 5%. The Lutra brothers are on the run. A blue corner notice has already been issued by the Interpol, which effectively means that the Lutra brothers, if at all they are in Thailand, then it is incumbent on the authorities in Thailand to inform India about their presence. In fact, the FIR copy in the Goa fire case has now been accessed, in which they have been named as the main accused. Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra have been mentioned. The FIR details how the fire show was organized without fire safety equipment, and there was no fire audit was basically conducted earlier. Now, what we are picking up from the FIR that has been registered, in which Luthra brothers have been named as the main accused, Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra, Goa Police still maintains that they've taken a swift action. By swift action, they essentially mean that the LOC was issued after Gautam as well as Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra had escaped from India. In fact, this was hours after the fire broke out. It appears that the Luthra brothers had planned to leave the country. They took the 5:30 morning flight from Delhi to Phuket, which is an Indigo flight, a direct flight to Phuket. As of now, there is no confirmation as to whether at all Thailand authorities have communicated to the Central Bureau of Investigation about being able to locate Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, who are currently in Phuket, as we understand. In the FIR, questions are also being raised about how this entire fire show was organized without any fire safety equipment in that place. In fact, no fire audit was also conducted either. Now, these are some of the details that are basically emerging from the FIR that has been registered by the Goa Police. In terms of the action that has been taken so far, a manager has already been taken into custody by the Goa Police. This is after a joint operation that was done by the Delhi Police as well as Goa Police. But several questions being raised as to why did it take so much time for the Goa Police to first of all issue an LOC, a lookout notice. Had the lookout notice been issued in time, then perhaps the Luthra brothers could not have escaped from India, because the authorities, which include the airport authorities, would have already been informed about the case that has been registered against them. And we'll try and see if we can go across to our reporters on the ground, Swarali, who's getting us the latest details. But since we'll try and get you in a short while from that, the details that we have. Just a quick recap before we move on to the other big story. In fact, this is the latest that has come in from the Goa fire tragedy. Shifting focus now to the other story that we are getting to you. This is a significant escalation of legal troubles for the Ambani family, where Jay Anmol Ambani, the elder son of Anil, has been booked by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is in the alleged 228 crore rupees bank fraud case involving Reliance Home Finance Limited. The 35-year-old, who was appointed as the executive director of RHFL in 2016 as part of his father's succession plans, faces charges alongside co-director Ravindra Sharad Sudhakar for cheating Union Bank of India, formerly the Andhra Bank, through fund diversion, account manipulation and misappropriation of a 450 crore rupees credit facility that was meant for business operations. In fact, in one single day, 2 cases have been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. One it is against RHFL and the other happens to be against Reliance Communications. My colleague Meenakshi has reported from outside Jai Anil Ambani's residence where the searches are being carried out. 2 searches have been carried out in the RHFL case, and another 2 places where the searches are being carried out is in Pune.
We are outside Anil Ambani's scarf-padded home in Mumbai, and here CBI officials carried out searches earlier today. This action comes after CBI booked Anil Ambani's son Jai Anmol Anil Ambani and Reliance Finance Home Limited in a case that alleged cheating and loss of over 200 crore. And you can see now this is Anil Ambani's house, and it's a significant escalation in this moment that CBI officials were inside for several hours gathering documents and digital evidence linked to the alleged loan irregularities. And according to the FIR, Union Bank of India has accused Reliance Home Finance of diverting funds, misrepresenting financial statements and failing to repay loans, leading to substantial losses to the public sector bank. This is Anil Ambani's house, and here we tried for a reaction from Anil Ambani's staffs, but they are not saying anything. Neither the Ambani family nor Reliance Home Finance has issued an official statement till now. We are also told that CBI may summon key individuals for questioning in the coming days in this case. But these searches mark a significant escalation in the investigation, and travel mounts for Anil Ambani and his family, and now Anil Ambani's son Jai Anmol Anil Ambani is booked in the fraud case.
Well, in fact, let me just quickly take you through some of the details that we have accessed. The FIR copy that has been registered against Anil Ambani's son, Jai Anil Ambani. In fact, this is the first case to have been registered against Anil Ambani's son, where the erstwhile directors and promoters have been named, which includes Jai Anil Ambani. And the allegation that the Central Bureau of Investigation has levelled on the basis of a complaint that was filed by the Union Bank is that the company had essentially taken loans, and the loan runs into thousands of crores. In fact, I'm going to just give you the specifics of the case that we have right now in terms of what action has been taken. This is what the Central Bureau of Investigation has found out from the preliminary investigation that was carried out, where they say that Reliance Home Finance Limited was basically availing loans to the tune of 5,572 crore rupees from about 18 banks and NBFCs. And in that case, were 2 places where the searches have been carried out, and it turns out that they were unable to give any sort of guarantee. Well, shifting focus now to the other big breaking news now coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has written a letter to the Rajya Sabha chairman where he's essentially saying that it's the unacceptable behavior of some MPs in the name of Vande Mataram. The Home Minister referred these MPs' statements to the Rajya Sabha chairman and provided him with the relevant facts. This was during the Vande Mataram debate that took place. In fact, 10 hours have essentially been allotted for the discussion on Vande Mataram. In fact, the Vande Mataram debate in the Rajya Sabha continued for the second day today in Rajya Sabha, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah pushed back opposition's claims that the special discussion on the 150th anniversary of the song was politically timed ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections. But what exactly did he say? And how did the opposition leaders really respond to it? Let's take a closer look.
Speaking in the upper house, Union Home Minister Amit Shah raised many questions against the opposition. He slammed the opposition over their claim that NDA used Vande Mataram as a discussion topic ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections.
जिनको आज वंदे मातरम की चर्चा क्यों हो रही है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने नए सिरे से अपनी समझ पर ही सोचने की जरूरत है। कुछ लोगों को इसमें दिखता है कि बंगाल में चुनाव आने वाला है इसलिए वंदे मातरम की चर्चा हो रही है। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन को बंगाल के चुनाव के साथ जोड़कर कम करना चाहते हैं।
He also highlighted the political appeasement of Vande Mataram by the opposition when the song completed its 50 years.
तो 150वां साल है। अब हम थोड़ा पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं मान्यवर, जब वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए तब क्या हुआ? वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए, देश आजाद नहीं हुआ था और वंदे मातरम की स्वर्ण जयंती हुई 1937 में। तब जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने वंदे मातरम के 2 टुकड़े कर उसको 2 अंतरों तक सीमित करने का काम किया।
Amit Shah further attacked the opposition, stating that when the song's Golden Jubilee arrived, Jawaharlal Nehru split it into 2 parts. Meanwhile, responding to Amit Shah's remarks, Mallikarjun Kharge started off his speech with Vande Mataram and went on to criticize Amit Shah for accusing Jawaharlal Nehru.
वंदे वंदे वंदे
कि 1937 में नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मूल वंदे मातरम गीत से महत्वपूर्ण पद हटा दिए थे। जब आप मुस्लिम लीग के साथ मिलकर गवर्नमेंट किए, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी और मुस्लिम लीग मिलके आपने बंगाल में जो गवर्नमेंट की, कहाँ गया था देशभक्ति? कहाँ गया था आपका देशभक्ति?
Amit Shah further stated that suppression of the Vande Mataram started during Indira Gandhi's era.
सबको था कि 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, मगर 100 साल हुआ तब वंदे मातरम का महिमा मंडन का सवाल ही नहीं था, क्योंकि वंदे मातरम बोलने वाले जो सारे लोग थे उनको इंदिरा जी ने जेल में बंद कर दिया। इस देश में आपातकाल लगाया गया, आपातकाल लगाया गया। विपक्ष के लाखों लोगों को, लाखों समाज सेवियों को, स्वयंसेवी संगठन के लोगों को जेल में भर दिया गया। कोई कारण के बगैर अखबारों पर ताले लगा दिए गए, यहाँ तक कि आकाशवाणी में उस वक्त एक ही माध्यम था, आकाशवाणी में किशोर कुमार की आवाज ही नहीं आती थी, ड्यूएट गाने भी लता जी की आवाज में ही आते थे।
Adding on, he alleged that several indie bloc leaders had historically refused to sing Vande Mataram and walked out of the Lok Sabha when the song was sung.
साहब, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्थिति देखिए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी के अधिवेशनों की शुरुआत गुरुवर टैगोर जैसे लोग वंदे मातरम गाकर कराते थे। वंदे मातरम कांग्रेस पार्टी के आजादी के आंदोलन का एक मंत्र बना था। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन करने के लिए जब लोकसभा में चर्चा हुई, गांधी परिवार के दोनों सदस्य नदारद थे, दो में से एक भी। वंदे मातरम का विरोध आज भी जवाहरलाल नेहरू से लेकर आज के कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व तक कांग्रेस के खून के अंदर था।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah also recounted the BJP's push in reviving the tradition of the song.
महोदय, 1992 में भाजपा सांसद श्री राम नाईक ने एक शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन डिस्कशन के माध्यम से वंदे मातरम को संसद में फिर से गाने की शुरुआत करने के लिए एक मुद्दा उठाया और उस वक्त प्रतिपक्ष के नेता लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने बहुत प्रमुखता के साथ लोकसभा के स्पीकर को कहा कि इस महान सदन के अंदर वंदे मातरम का गान होना चाहिए, क्योंकि संविधान सभा ने इसको स्वीकारा है। और फिर लोकसभा ने सर्वानुमत से 1992 में वंदे मातरम के गान की शुरुआत की।
However, Abu Azmi criticized the government over the Vande Mataram debate and ignoring some important decisions.
देखिए चर्चा तो करो डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर ना, चर्चा करो देश का कर्ज में डूबता जा रहा है, चर्चा करो कि देश में सांप्रदायिकता खत्म होना चाहिए। ये सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम करके सरकार चला रही है, कोई विरोध नहीं करता। करो ना, कौन मना कर रहा है? बड़ा वंदे मातरम रोज चिल्लाओ, कौन मना करता है? लेकिन ये किसी के धर्म में इंटरफेयर करना बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है।
The Vande Mataram debate has brought history, politics and national sentiment into sharp focus. As the discussion continues, it remains to be seen whether the debate will influence political narratives ahead of upcoming elections.
Well, in fact, a confirmation now coming in that Microsoft has committed their largest ever investment in Asia in India, over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Microsoft's CEO Satya Nadella has tweeted, and I quote, "Thank you, Prime Minister, for an inspiring conversation on India's AI opportunity to support the country's ambitions. Microsoft is committing $17.5 billion US, our largest investment ever in Asia, to help build the infrastructure, skills and sovereign capabilities needed for India's AI-first future." Let me go across to Pranav, who's joining us on this broadcast. Pranav, undoubtedly the biggest announcement that has been made. In fact, a lot has been being worked out by Microsoft in terms of improving their data centers. What are we to really expect in terms of the investment that is going to be made here in India?
Well, Shawan, in fact, this is a huge announcement. I mean, a 17.5 billion, that's about 1.5 lakh crore investment in India. And it's important to note that he is talking about investing in India's AI first future. What makes it more important is the fact that this just comes months after another tech giant made a huge announcement that's investing about 15 billion USD over the next 5 years. That's Google, who in October announced that it will be investing $15 billion in India, again, on India's AI future. So we are just seeing yet another big tech giant, a global tech giant, betting big on India, betting big on tech in India, betting big on AI in India.
Well, in fact, there is also a response that was given by Satya Nadella in an interview to a Western media organization with regards to the expansion of particularly data centers. Anything more that you're picking up, Pranav, in terms of what perhaps would be the roadmap for Microsoft in Asia?
Well, Microsoft is, in fact, unveiling its bigger plans for India. If you remember, a bigger facility is already underway, which is necessarily on the lines of a GCC, a global capacity center that is coming up. But what we need to wait and watch is how this investment actually unveils. I mean, given that Google has made an announcement of $15 billion over a period of 5 years, we need to see how Microsoft is actually going about investing these $17 billion or 1.5 lakh crore. In what form, in what facility, and over what period. We probably just need to wait and watch and see how it unveils.
Thank you very much, Pranav, for getting us the latest, the biggest ever investment coming in from Microsoft in Asia. Shifting focus to the other story that we have been tracking through the day. The Director General of Civil Aviation has slashed Indigo's flight schedules by 5%, eliminating around 115 daily flights from its 2,300-strong operation in a bid to curb widespread disruptions that have been triggered by crew shortages and the airline's inadequate readiness for new pilot fatigue rules that have been effective from 1st of November. Meanwhile, All India Pilots Association has fiercely criticized the DGCA's decision to grant Indigo a temporary exemption from stricter night duty rules under Phase 2 of the flight duty time limitation norms, labeling it as a selective and unsafe move that sets a dangerous precedent for aviation safety. In fact, on your screens, we're just putting out the route operation, and which clearly goes on to indicate how Indigo has had complete monopoly. For instance, of the 950 routes where they're operating. At least at 600 routes, there is complete monopoly of Indigo itself. We're talking about a total of 1,200 domestic routes that exist in India. The rest of it is largely operated by Air India, which would be roughly about 26%, effectively meaning that there is a duopoly that exists in the aviation sector in India. In fact, this is the exact very thing that has now been highlighted by the aviation minister on the floor of the parliament, where they are now saying that the government understands the need for a new airline to come into the picture. And that is what we have picked up right now. In fact, some measures have been taken by the Civil Aviation Ministry by putting the joint secretaries to look into some of the concerns that have been raised by the passengers, and more importantly, the ramification of the chaos that we have witnessed over the last few days. My colleague Meenakshi had spoken to Joint Secretary of the Civil Aviation. This is what he had to say.
All situation will be normalized.
That's what I told you, it will take time. Right now we are in investigations. We have to understand the exact problem where it has happened. Then after that we'll fix the issue.
Passengers are now still struggling.
No, passengers' comfort is the first priority. That's the reason I told 6 hours before we are cancelling it. Passengers, we are not allowing them to come to airport. So that itself a big relief for them.
All situation will be normalized.
That's what I told you, it will take time. Right now we are in investigations. We have to understand the exact problem where it has happened. Then after that we'll fix the issue.
Passengers are now still struggling.
No, passengers' comfort is the first priority. That's the reason I told 6 hours before we are cancelling it. Passengers, we are not allowing them to come to airport. So that itself a big relief for them.
Chief Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has told the Parliament that no airline, however big they are, will be allowed to get away with causing hardship to passengers. This is what the Aviation Minister had to tell the Parliament.
Through our policies, we are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies. More airlines mean more choice, more affordability and more resilience for the passengers.
Maharashtra opposition staged a protest against the authorities in Nagpur, taking on the government on the issue of farmers' suicide in the state. Opposition members alleged that the government was taking no steps to basically address the issues of the farmers in the state. Here's a quick report.
The second day of Maharashtra winter session began with opposition protesting against the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. With placards in hands, opposition staged a protest on the steps of the Vidhan Bhavan in Nagpur. The opposition alleged that 8 farmers are committing suicide in Maharashtra every day, but the government is only making announcements and no actual steps are being taken.
सरकार जो है किसान विरोधी है, तो मेरा ये पुरानी मांगने में किया है, तो मेरा ये कहना है कि ये सरकार का दिवाला निकला हुआ है और ये सरकार किसानों को गुमराह कर रही है.
Well, coming up, this is exclusive with my colleague Niranjan.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं दे सकता? क्यों नहीं?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा Arpora मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, Siddharth Luthra, Gaurav Luthra are in Phuket. They're the owners of the nightclub where 25 lives were lost. And a system that allowed them to operate, get licenses. In fact, they didn't have licenses. But they still got documents to keep that club running. And in a club where 25 people died, as of this minute, nobody knows where they are. All we know is that they fled India 6 hours after the fire. We have some breaking news updates on that story as we investigate further. That and the Indigo monopoly story on the show tonight. Here are the headlines. They're all waking up after 25 lives are lost. Corruption has killed 25. But the optics begin in Goa. Bulldozer action too little too late. First photo of one of the brothers who fled India. The first photo on landing in Phuket. Agencies ask Interpol help to ensure that they don't flee Phuket now. Getting in details of the club owners, the Luthra brothers fleeing perhaps to Mumbai. Is that on their radar given they have a residence in Dubai? Agencies on alert.
We are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies.
Republic forces the government. The government forced to talk about duopoly after Republic reported it, after Republic debated it. Republic's report on the monopolies and duopolies in Indian markets becomes the #1 talking point across the country. It reaches the Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, the tragic fire at a Goa nightclub. It's a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster that ensured 25 lives were lost. One of the deadliest fire incidents the state of Goa has seen. The Luthra brothers, the owners of the Birch by Romeo, the club where 25 people died, have left the country for Thailand. And Republic broke the story last night, saying they escaped 6 hours after the fire. They're currently on the run. After the Goa Chief Minister, who has, by the way, woken up after 25 lives are lost, bulldozers have begun to roll in Goa. Too little, too late, because the state government has suddenly realized that the entire focus is on them and how corruption killed 25 people. Many other clubs are now coming under the scanner, and they're beginning to demolish these illegal clubs. And we found out during the investigation that this particular club was first demolished in July, but was later reconstructed. As more updates come in, authorities have also ramped up investigations. We're getting in more details of the passport. The Goa police has issued a notice to the Luthra brothers as their entire business empire now comes under the scanner. In fact, there is also a government, it's not the Goa police, but there's a small correction. The central government has issued a notice to the Luthra brothers, and they've been given 7 days. 7 days time to reply. I'll go across to Swarali, joining us with the details. Swarali, 7 days given. Can you take us through what this particular letter says?
Yes, according to the major update in this entire story, we have been tracking since last 3 days. Let me tell you, in this written letter has been given by the government of India to Luthra brothers as they are fled the scene wherein 25 people have lost their life. And another breaking update right now is that the Goa police has written a letter to Ministry of External Affairs to cancel the passports of Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, the Luthra brothers, and the passport office has also issued a notice. On the other hand, Ministry of External Affairs has replied to Goa police saying that revocation process of passports of the Luthra brothers is in process. This is a major update in this entire case. Right now we're standing outside the Romeo Lane club, the nightclub, which was demolished right now by the Goa authorities. As we all know already that they have fled the scene on the morning of 7 December 5:30 a.m. and a lookout notice was generated by Goa police in the evening, and post that Interpol had given out blue corner notice, which means all the information will be gathered regarding their whereabouts. And now, according to very recent update, they are asked, the letter has been sent to Luthra brothers, who are the allegedly major perpetrator of this entire event. They're the owner of Romeo Lane Birch nightclub in the Arpora region, wherein 25 people have lost their lives in this fire incident. On the other hand, a major crackdown is happening on the government officers. Already 3 are suspended. The former Secretary of Pollution Control Board, Director and Secretary of Panchayat, and in a fray are other government officers, and the suspension can go on. On the other hand, there are several such nightclubs, restaurants, bars which are under scrutiny right now, and a major crackdown can happen in the state of Goa because opposition parties as well as the MLA from the BJP itself, Michael Lobo, when we tried to interact with him, he has said that according to his data, allegedly 50% of nightclubs might not have fire NOC, which is an alarming percentage which has been claimed by the BJP MLA himself, and that's why audit has been ordered. On the other hand, magisterial probe results should be out soon. That's the kind of input and update we are tracking on the story. Back to you.
The Luthra brothers have been given 7 days time to respond. 7 days from by the MEA, which has written letters. We have a copy of the letter. 7 days time given by the MEA, and they've been asked to respond why their passports should not be impounded. This is after the Goa police asked the MEA to move and revoke the passports of both the brothers Saurabh and Gaurav, both of whom are currently in Phuket and fled India 6 hours after the fire. Now, this is the big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, from Phuket, I'm moving across to the second angle. The second angle is the brothers Saurabh and Gaurav, accused in the Goa nightclub fire, reportedly have a Dubai connection. They own a home in Dubai where a few family members are currently residing. Interestingly, we are also hearing that they returned from Dubai just 4 days before the fire broke out at their club in Goa. So they were in Dubai, they came back, and investigating agencies now believe that this may have been a strategic move as they allegedly fled to Phuket, Thailand, via the Delhi airport. They may be moving to Dubai. Now, agencies suspect that they may be moving to Dubai from Phuket, and they have approached the Interpol. Agencies have approached Interpol to try and stop them in Phuket. Agencies fear that their hideout could eventually be Dubai. We have a report from Phuket. Vijay Tiwari, correspondent, sending us this report from Phuket.
दोस्तों नमस्कार, मैं विजय तिवारी फुकेट से ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट कर रहा हूं। आपको पता चला होगा कि गोवा में नाइट क्लब में आग लगी थी, जिसमें हमारे 25 लोगों की जान चली गई। बहुत ही दुखद घटना सुनने में आया, और इसके बाद से ये पता चला कि जो गोवा क्लब के ऑनर थे, 2 सौरभ और गौरव लुथरा, वो दोनों उसी नाइट नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग फ्लाइट करके भग के थाईलैंड चले आए। थाईलैंड से वो फुकेट में आ चुके हैं। मैं अभी फुकेट ग्राउंड पातोंग बीच पातोंग से बोल रहा हूँ और हमारी इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने अभी थाई सीबीआई टीम से बात कर रही है, उनकी डिटेल निकाल रही है कि ये लोग भक्के फुकेट में कहाँ छुपे हुए हैं, किस रिसोर्ट में या किस आइलैंड पे रुके हुए हैं। तो हम जल्दी ही उसका अपडेट आप लोगों को बताएंगे। यहाँ की पुलिस चेक कर रही है, जैसे कुछ भी अपडेट होता है 1-2 दिन के अंदर तो मैं आपको इसकी पूरी रिपोर्ट जानकारी देता हूँ। नमस्कार, विजय तिवारी, फुकेट, थाईलैंड। दोस्तों नमस्कार, मैं विजय तिवारी फुकेट से ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ। आपको पता चला होगा कि गोवा में नाइट क्लब में आग लगी थी, जिसमें हमारे 25 लोगों की जान चली गई। बहुत ही दुखद घटना सुनने में आया और इसके बाद से ये पता चला कि जो गोवा क्लब के ऑनर थे 2, सौरभ और गौरव लुथरा, वो दोनों उसी नाइट नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग फ्लाइट करके भग के थाईलैंड चले आए। थाईलैंड से वो फुकेट में आ चुके हैं। मैं अभी फुकेट ग्राउंड पातोंग बीच पातोंग से बोल रहा हूँ और हमारी इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने अभी थाई सीबीआई टीम से बात कर रही है, उनकी डिटेल निकाल रही है कि ये लोग भक्के फुकेट में कहाँ छुपे हुए हैं, किस रिसोर्ट में या किस आइलैंड पे रुके हुए हैं। तो हम जल्दी ही उसका अपडेट आप लोगों को बताएंगे। यहाँ की पुलिस चेक कर रही है, जैसे कुछ भी अपडेट होता है 1-2 दिन के अंदर तो मैं आपको इसकी पूरी रिपोर्ट जानकारी देता हूँ। नमस्कार, विजय तिवारी, फुकेट, थाईलैंड। दोस्तों नमस्कार, मैं विजय तिवारी।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news update coming in. Pictures of the Indigo CEO, also the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Breaking news pictures coming in on the show right now. The Indigo CEO, Peter Elbers, is at the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And we're getting in more details of the ministry, that is the Civil Aviation Ministry, deciding to curtail 10% of routes. 10% of routes will be cut. We have a picture coming in. The ministry, the Civil Aviation Ministry, has said it considers necessary to curtail the overall Indigo routes, which will help in stabilizing the airline's operations and lead to reduced cancellations. A curtailment of 10% has been ordered. Curtailment of 10% has been ordered, and while abiding by it, Indigo will continue to cover its destinations as before. This is a big setback, huge setback to Indigo. During the last week, the minister has tweeted saying during the last week, many passengers faced severe inconvenience due to Indigo's internal mismanagement of crew rosters, flight schedules, inadequate communication. And while the inquiry and necessary actions were underway, another meeting with Indigo's top management was held to review the stabilization measures. And today again, Indigo CEO Peter Elbers was summoned to the ministry to provide an update. The minister is saying that Peter Elbers, the Indigo CEO, has confirmed that 100% of the refunds for flights affected till 6th December have been completed. The ministry considers it necessary to curtail the overall Indigo routes, which will help in stabilizing airlines' operations and lead to reduced cancellations. 10% of all routes have been curtailed. And while abiding by it, the minister says Indigo will continue to cover all its destinations as before. Indigo has been instructed to comply with all the directives of the ministry, including fare capping and passenger convenience measures, without any exception. This is a big breaking news update coming in. 10% of Indigo routes have been curtailed by the government following that meeting. There's a picture of the minister meeting the Indigo CEO. That's the picture on your screen right now, where Indigo CEO Peter Elbers is seen meeting the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. Chandrakala is joining me live. Is that meeting still on? Chandrakala, is that meeting still on? Do we have any more details of the outcome of that meeting?
The meeting has concluded, but the fact that, of course, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has today called in an emergency review meeting wherein the representative from Indigo, of course, the CEO of Indigo was summoned to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. We have just seen a statement being put out by the Minister of Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, where he has given a detailed information as far as what was the outcome of the meeting. What we are learning is that the CEO of Indigo, Peter Elbers, was summoned to the ministry to provide an update. He confirmed that 100% of the refunds for flights attached 6 December have been completed. In fact, a strict instruction was also given to expedite the completion of the remaining funds and baggage handover was given. The fact that the minister himself has tweeted that many passengers have faced severe inconvenience as far as the Indigo's internal mismanagement is concerned. We have seen him earlier giving a detailed information regarding the entire crisis in the Parliament, where he has warned Indigo of strict actions. We have seen the Indigo CEO coming out with an apology as far as this entire situation is concerned. And today he was being summoned in the Ministry of Civil Aviation to give a detail as to what kind of steps has been taken to mitigate this entire issues. Now, I'll give a detail as to what was a statement being put out by the Minister of Civil Aviation. The ministry considers it necessary to curtail the overall Indigo routes, which will help in stabilizing the airline's operations and lead to reduced cancellations. A curtailment of 10%, let me repeat, a curtailment of 10% has been ordered. While abiding with it, Indigo will continue to cover all its destinations as before. Now, we have seen that more and more flights still remain cancelled across major cities today, and this meeting was called in. An emergency review meeting was called by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, where not only Indigo but other airline operators, of course, Air India and SpiceJet were also present. Where there were few key takeaways from the meeting, wherein it was discussed that they should ensure safety and security of the passengers, and the fact that one of the most important key takeaways was that this entire issue will be taken into consideration, and after January 7 and 8, this issue will be sorted out completely. But meanwhile, yes, Indigo has been instructed with all. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has instructed Indigo and other airline operators to, as far as the airfare cap is also concerned. And now the Indigo CEO was also summoned here. And
stay with me, Chanakala. I want to play out what the minister said in Parliament. For the last few days, ladies and gentlemen, we here at Republic TV have been talking about how monopoly and duopoly in different markets, and this specific instance is about the duopoly in the aviation market and what it's come down to. And the aviation mess, we've been saying, is a manifestation of that, because one airline had a duopoly along with Air India, and they controlled jointly 91% of the market, and it's all come down to this. And today, the minister, and after we raised this point, and Arnab has been debating it, our editor-in-chief has raised it on the debate, on the dangers of duopoly, and finally the government today forced to take up the issue in Parliament and admit that yes, there was a duopoly and there is a threat from duopoly. I have the minister's soundbite, but we have Captain Ajay Ahlawat also joining us. Captain Ahlawat, before I play out what the minister said while admitting the duopoly in the aviation market, I'd like to get your response. 10% of all Indigo routes have been curtailed. Is that enough?
Actually, if you look at what has been curtailed, it's a word play, because Indigo typically was operating 14,000 flights every week. And for the winter schedule, they increased it to about 15,000. So the reduction is from the 15,000, and that reduction is essentially something they were unable to operate. This is not really a punishment. This is more like, okay, you could not fly these routes, so we're taking away these routes. The minor element of punishment, the whole thing, is they've asked Indigo to identify the routes on which they have more than one flight and they're high demand sector, and curtail some flights from there. In my opinion, this is just an eyewash.
Eyewash, okay. Interesting. Thank you for that, Group Captain Ajay Ahlawat. I'd like to... Okay. Venkateshwar Rao is also joining us on the phone line, aviation expert. Mr. Rao, 10% of Indigo routes curtailed. We just had Group Captain Ajay Ahlawat who called it wordplay and just an eyewash. In your view, what does this mean, the 10% curtailment?
This is a total sham. The government and the DGCA are behaving like the ostrich with its head in the sand. They are not looking at the ground realities. As Captain Ahlawat said, 10% of the routes makes no difference. They should have said that on all sectors, you will only operate one flight. I can understand till the clearing of the passengers that are stuck everywhere, you let them allow multiple flights. After this, you will strictly adhere to the car as directed by the High Court. And we will not give you any dispensation. You forget February. February is too late. In fact, I'm surprised the government has not filed criminal charges against the management of Indigo. Because this is nothing but endangering life, which is a cognizable criminal offense. The DGC officers are also involved and the Indigo officers are also involved. And they need to see, they may remove the CEO tomorrow. He'll go back to his country, live happily ever after. But we have to see that he doesn't leave for what he has done. So if you don't want him to leave, you have to file an FIR against him immediately. But that is not being done by the government. The steps taken by the government are too late.
Yeah.
This is only a cover-up. Nothing. Actually, Indigo will not have any loss if this 10% flights are curtailed. In fact, they should have just suspended the license of this airline, which they haven't done so far.
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation.
Everybody's playing a cat and mouse game here.
Yeah, maybe too many lobbies involved, Mr. Rao, and complicit people who within the DGC also may have approved. And it's interesting how such people continue to remain, and maybe some of them are also investigating the entire mess, which of course in itself is a joke. Thank you, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. I'd like to play out what the minister said. Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister in Parliament, forced to admit today that yes, there is a duopoly and they're trying to fight the threat of duopoly. Listen in.
Through our policies, we are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies. More airlines mean more choice, more affordability, and more resilience for the passengers. Through our policies, we are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies. More airlines mean more choice, more affordability, and more resilience for the passengers.
So Chandrakala, are we expecting more action perhaps, or is this it?
Of course, since this emergency meeting has been called by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, now more and more meetings. There might be more meetings scheduled in coming few days, given the situation. Because although this was a monthly review meeting, but of course, given the situation, this entire Indigo crisis was very much on the agenda. And of course, the Indigo CEO, who was also summoned in the ministry, and he has given this detailed information, and also regarding the curtailing of routes. So yes, more meetings are expected given the situation, because the fact that this entire situation is expected to get sorted only after 7th or 8th January. So we'll have to wait and watch as to if more and more meetings will be lined up in coming few days, given the situation.
Okay, thank you for that. We have to leave it at that. We have some more details and facts of the different routes, the clearances that were given for the extra routes, and before that, the monopoly-duopoly debate, which has been our focus for the last few days. Of the 1,200 domestic routes in India, currently Indigo routes are about 950. They operate in about 950 routes across India of the 1,200. And they have a complete monopoly in 600 of the routes. 600, half of India's domestic routes, they have a complete monopoly. And they have a duopoly along with Air India in about 200 routes. So just them and Air India in about 200 routes. And that's the situation today in Indian aviation. That's the current mess that we are questioning. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. And at 8 p.m., Arnab looks at the subject in great detail. Is the aviation mess that we've seen in the last 1 week just a manifestation of the monopoly debate in India? And is there a larger need of looking at monopolies in different sectors in Indian industry? That's our focus at 8 p.m. and at 9 p.m., the Lutra brothers, and how corruption killed 25 and the killers have fled India. That's coming up on the debate. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Arpora सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा Arpora मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to your smart television, trending stories are breaking the internet. On the top, Hardik Pandya is not happy with the paparazzi, and he has made it abundantly clear. He has slammed them for overstepping boundaries while capturing intrusive shots of his girlfriend. A reminder that life in the spotlight comes with its challenges, but even stars have their limits. Meanwhile, the Ashes are delivering laughs off the field as Matthew Hayden's bold pre-series bet sparked a viral reaction from his daughter Grace. And across the ocean, a MAGA favorite is in full meltdown mode, and social media cannot look away. Tim Pool goes on a furious tirade, calling his own side in a fiery, expletive-filled live stream that has got everyone talking. We have this and a lot more lined up in this power-packed bulletin. I'm Mantara, and this is Trending. Indian cricket team all-rounder Hardik Pandya expressed his anger on social media after seeing paparazzi cross the line while taking pictures and videos of his girlfriend, Mihika Sharma. Now, in a powerful statement, Hardik hit out at the paps for what he described as disrespectful and intrusive photography of his partner. The India all-rounder, whose relationship with Mihika has been under intense public scrutiny, also acknowledged that living in the public eye comes with attention, stating, "It's part of the life I've chosen." However, he did assert that a recent incident crossed all lines. Now, a viral video showed his girlfriend in an inappropriate angle. Hardik Pandya stepped in, asking the media to show some dignity, not drama. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly play out the cricketer's latest Insta story where he has expressed genuine disappointment over his unfortunate moment. On your screens is the post. Hardik Pandya stated, in a very measured tone, if I might add, saying that living in the public eye comes with its own pros and cons. It's part of a deal, basically. But he added that there still has to be some sort of line between going full clickbait culture and simply photographing people, and he is completely justified in this case. Social media users are now on fire, with users slamming the paps for clicking Mihika Sharma from that questionable angle. Let me show you some of these comments, and trust me, netizens are not holding back. The outrage, ladies and gentlemen, is only growing. People are calling the shot invasive and unacceptable. Now, former Aussie star Matthew Hayden's wild promise that he'd walk naked around the Melbourne cricket ground if Joe Root failed to score a century in Australia this Ashes has triggered a hilarious reaction from his daughter Grace Hayden. Right after Root smashed that much-awaited taunt, Grace took to Instagram to post a cheeky message. "Root, thank you, you've saved all our lives." That single post caught fire online, and suddenly it wasn't just a story, it was social media gold. Now, ahead of Ashes 2025-26 tour, Matthew Hayden, who is known for his bold style and a sense of humor, made perhaps the most memorable pre-series bet in the recent memory. On a podcast, he declared, "I will walk naked around MCG if Joe Root does not make 100 this summer." Needless to say, the comment immediately went viral. It wasn't just about trash talk or rivalry. It added that hilarious twist to the tension around Root's century trot in Australia. Now, fans and critics alike began following Root's innings with some extra amusement, half expecting the improbable, but fully invested. When Joe Root finally broke through a century in Australia, Grace Hayden did not hold back. She admitted it was the first time she was actually rooting for an Englishman in the Ashes series. She also dropped a very cheeky warning to her dad, vowing that she would disown him if he ever made another naked stadium promise again. Watch this.
Those here in the Ashes, Joe Root scored a century, win-win situation for you?
Yes, it was definitely a win-win for my family personally. Obviously, I'm so stoked for the Aussies. It's just how we roll. That's how we want the Ashes to go. Hopefully, it's just a wash of the Aussies taking it all out. But I was so grateful that Root scored 100. It was the first time in my life I've ever thought I wanted an Englishman to do well in an Ashes series. But Root, oh my goodness, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm disowning my father if he honestly says he's going to run naked around anything ever again.
And as you'd expect, the internet went wild. Grace's Instagram post spread fast and social media users had an absolute field day. Memes, jokes and cheers poured in, many celebrating Root's milestone, others poking fun at Hayden's daring bet. On Reddit, one user summed up the collective vibe. Root saved Hayden's dignity this ashes. Meanwhile, other users too thanked Root wholeheartedly for saving what could have been a little too much for everyone's eyes. Now, not all's right in the MAGA universe, viewers. This, as a right-wing podcaster, Tim Pool unleashed a furious tirade this week, ripping into his fellow conservatives in an expletive-filled live stream. Pool, who rose to fame during Occupy Wall Street movement, said that he's done with the faction, accusing them of feeding chaos, conspiracy theories, and tearing down organizations from inside. The frustration was palpable, and anyone watching could feel it. During the Timcast IRL stream, Pool did not hold back. He claimed Turning Point USA was being gutted by the people spreading wild conspiracies about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now, his statement painted a picture of chaos. The organization that helped get Donald Trump elected is being gutted by psychopaths telling people to pull their donations. Yes, viewers, this live stream was majorly a venting ground for Pool. He was evidently furious as he laid down a narrative of MAGA internal sabotage. Pool's anger soon focused squarely on the conservative commentator Candace Owens. His rant soon gave way to expletives as he called her degenerate. In a malicious fit, he accused her of gleefully burning down bridges while making everyone else pay the price. Now, according to him, many other conservatives quietly agreed with his sentiment, but few had the guts to call her out, leaving Pool to bear the brunt of the confrontation himself. And in his eyes, it's not hard to see why he was so fired up. Because Owens had stirred the pot months ago, questioning the official story of Charlie Kirk's murder and hinting at internal drama at Turning Point USA. She cast a doubt on the involvement of suspect Tyler Robinson, leaving room for speculation about what really happened behind the scenes. Now, Pool's rant here would probably be more of a direct, albeit delayed response, a way of defending the organization in his own sense of order against her comments or what he made out as attacks. Now, Owens, for her part, did not exactly escalate things online. She simply shared Pool's rant and added a little ironic seasoning. Her response, a masterclass in what it takes to retort with sharp, concise, and an oh-so-sweet quip, leaving the internet to do the rest. Now, hot off the plate and straight to your screens. What's viral, what's buzzing, and what's got the internet talking? Ladies and gentlemen, here are the hot trends of the day. Hollywood actor and popular TV host Terry Crews sent Indian social media into an absolute frenzy after he posted a photograph with Bollywood superstar Ranveer Singh on 8th of December. Terry shared the picture on Instagram where both the stars were seen posing like boxers, radiating their signature high-energy personas. He captioned it, "Me and the great Ranveer Singh at Abu Dhabi. Congrats on Dhurandhar." The post went viral within minutes, sparking excitement across the internet. Talking about unexpected crossovers, earlier today, Kartik Aaryan treated fans to a fun-loving surprise, a selfie with Hollywood legend Johnny Depp. The duo met at the Red Sea Film Festival, which began in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on December 4th. The prestigious film festival will be concluding on December 13th. In this picture, Kartik sports his signature playful grin, while Johnny keeps it cool with an iconic beanie and sunglasses and a cigar in his hand. In the caption, Kartik Aaryan wrote, "Pirates of Red Sea, Jack Sparrow with Rhubarba." Jack Sparrow, of course, is Johnny Depp's famous character from Disney Pirates of the Caribbean series. Rhubarba, on the other hand, is Kartik's quirky character from Bhool Bhulaiya 2 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Three Idiots does not need an introduction. It was nearly 15 years ago on Christmas when the movie was released. Now, the iconic film, directed by Rajkumar Hirani, left a deep impact on audiences' mind. It was widely appreciated by both fans and critics alike. Now, a report by a media portal has revealed that the makers are planning a sequel with the same cast. The ICC has approached Netflix along with Sony Pictures Networks India and Amazon Prime Video to explore a potential takeover of media rights for the ICC events. This comes right after JioStar, the current media rights holder, informed the ICC of its intent to withdraw from the agreement ahead of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup next year. JioStar's decision is reportedly due to financial losses, with the company doubling its provisions for expected losses on sports contract to 25,760 crore in 2024 to 25. Cricketer Virat Kohli is selling his sportswear brand 18 to Agilita Sports, the vertically integrated manufacturing to retail sports platform founded by Abhishek Ganguly. Now, as part of the transaction, Virat Kohli joins Agilitas as an investor and a co-founder of 18. He's also set to invest rupees 40 crore in the brand to acquire a minority stake in the company. Now, in one of the more delightfully bizarre kids will be kids moment to hit the internet, an 8-year-old boy in eastern China accidentally turned his mom's gold necklace into a classroom giveaway. Unaware of its actual value, the boy reportedly snapped the necklace using his teeth no less, and handed out the shiny fragments to his classmates like party favors. The family did not notice for nearly a month until a classmate casually mentioned their gold gift during a parent conversation. Cue instant shock, confusion, and a wildly awkward follow-up with the child. When asked, the boy confessed, matter-of-factly explaining why he thought the necklace looked nice and that giving away seemed like a nice and kind thing to do. No malice, just pure 8-year-old logic. Kapil Sharma found himself in middle of a nostalgia-soaked debate after a fan on X lamented that the Kapil Sharma show just isn't the same on OTT. The fan wrote, when the show used to come on TV, every family had a fixed plan for Saturday and Sunday. Everyone could watch it together. But ever since it moved to OTT, he says, we aren't able to watch together anymore. Kapil Sharma responded with a light nudge saying, but now I think you can watch according to your schedule. A fair point in the streaming age, but not one that has satisfied everyone. Many users, in fact, disagreed, arguing that convenience cannot replace the old school charm of the whole family piling onto the couch at a fixed time. For them, joy wasn't just the jokes, it was the shared laughter and the collective routine that the weekend ritual TV used to create. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. managed to hijack the spotlight at the Reagan National Airport on Monday, and that had nothing to do with speeches, policies, or even politics. As the Trump administration prepared to unveil its new travel initiative, Kennedy casually strolled up to a pull-up bar that had been set up near the departures hall. Passengers quickly gathered around, counting along with every rep that he did. By the time he hit the 20, he dropped to the floor, adjusted his tie, and gave a short nod as if it was all part of the plan. The clip of him doing the push-ups spread viral across all social media platforms and launched of a policy event into an unexpected viral moment.
We are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies.
Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from headline grabbers to what's buzzing, fast trends of the day on your screens. A was spotted casually cooking a full-fledged meal right in the middle of a highway. Netizens instantly lit up the comments, saying that civic sense is a luxury in India. The roadside looked like a pop-up kitchen. Utensils, veggies, groceries spread all over. And the best part, when asked, the lady confidently said, this part of the road is for cooking and resting. Now moving to the Indore airport, where a woman has accused Air India employee of snatching her boarding pass without a word of explanation. The video has blown up online, raising some serious questions about how the airline is training its staff. And even worse, the passenger says that a security guard was standing right there and he did absolutely nothing. Big Boss contestant Zishan met with a minor car accident while returning from the gym. The mishap involved an elderly couple traveling in the other car, but thankfully, no one was hurt. Of course, there were no injuries on either side, just some minor damage to the car. Zishan hasn't put out any official statement for now, and the police are still looking into the matter. However, no official case has been registered in this incident. South African singer-songwriter Tyler just stepped into Indian couture, wrapped up in a stunning sari designed by none other than Nancy Tyagi. Nancy says that the experience was beautiful, a chance to blend cultures through couture and create something rooted in Indian heritage while still matching Tyler's bold global style. The young designer also expressed gratitude for getting the opportunity to showcase Indian craftsmanship on such a massive international canvas. Donald Trump is now hinting at fresh tariffs on agricultural imports with Indian rice and even Canadian fertilizers in the spotlight. The move, he suggests, is meant to protect American farmers, a core part of his support base, who have been feeling the heat of the existing trade policy. He even questioned why is India being allowed to dump their rice in the US, a remark that is already stirring up chatter across global trade circuits. Now, a shocking incident from Chamba, Himachal Pradesh is now all over the social media. A house roof collapsed right in the middle of a wedding celebration. The viral video shows dozens of guests crashing down as they were taking part in festivities. Jatra, a traditional cultural program, was being performed on the roof when it suddenly gave way. Commentator Nick Futons has ignited fresh outrage after using a racist slur against Usha Vance, the wife of US politician J.D. Vance. He confronted on the live TV by Pierre Morgan. Futons defended his words as the honest answer, even laughing off the accusations of racism. The clip has since then gone viral, sparking condemnation from across the political spectrum. He urged the Election Commission to take electoral transparency seriously, calling duplicate voters a serious concern and labelling vote chori as an anti-national act. In fact, Rahul Gandhi also warned the EC of potential retroactive action and adding, "We will come and find you." The remarks have, of course, sparked a debate, putting the spotlight back on electoral integrity ahead of the upcoming polls. A light-hearted moment in Lok Sabha Speaker as Speaker Om Birla caught an MP snacking mid-session. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was speaking when the hungry parliamentarian began munching away. Birla, of course, did not miss a beat and quipped, "Khane peene ka program band karo."
ये माननीय सदस्यगण यहाँ खाने पीने का प्रोग्राम मत बढ़ाओ, बंद करो थैलियाँ।
मैं तो माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय किसानों की बात कर रहा हूँ जिनके कारण खाना पीना होता है।
नहीं आपसे नहीं कह रहा हूँ, मैं इधर खा रहे
खा भी इसलिए रहे हैं कि किसान पैदा कर रहा है और हम बीजों की नई नई किस्में तैयार कर रहे हैं।
ये वो चीज नहीं खा रहे।
अब ये विशेष क्या खा रहे हैं माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे इसकी जब जानकारी नहीं है।
ये माननीय सदस्यगण यहाँ खाने पीने का।
The Vande Mataram debate in Rajya Sabha continued for the second day today. And the Union Home Minister Amit Shah pushed back opposition claims that the special discussion on the 150th anniversary of the song was politically timed ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections. But what exactly did he say and how did the opposition leaders respond? Let's take a closer look.
Speaking in the upper house, Union Home Minister Amit Shah raised many questions against the opposition. He slammed the opposition over their claim that NDA used Vande Mataram as a discussion topic ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections.
जिनको आज वंदे मातरम की चर्चा क्यों हो रही है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने नए सिरे से अपनी समझ पर ही सोचने की जरूरत है। कुछ लोगों को इसमें दिखता है कि बंगाल में चुनाव आने वाला है इसलिए वंदे मातरम की चर्चा हो रही है। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन को बंगाल के चुनाव के साथ जोड़कर कम करना चाहते हैं।
He also highlighted the political appeasement of Vande Mataram by the opposition when the song completed its 50 years.
तो 150वां साल है। अब हम थोड़ा पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं मान्यवर, जब वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए तब क्या हुआ? वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए, देश आजाद नहीं हुआ था और वंदे मातरम की स्वर्ण जयंती हुई 1937 में। तब जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने वंदे मातरम के 2 टुकड़े कर उसको 2 अंतरों तक सीमित करने का काम किया।
Amit Shah further attacked the opposition, stating that when the song's Golden Jubilee arrived, Jawaharlal Nehru split it into 2 parts. Meanwhile, responding to Amit Shah's remarks, Mallikarjun Kharge started off his speech with Vande Mataram and went on to criticize Amit Shah for accusing Jawaharlal Nehru.
वंदे वंदे वंदे
कि 1937 में नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मूल वंदे मातरम गीत से महत्वपूर्ण पद हटा दिए थे। जब आप मुस्लिम लीग के साथ मिलकर गवर्नमेंट किए, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी और मुस्लिम लीग मिलकर आपने बंगाल में जो गवर्नमेंट की, कहाँ गया था देशभक्ति? कहाँ गया था आपका देशभक्ति?
Amit Shah further stated that suppression of the Vande Mataram started during Indira Gandhi's era.
सबको था कि 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, 100 साल मनाए जाएंगे, मगर 100 साल हुआ तब वंदे मातरम का महिमा मंडन का सवाल ही नहीं था, क्योंकि वंदे मातरम बोलने वाले जो सारे लोग थे उनको इंदिरा जी ने जेल में बंद कर दिया। इस देश में आपातकाल लगाया गया, आपातकाल लगाया गया। विपक्ष के लाखों लोगों को, लाखों समाज सेवियों को, स्वयंसेवी संगठन के लोगों को जेल में भर दिया गया। कोई कारण के बगैर अखबारों पर ताले लगा दिए गए, यहां तक कि आकाशवाणी में उस वक्त एक ही माध्यम था, आकाशवाणी में किशोर कुमार की आवाज ही नहीं आती थी, ड्यूएट गाने भी लता जी की आवाज में ही आते थे।
Adding on, he alleged that several indie bloc leaders had historically refused to sing Vande Mataram and walked out of the Lok Sabha when the song was sung.
साहब, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्थिति देखिए। जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी के अधिवेशनों की शुरुआत गुरुवर टैगोर जैसे लोग वंदे मातरम गाकर कराते थे। वंदे मातरम कांग्रेस पार्टी के आजादी के आंदोलन का एक मंत्र बना था। वो वंदे मातरम के महिमा मंडन करने के लिए जब लोकसभा में चर्चा हुई, गांधी परिवार के दोनों सदस्य नदारद थे, 2 में से एक भी।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा Arpora मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies.
Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला।
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा Arpora मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, जी का ब्लड आ रहा है, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why Indigo and the chaos only emphasizes the need to act immediately against monopolies, duopolies and oligopolies. At 9 o'clock tonight, how did the Lutra brothers responsible for killing people in Goa get away on an Indigo flight when nobody else could? It's that aha moment, ladies and gentlemen, that aha moment when you realize that the government has finally understood the biggest problem in this country. And what is the biggest problem in this country, ladies and gentlemen? Among others, among many other problems we are facing these days, the falling rupee, the Indigo chaos, the high AQI, is one problem which is at the core of many things in this country. And today the Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, had to finally acknowledge what is the core of the problem. The core of the problem, ladies and gentlemen, is monopoly, duopoly, which if unchecked leads to oligopoly. Today, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu said no airline, however large, will be permitted to cause such hardship to passengers through planning failures, non-compliance or non-adherence to statutory provisions. He said safety is non-negotiable, but that's not the point. The point is this. What the minister is not addressing is, how does one airline become so large? How does it become so arrogant that it takes both the government and the passengers for a ride, and that it refuses to comply with rules set for it by the elected government of India, and that happens only when we have a duopoly or monopoly situation. There are many people who want to avoid the core issue, and the reality is most media houses do not have the guts, G-U-T-S, guts, to talk about the real issue. And the real issue is that the Indigo chaos is a reflection, a manifestation, a symptom of the bigger problem of growing monopolies and duopolies in our great nation, where you, the people of India, will be taken for granted by monopolies and duopolies who are answerable only to their profit margins, because they say we want to amass the entire market. And by amassing the entire market, we'll be more important than the government of India, we'll be more important than the people of India. We will be the rulers of India, and we'll rule because we have a monopoly and a duopoly and an oligopoly, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't this exactly what Republic has been saying since the Air India crash? 272 people died on the 12th of June. And I said then, and I'm saying it now, that Air India was not answerable to the people of India. And I said it then and I'm saying it now. Air India and Indigo control too much of market share. That's why Air India was effectively not answerable. After killing 272 people, they got away. The government was not half as tough with them as they should have been. And the government is not a quarter as tough with Indigo as it should be. Keep the graphics out. Because the chaos and the pain that you have been through in the case of Indigo is an example of what monopolies and duopolies will do to the people of this country. This is the anatomy of monopoly and duopoly. And monopolies, duopolies, oligopolies can break a democratic nation. The government of India should see Indigo as a manifestation of a bigger problem. The government of India should realize its answerabilities to the people of India and not to the people who run the monopolies, duopolies, and oligopolies. Today, this crisis is on the 8th day. But if Indigo has an effective monopoly, then is aviation the only sector where there are silent monopolies that have been built? Or is aviation one of the many sectors where you have a giant problem being built up, but the government is looking the other way? The government saying it's all right, things are working, why should we be concerned? And I'm saying to the government, things are working, but at what price to the people of India? The government is saying the businesses are working, the people shouldn't be concerned. And I'd say to the government, wherever there is a monopoly, wherever there is 1 or 2 or 3 significant sellers, no substitutes, where there are high entry barriers, the government knows that effective or near effective control over supply, pricing and consumer choice is taken by these companies. And then the consumer has nowhere to go. Now, who should the consumer turn to but to the government of India? But the government of India surely is aware. You see, ladies and gentlemen, monopolies do not help market growth. We talk about Viksit Bharat. We cannot have Viksit Bharat without a level playing field. We cannot have Viksit Bharat without all Indians being equal. We cannot have Viksit Bharat without consumers being empowered. Monopolies, duopolies, oligopolies have never helped any market growth. It only concentrates wealth and power in the hands of a few. We keep talking about what Google is doing. I'm sure the government of India is concerned about what Google is doing. In fact, the government of India knows that a couple of years ago, companies like Google were accused by Indian startups of imposing 30+% commission on in-app payments, throttling competition. Dozens of Indian founders had written to the government saying one platform's dominance can decide whether an Indian startup lives or dies. The Competition Commission of India had to launch investigations, court cases followed. But how come we are concerned about Google as a monopoly or a potential monopoly, but not concerned about what's happening within our country? It's a logical question. At some point, someone would ask this question. Would you allow a monopoly in the achar or pickle market? Would you allow a monopoly in the stationery market? Would you allow a monopoly in the textile market? No, the answer is no. Then how do we, would you allow a monopoly in the health sector? Would you allow a monopoly in the pharma sector? Would you allow a monopoly in the dairy sector? Big dairy giants like Amul, I'm told, have 75% of the milk market, 85% of the butter market, 2/3 of the cheese market. We all celebrate. But is that actually good? I'm not sure. What about monopolies and potential monopolies in energy, in aviation, in all other sensitive sectors in this country? Ladies and gentlemen, we are for the free market. The free market cannot allow the concentration of wealth and power. It defeats competition. It undermines the very essence of a free market. Should the government do more to end monopolies? Absolutely. Because without strict regulation and without conscious regulation, without the bureaucrats of our country doing conscious regulation, without the bureaucrats of our country coming together with strategic thinkers and thinking 20 years ahead. Will a monopoly in this sector be good, that sector be good, that sector be good? You can't be status quoist. If we are going to be Viksit Bharat, we can't be Viksit Bharat in our thinking, but status quoist in our actions. We cannot. If we want to look the other way, it's our choice. But the Indigo example tells us that monopolies, duopolies, oligopolies quietly dictate prices. They dictate quality. And they dictate consumer choice. And then they start dictating to the elected government of 1.5 billion people. Just imagine how dangerous this is for the common man. I know that the rest of the media will not ask this question. But are monopolies dangerous to the common man? Let there be a public national debate on this. Absolutely, undeniably, they inflate costs, they reduce options, and they often exploit consumers. Should the Parliament of India intervene to stop monopolies? Should the Government of India and the Parliament of India work together if the regulatory bodies have failed? Yes, because lawmakers must act decisively to prevent complete or near complete market dominance from harming citizens and small businesses. Imagine two companies come together and do a pricing mechanism which impacts everyone in the country. People don't have a choice. People can't stop consuming, so they will accept the prices that are being offered to them. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, Air India, because it is owned by Tata, can go to the government and effectively ask for subsidies and closure of losses incurred due to Pakistan airspace closure. Now, this morning I was told that Donald Trump said that why is Indian rice being dumped in American markets? Now, Donald Trump is taking a decision based upon a strategic global situation of which an Indian rice exporter will probably be impacted. The Indian rice farmer will be impacted. Can an Indian rice farmer go to the government of India and say, well, you know, strategic things globally are impacting me, please give me subsidies, subsidize my losses? They can't, but Air India can. Is this fair? I am only for the principle of what is fair and what is not fair. I ask you today, regardless of whether you are BJP, Congress, AAP, left or any party, are monopolies good? Ladies and gentlemen, we talk of a startup culture. Are monopolies for India's startup culture? Giants control markets. Giants will deal with political parties. New ventures, entrepreneurship will struggle to survive or scale. Dominant players, near dominant players will block innovation, discourage risk-taking, absorb talent. Because unable to build, they will try to buy. Does this help India's startup culture? The government should start thinking now. I believe there should be a national debate on monopolies and near monopolies. The government should be promoting startups, not monopolies. Policies, incentives, protections can level the playing field, nurture innovation. You see, the aviation mess is a manifestation of the growing problem of monopolies in India. One company has 60% market share. Two companies have 90% market share. I ask you tonight, ask yourself, is aviation the only such sector? Or are monopolies, duopolies and oligopolies emerging in other sectors as well? And what is the responsibility of the government of India to stop this? Should all critical sectors not be protected from monopolies? Absolutely. Healthcare, aviation, energy, essentials cannot be left to corporate dominance. Should the government do more to protect citizens from monopolies? Absolutely. Pricing oversight, consumer rights, legal frameworks are not to be mentioned in technicality, you see, viewers. Because if you ask the bureaucracy of India, if you ask the politicians of India, even if you ask the ruling government of India, do you have a problem with monopolies? They'll say, no, nothing. But then I ask them tonight, if there is nothing, what was the Indigo case? Now apply the Indigo duopoly case study into other sectors and ask yourself, should an anti-monopoly commission be set up in India? I am for all good debates. One nation, one poll, uniform civil code are radical changes this country needs. But let me add a third to it. And let this be debated nationally. Should there be an anti-monopoly commission? Should the Prime Minister of India appoint an anti-monopoly commission, anti-duopoly commission, anti-oligopoly commission that at an incipient level identifies where the risks of such trends are emerging in our so-called free market economy and understands the long-term sociological risks, political risks, economic risks, strategic risks of too much authority in a few hands? We must have a dedicated anti-monopoly commission that can monitor, investigate, curb at an incipient and latent level market dominance due to monopolistic behavior. It is not for the government to be defensive and say, well, you know, it's market economics that there are one or two companies. No, it's not market economics. It is not market economics. It is various factors. And it is the responsibility of the government and the advisors to the government to say, Indigo is a manifestation of a bigger problem. Human beings inherently in economic activity will look for their personal interest. It is for the government of India to look for national interest. Republic believes only in one thing, national interest. And I hope that you support what I am saying today. If for no other reason, because I think it should make absolute sense to all of us. We are all vested in the nation. And the nation is for all. Let's debate.
For the first time ever, the government of India was forced to acknowledge the tyranny of monopolies and duopolies in the country.
Through our policies, we are encouraging more new airlines to start and operate in India, ensuring fair access to airport capacity and eliminating any possibility of duopoly, controlling connectivity and pricing in our skies. More airlines mean more choice, more affordability, and more resilience for the passengers.
The Civil Aviation Minister's statement is not just an acknowledgement, but an admission. The Indigo mess is just one manifestation of the threat of monopolies and duopolies. While Indigo controlling over 60% market share has exposed the fault lines in the power monopolistic players can exert on regulators, other sectors are not behind. In telecom, two companies control 80% of the subscriber share. In FMCG sectors like milk, in the organized sector, big cooperative brands have breached the 75% mark. In defense, India has understood the need to diversify from Russia, bringing down imports from 70% to 36%. But shouldn't all critical sectors be protected from monopolies? Is it time for the Parliament to intervene? In an attempt to trip down Indigo in the wake of the crisis, the DGCA today reduced its flight operations by 10%. But will this be enough for an airline that has monopoly over 600 routes in the nation? The crisis of predatory and non-predatory monopolies and duopolies is real. Is it time for Parliament to step in and go more for startups and citizens?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can't have a situation where monopolies are the practice and startups are the ornament. Startups cannot be the ornamental part of our country's business if the effective reality is growing monopolies, duopolies, and oligopolies. And I would only begin with a very humble statement that Indigo case should make the government of India wake up. What was the government doing till now? It didn't realize it has allowed a duopoly. You will say that, oh, you got small players, small aviation players in insignificant areas, part of the Udan scheme, so that you can show that you got so many airlines. So one small player flying somewhere in Northeast on one route is adding to your sense of diversity. But the commercially big routes are all for Indigo, Air India, let them take the money, let them make the money. But dikhane ke liye we'll show some small airline somewhere. It's like, you know, you will have the entire Indian major sectors, you know, run by big, giant companies, but dikhane ke liye you will show one startup here, one startup there, one startup here. Not good for the country. I'd like to start with those defending the government. Sushil Kedia, Lokesh Jindal, Satya Kumar and Sanjay Kumar of the JDU. And on the other side tonight, Captain Anil Rao is General Secretary of the Airline Pilots Association, Santosh Mehrotra, economist, Faizan Kidwai of the Samajwadi Party, and Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party. Okay, who do we start with? Lokesh, is the government not seeing the problem? Indigo was a reflection of the growing monopoly-duopoly problem in India. Agree or disagree?
Absolutely not, Arnab. There was a time when we had a lot of budget airlines in the country. And over a period of time, we saw that there was an exit by other airlines because of various factors. There was aviation, turbine fuel, and moreover, Rule 137. It requires DGCA to put a cap and rationalize the rates that are charged by the airlines to make sure that the consumer interests are not compromised. Now, your entire argument, Arnab, over here is that the government must introduce some form of a cap with respect to the market share, some form of a scheme, because right now we do not have any form of an entry barrier. See, monopoly is when the government introduces some form of entry barriers.
No, government will not introduce. Lokesh, when two companies form a duopoly, they will introduce an entry barrier at some point of time or the other because of their cannibalistic nature. It's not the government. No, I want to, one minute. Santosh Mehrotra, he's saying, so what if two companies dominate everything? The government has not introduced an entry barrier for smaller players to come in. My argument is, if two companies control 80+%, there is no room for a smaller player.
No. This is
Santosh Mehrotra.
Absolutely right. Your response was absolutely right to this gentleman. The government is not going to put any barriers. It's the two biggest players who are going to put barriers. It is obvious that that's what they are going to do. But I think you're absolutely right that this country has seen a failure of the Competition Commission of India. Yeah, let's just look back at what we used to have in the License Permit Raj period. We used to have the MRTP, the Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, and that proved to be a failure and that was done away with. So we don't want to go back to the period of License Permit Raj on the one hand. However, the last 35 years have clearly shown a growing concentration, and I can name the sectors in which the concentration, as you were rightly pointing out, has been growing. Telecoms, you've already mentioned. I think cement has to be mentioned. Steel has to be mentioned. Tires has to be mentioned. FMCG has to be mentioned. E-commerce has to be mentioned. And of course, in the renewable sector, we now have the big boys. The Godi Sets are very much there. So we have seen a massive concentration of manufacturing and in the broad industry sector. And the Competition Commission of India, I'm sorry to say, which has been in existence, has been a miserable failure. If that had not been a miserable failure, we wouldn't be where we are. But let's just go back to the airline sector and why we got to where we have gotten to. Clearly, the government and its regulator was failing while it was enabling and allowing one player to reach mammoth proportions. In a growing economy and a growing aviation sector, we had Indigo capturing 65%, not 60%, 65% of the market share. So the recent action after the extremely poor behavior of Indigo they're saying, oh, we are sorry in full-page advertisements, just doesn't do it for anyone. The fact of the matter is, there has to be another commission now which either replaces the Competition Commission or we decide to strengthen the teeth of the Competition Commission of India, because the Competition Commission has essentially become yet another court in India.
Now, why did the Competition Commission not look at this Indigo monopoly, for example, which raises a question, how many other such monopolies would it not have looked at? Would it not have looked at?
Should have, and that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. No,
so,
obviously it
so how is all this happening? One minute. Sushil, will we become Vikasit Bharat or Monopoly Bharat?
I beg your permission that I need 2 minutes to lay out the debate better. See, it seems like a very prejudiced debate right from the beginning. First, the historical facts. In last 100 years of aviation, name how many companies in this world have survived as a big airline for a long period of time. Airlines inherently is a very volatile, unstable business, and survivability of airlines is low. Point number one. Point number two.
Changing on the left.
If there is a duopoly which is causing this, if there's duopoly which is causing this, even the airlines did not collude to create this crisis. So duopoly.
You think Indigo? You think Indigo would have the guts if they did not have a monopoly situation? What are you saying?
No.
You think Indigo is a charitable organization? Did the government allow it or not allow it?
Existence of duopolies is definitely another problem.
How many other duopolies are there in India?
But this crisis.
I am asking tonight that will you allow a monopoly even in the manufacture of pencils? No. But all the critical sectors which have been mentioned by Santosh Mehrotra, can you deny there are monopolies and duopolies working?
Altogether. That's a separate point altogether.
No. Why are there monopolies growing in this country? Why does the government not do enough in an incipient stage to stop monopolies?
We cannot rule out possibilities of some intense conspiracy in this. See, Gangwal, one of the core promoters, sold out 50,000 crores worth of his stock.
I don't care about conspiracy theories, Faizan. Faizan, I am on a fundamental issue. See, I am very happy if you think all the monopoly players are growing to make a lot of money. All of you people will invest in the markets and then you'll make money. But it's for a small part of people. I am speaking for the large majority of Indians. The large monopoly is a situation where one company, two company, or a cartel of companies dominates or controls a significant share of a particular industry. Right? Then there is not enough choice for the consumer or the aam aadmi or the voter. Voter to politician samajh jayenge na? Then that monopolistic entity has substantial market power, allowing them to influence market conditions. Sometimes these companies become more powerful than the government of India.
Correct, they are.
We have to be very careful about how did Indigo dare to do this?
I'll tell you, Mr. Goswami.
Faizan is on the debate. Are we supposed not to ask questions? Are we supposed not to ask questions?
Let me respond, sir. You said something, let me rebut kindly. First of all, you said to Mr. Goswami that this seems a very biased debate. So unfortunately, the only thing biased here is the government's attitude towards Indigo. The airlines is playing with the lives of ordinary citizens. No, don't speak in between. Ordinary citizens, but the government doesn't care. Mr. Goswami, you very rightly pointed out the Indian aviation sector is not only suffering from duopoly, but monopoly also. There's an Indian Express report. I was reading it today. Out of the 950 routes on which Indigo operates, 63% of them it has complete monopoly.
Sushil!
And 21%.
Big fight tonight! Open the lines!
So this leaves only 16% for other players. This
open the lines!
Destroys the level playing field. Why is the government doing that? Maybe because of the 11 crores.
You got to explain how do you explain this bias towards Indigo?
From these aviation sector. And sir, I just want to pinpoint this, that every pro-government individual who's coming here, first of all, BJP individuals are not showing up. They are pushing their alliance partners to get humiliated. So it's very sharp of Bharatiya Janata Party to the alliance partners. Sir, you people have been made the scapegoats. Unfortunate for you. So, Mr.
So this is again a statement born out of dirty politics.
Open the lines!
There should be high level.
Open the
lines!
And
very
uncivic remark.
Regulator cannot escape accountability. Now, would you please tell me, I am reading, this is an Economic Times report, kindly, gentlemen. You support Bharatiya Janata Party, please tell me. There was standing committee report which was tabled in March 2025. It told the government and warned the government that aviation ecosystem is collapsing, moving towards a critical inflection point. Work fast. Make rules for the pilots because they are getting overworked, and even ATCs, which has increased the risk of runway incursions, ground collisions, airborne conflicts. What does the government do? The DGCA doesn't implement the FDTL rules as it was supposed to. It allows the airlines to do whatever it feels like. And also should be noted, the committee also, Mr. Goswami should know, that it flagged serious regulatory gaps in high mountain flying regions like Himalayan regions. It said, imagine, Mr. Goswami, all the pilots who are flying in these mountain regions, they do not have mandatory flying certification. They are flying without certification, risking the lives of the passengers. Who should be held responsible?
No, we have this view today. We have this growing view today. Faizan, I'll put it in terms that bankers like to use. A small farmer can commit suicide. Nothing happens. A kirana shop owner or a small electronics retailer can collapse if the input price gets affected. Nothing happens. But Indigo must not fail. Air India must not fail because they are too big to fail. The Anil Ambani rule, ladies and gentlemen. What did the consortium of banks say in the case of Anil Ambani? Oh, they are too big. And what did the Anil Ambani group? Today we are told that Anil Ambani's son has a case against him. And I asked, what was the government doing till a few years back in the Anil Ambani case? Did they not know? 1 minute, Satya. In the Anil Ambani case, Anil Ambani got legal recommendations from former chief justices saying no problem. And the government said no problem. And they dared to say that if we fall, the capital markets will be affected. We are too big to fail. The farmer, you see, Satya, is too small for anyone to care about. The farmer who commits suicide, the retailer who will be impacted. The small startup who is told failure should be our biggest learning. We tell the small startup there is honor in failure. But we tell the big monopoly company, you must never fail because you are too big to fail. How fair is that? How fair is that? How fair is that, I ask tonight? How fair is that for the people of India? Satya.
Arnab, government never ever promote monopoly. It is open for any
player they happen on their own
sector. Any player to come to sector. But the question is who has a capital? Who will plow the capital into the sector?
So why do you question Google? Why does the government question Google? Why does the government question Google? Google is bad, but Indian monopolies are good. Foreign monopolies are bad, but Indian monopolies are a sign of a growing Indian economy. Come on, Satya.
The sector requires a capital which is huge. So accordingly, only few players can participate.
Oh, okay. Somnath.
Government has tried its hands and burnt capital here, so they transfer the entire Air India.
And that's why the banks offer the capital to Anil Ambani.
Arnab.
That's why the banks offer the loans to Anil Ambani.
Arnab,
what are you saying?
Arnab,
I know my name.
With respect to Anil Ambani.
I know my name. Answer my question. Why did we not catch Anil Ambani earlier?
Arnab.
I know my name. I know my name. Don't keep saying Arnab. I'm asking a question here tonight. What is going on, Satya? Don't defend the indefensible.
No, definitely the monopoly is not promoted by the Modi government.
I'm saying monopolies happened on their own. The circumstances in our country are such. We are the thriving. We have the right ecosystem for developing monopolies.
It's set to grow.
Oh, okay. Like they
And
said at one
Indigo was
time,
said to be
like they
on
said there
time
is a lot of
for
pain. No, no, no.
states.
You know what they said about Gandhiji? They said, everyone on. You know what they said about Gandhiji? It takes a lot of money to keep Gandhi poor. My question tonight is this, that who were they not monopolies at that time who were controlling Indian business, who were funding the Congress party before independence? I am asking you tonight a fundamental question. Monopolies are not coming from thin air. Is Indigo not a manifestation of a monopoly, I say?
It happens because they are efficient and they raise. So accordingly, we need to bring more companies into the sector.
Oh,
so
we have to
who
bring
has the
more
capital
companies.
to
We have to
enter?
bring more companies. Okay. Which company?
The government is trying its best to open up the sector.
Which companies?
Come in, please.
Which companies would you like to bring into the
sector? In the sector.
No, which
Kingfisher
companies would you like to, their interest to
Jet
grow in the
Airways is a
sector?
failure
Which sector?
in the sector.
Which companies would you like to bring in? Please tell me.
Kingfisher, Jet Airways.
Oh, you want to bring
It
back
was all
Vijay
in the
Mallya,
Congress
everyone on.
government.
You want to bring back Vijay Mallya into the sector.
It was all in the Congress government. All these licenses are provided not with those companies which are performing.
I just feel that government of India should be concerned about monopolies are anti-people. Somnath Bharti. Somnath Bharti, please, of the AAP.
Arnab, I was listening very patiently, and let me say it with complete responsibility, that this Indigo fiasco is just the tip of the iceberg. And that's what you have been hinting at. And this is not limited to aviation sector. What is to be noticed now across all sectors in our nation is witnessing the same phenomenon. Let us take this, your aviation sector itself, Indigo and Air India, forming almost 92% of the business in the aviation sector, in the domestic sector. Telecom, you only have Jio and Airtel. UPI, you only have PhonePe and Google Pay forming 86% of the market. E-commerce, you have Amazon and Flipkart. Food delivery, Zomato and Swiggy. You have, and then to top it all, what do you have? Ports, airports, logistics and whatnot.
Everyone change.
That is monopoly of Adani Enterprises. Then you have taxi, Uber, Ola, retail, even cement has gone to Adani. And Arnab, to top it all, your media, only 4 to 5 corporate houses today control the narrative on the TV that what will be discussed, whether this is going to be discussed or not, please stop it. Don't intervene.
Sir, get your facts.
He's angry now. Full fight. Take out the top man. Bosses.
Across the media, you hardly have any competition.
License permit.
3-4 players.
Do you even know the meaning of monopoly?
It is not about license.
Getting distorted.
Digital news advertising.
Have you ever read
Google and Meta.
The Indian
So where is the competition?
I am just saying tonight, 1 minute. Lokesh, I say this.
Oversight comes
Lokesh, see, one monopoly company, the danger of monopolies today is such that I have had huge revelations from Indigo case.
What I see, it's all in thin air. Corporate-centered business is being created by BJP. Public is being neglected day in, day out. No, as you said, a small kirana shopkeeper dies, nobody cares. But if Indigo fails, the government is standing by them. If Reliance fails, government is standing by them. So
never government stood on the side of Indigo. Never government stood on the side of Indigo.
The mighty.
Satya! Immediately DGC should have noticed.
You are on your knees.
Satya! Indigo.
It's on the knees.
Where did the government stand on the side of Indigo? It is a wrong narrative that you are setting.
BJP government has shown.
This government never stood on the side of Indigo. Government stood on the side of the people. They should have noticed immediately. Unlike the Congress government.
All safety standards. Public is at risk today. Air India,
this sector as a strategic investment. Government has burnt money in the past.
Reason?
The Congress had did all the blunder And now we are talking about safety standard. Now this government is regulating, trying to push the private sector in the aviation sector.
No, today, I wish to make one point. One point. You see, one point. Satya, today is a very big acknowledgement by the central government, the Modi government, of the duopoly in the aviation sector. When the civil aviation minister stands up and he says, we will eliminate any possibility of duopoly. To the civil aviation minister, I would tell you, it's not a possibility, it is a reality. If you put blinkers on or you're pretending to be blind, Mr. Minister, it's not my fault. But the fact is there is a duopoly. Today, we'll be told if a telecom company collapses, airline company collapses, the government will be forced to intervene. I will give you the words of Manmohan Singh. 1 minute. When I ran Times Now, there was a sequence when Manmohan Singh was coming back from a foreign trip. And somebody showed me that clip. I'll tell you a story. When Manmohan Singh is explaining to people why he needs to help Vijay Mallya, because he says that it's a critical sector. If it collapses, people will be affected. So we are told that if a major telecom or airline company nears collapse, the government is forced to intervene, restructure dues, relax norms and offer relief. But the dominant company can threaten job losses, threaten service disruption, threaten market instability, threaten financial contagion, threaten political embarrassment, threaten harming the people of India. Are we a democracy? These are significant questions, Sanjay.
No, we are not.
No, we cannot say today, if we are an effective democracy, we can't say we'll give subsidies to the people. We'll give them Manrega, we'll give them subsidies, we'll give them a pre-election subsidy, let them be happy, let the poor people be happy, let us give them free ration. But we'll allow two companies to run critical sectors.
This is not the first time, Mr. Goswami, that certain companies are having things their way.
No, first time or second time, I don't care, but it's bad, no, Faizan?
Right. Of course, this is very unfortunate, the way this monopoly and duopoly has...
I'm saying today we have chaos in aviation, tomorrow God knows which sector it will happen in.
Rather than apologizing on behalf of the government, if you are here on behalf of the government, you should understand the misery of ordinary citizens, what they are facing right now. They are stranded at the airports. Sir, you just try and understand, there might be a student who might be going to appear for an exam. Somebody might be going for a visa application. Somebody might be going...
Captain Anil Rao...
Somebody might be going to...
Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay of JDU.
We are very much saddened with the situation, what has happened, the Indigo fiasco, what has happened, and the trouble faced by the people, by the flyers. You know, we are really very, it's a very unfortunate situation for the entire country, not only for the government. But as a government, I think government is trying to get deeper into the issue, and even the DGCA and the ministry and even the parliamentary committee now. I think each part of the government is getting deeper into the issue, trying to understand the real problem. The minister has given a statement. It's not that government is like supporting one company or monopoly. It's having free, having existence of multiple companies is important, and that is why CCI has been created, and CCI has certain roles, and then there are other bodies. So it's very unfortunate what has happened, but government is trying its best to do...
Are you saying Competition Commission of India is effective?
It has to be.
Has to be. Are you saying it is effective?
It has to be,
has to be means what? Is it effective? Sanjay, today, nobody is being able to answer a straight question. I'm saying this is bad for people of India. Should the Modi government do more?
Of course. For the rights of the people of India.
Only thing is, in other monopolies are not so visible, but they are there. In aviation, the monopoly became very visible. The people are getting harassed in other areas also. But they are not in an airport, they are not fighting, they are not jostling for their luggage, so you pretend they are not there.
But if you look at, Arnav, if you look at consumer grievance redressal mechanism, the government has
What is the personal liability from CCI on CEOs or promoters? What is the collection of penalties since 2011? 96% of penalties remain unpaid. CCI has powers to investigate cartels, but has it actually done that? How long do CCI investigations take? Satya, Sushil, what did CCI do about the aviation monopoly?
There is a due process of law.
A due process of law?
One simple...
Sushil, I can't see him, yeah.
Simple point I want to make. There's only one simple point I want to make.
Notice on Indigo. I don't deny a fact. There has to be regulation on the aviation sector, especially after this episode, where the government is trying to do its best.
Satya, listen to me. I'll make up the regulatory toolkit. Sushil, everyone on. The regulatory toolkit of 2000 cannot handle the algorithmic capitalism of 2025. People are suffering. People are suffering. People, you want me to open the lines? People are suffering a lot. Political parties will realize after some time they've got a shock this time because of Indigo. I want to go to Captain Anil Rao. He'll tell us how the monopolies are being misused by Indigo. He said today in a letter, he's president of the Powerful Airline Pilots Association. He's secretary, general secretary. He said that, selective treatment is being given to Indigo. You can be brutally frank with us. How is the government giving selective treatment to Indigo, sir?
Thank you very much, Arnab. With the little short time I have got here to talk here, I think it is little misunderstood about our statement. It is not about monopoly or selectively giving dispensation to Indigo. The dispensations have been given to all operators, but depending upon what they had got that. If you see how the dispensation was given or how the FDTL was implemented, it was implemented in many phases. Many phases implementation itself was a dispensation given. Then when the phase 2 came, dispensations were given beyond the FDTL car phase 2, which was the revision 2, and operators had applied or given their requirement for dispensations, where this whole catastrophic, huge, massive a disruption has happened because of the dispensation not going well with a particular airline. It's not about being monopoly or being a duopoly. It's about this could have happened any which ways. Now, had this thing was not happened, because as they say, they claim that there was a miscalculation, which we doubt, because all these schedules are pre-planned and given for approval to the DGCA, and then only they are implemented. Now, coming to the point that what we are saying is, if you are giving dispensation to one organization or one operator, then what is the harm giving to the dispensation for other operators in the future?
But that is the point. No, you have all monopolies, sir. It is about monopolies. Let me disagree with you, because this kind of special treatment is only given to players with a big amount of market dominance. They begin to have unnatural say over the regulator. Nobody wants the truth in our country. Now we have a nationalist collective member who's calling tonight. Should I open up the phone lines? We have N. Srinivas from Chennai. A lot of people calling tonight. All I want to do tonight is I want to give the people of this country a voice on the issue of monopolies, of monopolies, which are extremely unfair. I have Gurbir Khera. He's a professor and he's a nationalist collective member. He's a chartered financial analyst by profession. Tell me, sir, what do you think about the growing trend? I said that Indigo is a manifestation of the monopoly trend in India.
So thanks to the privilege, Arnab. You are really the pride of the common man, or India or nation wants to know whatever. You are doing such a great work. We all know it. But government got to be proactive. The worst part is that I don't know why they have that superiority complex. They don't come and accept their mistake and improve upon it. It's a simple thing. I don't know why they are defending themselves. Even I was coming by a flight. Thank God I was not that time flying back to Delhi. There have to be something there. Regulation should be strict. Duopolies should be broken. Even I was discussing today itself with my students. I am teaching at Fastima at the moment. Even they were with you. We had our own debate in our classroom. Something has to be done.
Can we start an anti-monopoly movement? Can we start an anti-monopoly movement?
They have to get the new players or whatever.
Should there be an anti-monopoly movement in India, Faizan?
No,
yes, sir.
Somnath?
For sure. Nobody should get favors. Everybody should get a level playing field. And if there's an organization which should be held accountable, and if there's a regulator which is controlled by the government, if the regulator fails, the government should be held accountable. If there is an industry which fails, the industry should also be held accountable.
Aviation is not the only monopoly situation, you know it.
People have to make sure
which act is preventing a level playing field.
Time has come to amend.
Please tell me one provision which is not giving a level playing field in aircraft sector.
Okay, one minute. Faizan is asking you a question. Faizan, Lokesh is asking you a question. Ask the question.
Faizan, I want to know. Tell me one act.
Faizan, Lokesh asking a question. I'm allowing it.
Ask you a question.
Faizan,
Lokesh, I'm asking you a question.
One act,
kindly listen
one
to me
policy which is preventing a level playing field.
Let's not talk about politics.
Sir, please listen to me.
Lokesh,
Listen to me.
2 years,
Listen to me.
why weren't these rules implemented?
Listen to me first,
why
please.
was Indigo given
Please, let me ask the
because
question.
this directly
Let me ask the
jeopardizes
question.
the safety of the passengers.
Can you tell me
the standing
one
committee
provision,
has
one
already
policy
tabled
measure
the report.
that
What was
is
stopping
not
us
allowing a level
from
playing
ensuring
field?
that
We have improved our ranking on the ease of doing business.
It had
We have allowed 100%
to
FDI in the aviation
its
sector.
workforce.
We have
Why did
allowed
Indigo do
all
that?
forms
And
of...
please kindly answer, the DGCA itself is understaffed. DGCA should have 1,063 staff members. It is running with 553. That means 510 short. When the DGCA itself is running short on staff, how could we expect that the regulator will question the airlines and ensure that the safety protocols are followed?
Regulator has now issued a show cause notice. The government cannot function as per the whims and fancies because it has to function as per the due process. They issued a show cause notice, and definitely Competition Commission of India exercising the abuse of dominant position. The Indigo, whatever the problem that they have created, the challenge that they have created.
I once broke a story. Let me tell you one thing. Sir. One minute. Let me mention a story. Let me mention a case. When I was editor-in-chief of and the founder of Times Now, I broke a story called the Devas ISRO scam. And then there was a press conference by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and Prime Minister Manmohan Singh asked me what is the problem, and I asked a question. And I wish I could play that clip. I think that clip is still there. Can I run the clip? Can someone run the old clip where I asked the Prime Minister the question? The Prime Minister said, what is the problem? I said, Mr. Prime Minister, at every level, it is the same group of people who are giving the clearances. Statutory clearances for one company and one decision of government are being given by the same bunch of individuals and same company. It is like saying the same company is the judge, jury and executioner in a commercial decision. This particular news report shook the foundations of the Manmohan Singh government. I'm not fibbing. I'll show you the clip. I have fought monopolies, and I fought the then Prime Minister of India, Manmohan Singh, on the issue of monopolies in the Devas ISRO scam. At that time, the BJP used to come and clap. Arnab is saying the right thing, right thing. Today, if I'm talking about monopolies, I'll become a bad guy. You all know this. I'll run the clip. Please think about what has happened in Indigo in the context of the Devas ISRO scam, Sushil.
Arnab?
No. That was cartelization. I fought it.
So Arnab, let's ask one question here. A critical question to everybody who's just baying for the blood of the government.
I'm not baying for the blood of the government. I am asking, a monopoly is good. Should the government not do more? Is that baying for blood?
Anybody who's angry at this current situation, why don't you spell out, these are the things I want the government to do?
Are you saying questions should no longer be asked?
No, I'm not at all saying that. I'm saying what are the answers? What do you think the
government
expect
corporate media to ask these questions or Republic to ask these questions?
Asking these questions is called gunning for.
Do you expect corporate media to ask these questions?
The way you think is pathetic.
Everybody currently in a state of jingoism should answer.
What is jingoism?
Everybody
is wrong.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You have the clip.
You are a pro-government lobby.
How long is it?
Airlines lobby. And you are here to...
One minute. Can I run a clip? One minute.
Government happy.
I tell you one thing. I tell you one thing. There is poor video quality in the next clip I'm going to play. Everyone on. I'll tell you one thing. The party in power may have changed. I have not changed. I'll show you the clip of the same question. Nature of question I asked the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Somnath Bharti listened to this question in the context of the Devasys Rao scam. It was at the press conference where the question was then to the Prime Minister of India. Please hear this.
These letters, they had no impact whatsoever on the processing of the case. On the contrary, PMO followed up its verbal reminders to the Department of Space by sending a letter to the Department of Space in October 2010 seeking a status of follow-up of the decision taken by the Space Commission in its July 2010 meeting. The matter was never raised by the German Minister of Foreign Affairs during his meetings with me in New Delhi on 18th October. I think some people have reported that German Foreign Minister raised it with me. There is no, I think, such meeting. The meeting did take place, but he never mentioned anything. It is a fact that meetings did take place between Devas and officials of the Department and spectrum having regard to the country's strategic requirement. I would like to mention that although the Space Commission...
Exact bite, but I remember the date February 16, 2011. That was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh answering my question. I'll play the question also. Somnath Bharti, these are the questions on the basis of which India Against Corruption got formed. So monopoly has been a big controversy in this country politically also, hasn't it?
No, I do remember. Basically, see, at least that time there was a transparency. There was an accountability. Somebody was answering, responding to your questions. Today you'll be blacked out. The moment you ask questions, you'll be blacked out. There could be an action against you. The problem is, this government is not people-centric. The government needs to be people-centric, not the corporate-centric. What is happening?
Sushil.
And the policy
just because the Indigo episode, don't say this government is
does
not
not come in envelopes of cash.
These are
Sushil, can I play that other clip? 1 minute. Now here's the question in the context of monopolies asked in 2011. Please listen to this question to the Prime Minister in 2011, please. Please hear this question. This is the question asked then.
Monopolies and duopolies.
Hear this.
Note for the cabinet from the department.
And now we know that they were still in backroom talks with the same blacklisted company till a few weeks back. In that context, Mr. Prime Minister, there are people who are in the know about a scam of a deal. They delayed action in the deal, and they continued some backroom talks, and we were told these talks are normal. Mr. Prime Minister, is it normal to continue backroom talks with a blacklisted company in a scam like this?
There have been no backroom talks. I think I have not met
the governmental monopoly of decision-making in the context of the Antrix Devas deal. Are we not expected to ask strong questions now? After Indigo?
Let us also try to find out the answers, and then we know which questions are relevant.
No, don't give me systemic solutions.
The simple question to ask is, what do we want the government to do?
We want the government to act against monopolies.
In this entire episode.
Act against monopolies or discipline them?
Well, regulate them.
Prime Minister has
stop them.
So see, this DGCA is a second regulator apart from the Competition
You think the
Commission.
DGCA is independent in this country? You think the DGCA has been doing a good job?
Technical aspects
or is the DGCA is working to promote certain corporate interests?
How can we allege that corporate interests have been promoted?
How can we allege? We can ask questions. What, we are a democracy? We can't ask questions anymore.
We can ask questions. We can make any statement.
Yeah, we can ask questions, but nobody is answerable.
But they need to be backed with some data.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking a break tonight. On the other side, how irresponsible is it that some authorities allowed the fugitive Lutra brothers to fly out after killing more than 25 people in the Goa fire tragedy? An unbelievable story of how corruption kills. When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा?
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, bulldozers are good if they deliver justice, but if bulldozers are used as they've been used by the government and the authorities in Goa to give the impression of justice, then let me tell those authorities, those political parties, those people in power, the people of the country are not fools. You can fool some people for some time. You can fool some people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. And what you're seeing there in Goa, ladies and gentlemen, is an attempt to fool the people by showing a bulldozer bringing down the Birch Lane nightclub where 25 people died so that the media can convey an impression that there's been a lot of action. There's been no action. This is rubbish. Tonight only Republic are asking the tough questions because corruption kills. Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub case, 25 people died, wiped out in a place where they had gone for vacations to relax. And before their bodies could be collected, before families could even collect the bodies of their young children, some even underage, two men, the owners of Birch by Romeo Lane, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, boarded, unsurprisingly, an Indigo international plane to Phuket. What's going on? The lookout circular, by the time it is issued, they were in a 5-star hotel in Phuket. The billionaire Lutra brothers who have killed these people, their residences were raided after they had fled. Now we are told the Interpol division of CBI has been roped in. Now we are told we'll catch the nightclub owners. But they have fled. Then what's changed in this country? Corruption killed then, corruption kills now. There was an attempt at a farce then, there is an attempt at a farce now. What has changed in this country? A 17 and 8-month-old so-called juvenile writes a 200-word essay and gets away after killing 2 young people in Pune. Why? Because his father is super rich and super politically connected. What has changed in this country? 27 people die in the gaming zone fire in Rajkot last year. And even back then, I had raised the voice against injustice. 4 children were there among the 27 people who died. Same script, no fire NOC. Corruption killed then and corruption kills now. What's changed in this country? We are told we are working to be a Viksit Bharat. I too want to live in a Viksit Bharat. But in May of 2024, 7 newborn babies died in a massive fire in the baby care newborn hospital in East Delhi's Vivek Vihar. The owner is out on bail now. It was a political fight for a few days. Corruption killed then and corruption kills now. What's changed in this country? On July 27th, you will remember, drainage issues and negligence by the municipal corporation in Delhi killed 3 UPSC IAS hopefuls in the flooded basement of a IAS study circle in East Delhi. You would remember 11 people died due to the stampede in the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where the RCB fans had gathered in thousands to celebrate the victory of Royal Challengers Bengaluru in the IPL 2025 championship. The game went on. Corruption and nepotism killed then. Corruption and nepotism is killing now. What's changed in this country? What really has changed in this country for the common man? Because the Upar cinema tragedy was one of the deadliest fire disasters. June 1997, 59 people died. The Ansal brothers faced no consequences. And today also the Lutra brothers have run away. What's changed in this country, ladies and gentlemen? Corruption killed then, and corruption kills even more now. This is not a story of negligence, it is the attitude. There is a feeling among people in power. We'll forget, people will forget. This is not a Goa story, this is a national epidemic of collapsed fire systems, collapsed oversight, collapsed policing, collapsed accountability, and the feeling among the politicians that people will forget. And today we are told we should be happy because bulldozers have finally reached Birch by Romeo Lane. The structure is being torn down. To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even trust casualty figures nowadays in cases like this. There is an attempt at even managing casualty numbers in this country. Make no mistake. What you're seeing now, bulldozers, this is theater and drama after the tragedy. This is optics management by politicians. There's a political mind behind this saying, give the people an impression that we are being tough. You're not being tough. You allowed the culprits to run away. Just like Vijay Mallya ran away. Nirav Modi ran away. Sanjay Sarah brothers who have now got a settlement in the Supreme Court ran away. Just like Nirav Modi ran away. Just like Mehul Choksi ran away. The Luthra brothers also ran away. Corruption killed then and corruption kills now. Has anything really changed for the people of this country? Let's debate.
Action has started. The demolition process, the property is being taken down. Luthra brothers are on free, but we can see the strict action taken by Goa government. The JCB doing its work. The property will be bulldozed, and you can see the wooden plank which is extended on the seashore. The encroached area will be bulldozed.
At 5 p.m. this evening, a bulldozer rolled over the Vagator beach in Goa, razing a 198 square meter property to ground. A little too late, just for optics. The property, called Romeo Lane, is the second nightclub owned by Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, brothers and now fugitives. They were allowed to flee India. In the wee hours of 7th December, an uncontrollable blaze ripped through the Birch nightclub in Goa, killing 25 people. Corruption killed the 25 in sight, but the ease with which the fugitive duo fled to Thailand on an Indigo ticket barely 6 hours after the tragedy. No questions asked, no accountability taken. The Birch brothers escaped under the watch of the authorities.
खुद मेरे हस्बैंड भी दम घुटने की वजह से वहाँ पे उनकी डेथ हुई है. कोई भी नहीं आया. बस मैं बोलती रही, मेरी फैमिली के 4 मेंबर अंदर फंसे, मेरे हस्बैंड, मेरी बहनें, आप प्लीज़ उन्हें बाहर निकलवाइए. कि सब उन्होंने यही बोला कि मैम सारे लोग बाहर जा चुके हैं, आप बाहर ढूंढिए, अंदर कोई भी नहीं है, अंदर सिर्फ किचन का स्टाफ है.
We are here outside the residence of the Lutra brothers here in Delhi in GTB Nagar. With regards to the latest developments here, police officials along with the animal relief ambulance are here because as if the sources are to be believed, they have abandoned the pet, their only pet here. The entire house, you can see the visuals here, it's a 4-story building. The entire building is empty.
The investigation has also revealed that the duo has connections in Dubai. CBI and Interpol are jointly working to prevent them from fleeing from Phuket next. Across cities in India, the template of corruption killing Indians remains unchanged. Be it the fire accident in the gaming zone in Rajkot in 2024, where corruption allowed it to operate, or the glaring lapses in the management leading to the killing of 7 infants in Delhi hospital. Or the rich getting away by putting innocents under the wheels of corruption and power. The pattern is unmissable. Corruption kills. Who let the Luthras flee? And how soon before it's justice for 25 lives? Is there no value for human life in India?
Ladies and gentlemen, corruption killed then and corruption kills now. As far as Aam Aadmi is concerned, if there are tragedies, if there is fire, if there are incidents like this, nothing has changed in this country. Nothing. Poor people are dispensable. Aam Aadmi is dispensable. Middle class is dispensable. And they are trying to fool the people by putting a bulldozer there. So they want all the cameras to look at the bulldozer and say, oh my God, how much action? Rubbish, no action. You allow the Luthra brothers to fly away. Could that have happened without some corruption? Vijay Sardesai, could the Luthra brothers, you are the head of the Goa Forward Party. I've got Neelam Krishnamurthy, president of the victims of Opar tragedy, Yogita Bayana and Advaita, both writers and activists. And I've got Asif Bamla of BJP as a political analyst tonight. Savio Rodriguez, Shaina NC and Raman Malik, who's pro-BJP. Now, how could they fly out? Vijay Sardesai, is this a joke? They flew to Phuket on an Indigo plane. The most wanted people.
Arnab, when this incident happened at 12:30,
yeah, and they flew out at 5:30.
Administration was busy the entire administration was busy in trying to save as many people as they could, and in the process, these bloody scamsters flew away. They left the country. You see, at that point of time, the need of the hour was to ensure that the people, as many, because the government there was proactive. As soon as the government got the confirmed information of the owners fleeing, we issued a blue corner notice. Multiple managers and the staff have been already detained, and there's been zero tolerance that has been shown. At the moment, the negligence was established. But now what I'm trying to tell you is that it's
what
not
are you trying
the moment
to say? Asif, I'm not understanding.
Brownie points. And it's a sad moment. Why I'm saying this? Because इनके हाथ 25 लोगों के खून से रंगे हैं. Lekin the government will not leave them. The CBI and the External Affairs Ministry has issued strict notification.
What was the CBI and the External Affairs Ministry doing till now?
Shell companies as well.
No, they've flown away. They've gone. Next, they'll be in London. Please, I would like Asif Bamla, I would like Vijay Sardesai, I would like lines to be open tonight. This is what happens because you think that you've only got to support Indigo. You got to support the Indigo owners. You have to support the Luthra brothers. Ordinary people can die like they died in the Upar tragedy. Nothing happened. Nothing has changed. I want Vijay Sardesai to call in tonight. Vijay.
See, I'm going further to say that not only have these Luthra brothers been allowed to run away, but it is a fact that there is yet another partner
in this being GS Hospitality Goa Arpora LLP, which owns the Birch Nightclub, a man named Ajay Gupta, who has been incorporated on the 21st of
Who is
August.
this man, Ajay, whatever he is?
This man has been let off.
Who is he?
Somebody protecting this person.
Who is he? Where is he
not
from?
Named in the FIR. So even more than the Lutra brothers, I think somebody is interested to save this Ajay Gupta, who incidentally is also the director with the Lutra brothers in which owns the nightclub. It is a clear thing that this nepotism for this company is running this
Nobody
illegal,
likes straight questions, but I'll ask a few straight questions tonight. I'll ask a few straight questions tonight. One minute.
Nightclubs are run by the BJP.
Let me ask a few straight questions tonight. Did the BJP make a lot of statements supporting the victims of the Upar tragedy? Yes. Would it make the same statements today? No. No. N-O, no.
Can I come in or not?
No, 1 minute, Savio. Let me complete. Did the BJP make a big deal of the Sandesara brothers running away from the country? Yes. Did it oppose an attempt at granting them criminal indemnity in the Supreme Court? No. No media will ask these questions, you see. You think corporate media will ask these questions? No, 1 minute here. I haven't even started. What's your problem? What's your problem? 1 minute.
BJP government
let it sting. Let it sting. Let it sting. Let it sting. You're stinging.
Who's protecting them? Who's protecting
BJP,
them?
I don't think BJP government is supporting them.
No, but they just have.
Say that.
No, nobody has supported them.
BJP is trying to protect them. On the 3rd of May 2025, 7 people died in Goa. In a Lahrai temple. There was a magisterial inquiry which only resulted in a transfer of an officer. So this magisterial inquiry that the Chief Minister has ordered is an high watch.
No, we need to address the law. We need to address the law.
Raman,
executing what has been written in the law.
Raman. Now the most...
Everybody knows that this
and Arnab, I'll tell you something. There were 50 restaurants. There were 50 restaurants. Everything has a different LLP. Every different LLP has different partners in it. And they have been back. In 2020, they were running a restaurant in GK2. And in that, an Aam Aadmi Party leader had money invested.
He's being protected. He's being
so
protected
this
by
nexus
somebody.
is a deep down nexus. And if that is what it is needed to be done, I believe the government should go first and foremost and seize the goddamn house of these people.
Raman, since we are making certain larger points which will be uncomfortable, I suggest you prepare yourself for a little tougher questions. I haven't even started. There is a young man called Parth Pawar. There is a young man... Listen to me. No, I've started. Open the lines. Show everyone. This young man called Parth Pawar is the son of Ajit Pawar. He got some thousands of crores of rupees worth of land. China NC knows about it. He didn't even pay stamp duty. He was caught. The FIR did not mention him, but mentioned his employees. Now we are supposed to be, we are going to be told, China, that Arnab, when you asked these questions earlier, it was okay. Don't ask these questions now. Don't ask questions about Parth Pawar.
No,
don't ask questions about Lutra brothers. Don't ask questions about Sandesara.
Ask about the Lutra brothers. Definitely. They should be booked for culpable homicide. There's no doubt
But don't ask
that.
questions of Parth Pawar.
If there is... Look, if there is a process of law where...
Why was Ajit Pawar's son protected by the BJP government in Maharashtra?
Nobody is protecting anybody. Please let the facts be out in the public domain.
They just got protected on their own.
No, let the facts be out in the public domain, and please, nobody is absolving anyone of any wrongdoing.
Then why in the Pune Porsche case? 1 minute. In the Pune Porsche case, what was the political intervention to give justice to the people who died? The techies who died, middle class people, doesn't matter. But the 18-year-old boy whose father is politically connected manages the situation. Even the blood samples get tampered with. You don't want me to mention all this. Do you know how angry people are, Shaina, about what's going on? Because people have different expectations from... I am entitled to your views. We are entitled to ours. Law will take its own course. We are in power. We've been voted. You've not been voted. Who are you to ask the questions?
Nobody is saying that. Please understand this Goa case, 25 people losing life.
Losing life, murdered.
Yes, murdered. Absolutely.
Not losing life, murdered.
I agree with you. But
murdered. 25 people murdered. Murderer allowed to go away.
I'm on the same page. I'm on the same page.
You are on the same page, but you are in the ruling side.
This is not some weak government that
if it's not a weak government, let it show its teeth against the Sandesara brothers. Let the government show its teeth versus the Lutra brothers and the Sandesara brothers.
Any other absconding criminal booked for culpable homicide.
Baba, Vijay Mallya will be very happy with your position in the Sandesara case. He's even tweeted about it.
They will be brought back. You are asking me a question about Goa. I want to just say 3 points. One is that the Magisterial
they will be brought back means what?
Is not sufficient. Whether the families have got 5 lakhs is not sufficient.
Going to make people
the statewide audit of nighttime establishments.
I'm getting frustrated here now. You know, this is bad. Okay, let me get in. Neelam Krishnamurthy, we need to shout to be heard in this country. You saw this case. The brothers have felt. I started by talking about your case and the Ansal brothers, the loss of your children. And I said nothing changed then and nothing has changed now. Am I wrong or right on this case, Neelamji?
You're absolutely right, Arnab. In fact, each time an incident like this takes place, it brings back a painful sense of deja vu for me. It reminds me how urgently we need genuine accountability and meaningful fire safety reforms. But unfortunately, our politicians are only politicizing every single death. These people should be ashamed of themselves that they're trying to protect their own people. None of the authorities have performed their duty. Why are they going and bulldozing now? What were they doing earlier? You know, when this place was running? And why didn't they go and check whether they had the NOCs, they had the requisite permissions? Why were they allowed to run full-fledged and, you know, kill these people? This is nothing but murder by willful negligence.
See, why
and what has happened now? Exactly what happened in Upar.
Shouting on TV, the government is filing FIRs. It's not that the government is sitting quiet. Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say that. You are...
I'm sorry. FIR can be lodged. No. Let me finish. I have lived it. Gentlemen, I have lived it. I know what I'm talking about. I've seen FIRs are lodged. I've seen how the charges are mellowed down from 304 Part 2 to 304A. Don't try to teach me anything.
The government is working with the international
what are you going to do with this property? You have
see,
just brought the bulldozer down. Now, what were you doing earlier? Why did you let them run the place? Why did you let these people kill them?
It's happening.
These people had to lose their life and you're only trying to save your government. You people should be ashamed of yourselves.
You mean to say the government is just sitting quiet? You can't just blame the government alone.
I'm sorry, the government is going to do nothing. I have seen it all, I've lived it all. And later on you people will say, once these people are arrested, say, oh, the matter is sub judice and then the courts will do nothing. Don't try to tell me, gentlemen. It is very easy for you to sit on the other side and talk. Do not talk. You keep quiet and let me talk. Have some decency, gentlemen. Have some decency and keep quiet.
Managers. You mean we are just sitting quiet?
I don't.
हमें दुख नहीं हुआ है. हमें दुख नहीं हुआ है.
These people have to let me speak. Otherwise, there's no point.
के हाथों में 25 लोगों का खून किया हुआ उन्होंने. हम उन्हें बख्श देंगे. हम उन्हें छोड़ देंगे. हम बिल्कुल नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
बिल्कुल बख्श देंगे. ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ. ये बहुत बार होता है. हम झेल चुके हैं इसको.
ये मैं आपको आश्वासन देता हूँ. नहीं होता है, इसका मतलब नहीं कि आप सरकार को
आप कौन होते हैं उन्हें बख्शने वाले? आप तो ये मैटर
के जो मुख्यमंत्री है,
आप तो ये मैटर को कोर्ट में ले जाएंगे
की खबर और जानकारी रख रहे हैं। आप ये कहोगे कि हम घर बैठे हुए, तो ये सरासर गलत है। माना के हादसा हुआ है, माना दुख हुआ है, माना उनके लोग आप दुनिया में नहीं कर पाएंगे।
एहसान किया? What do you mean माना? What do you mean माना? कुछ एहसान किया?
मुझे बताइए,
कुछ एहसान किया आपने? हमने माना। What do you mean माना? You think you will fool the people? 1 minute, listen to me, Asif. Your government in Goa is a BJP government. The government in Delhi is a BJP government. Two brothers have flown away. You say we are going to be third largest economy. We are a powerful country. Then get the Lutra brothers back tomorrow morning.
12:30 this incident has happened. Arnab, 12:30 बजे
आप लोगों ने तो उन्हें भगाया है, आप ही ने तो भगाया उन्हें।
और जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है, तब ये गवर्नमेंट का कर्तव्य था कि लोगों की जानें बचाना, न कि उन लोगों को बचाना जो देश छोड़ के भाग रहे, जो देश छोड़ के भाग रहे।
ये भी ड्यूटी था कि उन्हें बताया कि भाग जाए यहाँ से।
कोई नहीं रोक सकता है। अगर उनके हाथ में 25 लोगों का खून है, तो उनको भी कानून के कटघरे के पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी खड़ा करेगी और उन्हें भी अरेस्ट करेगी। ये
I want to tell you, viewers, ये सब बोलने की चीजें होती है इस देश में।
I'm sorry, Arnab.
ये सब बोलने की चीजें होती है। 1 minute. नीलम जी, I want to remind all our viewers today. पहले तो I want Asif Bamla to be quiet for 2 minutes.
हमने भगा दिया उन्हें।
Nilam ji, you don't speak. Let him shout.
Arnab, give me one small explanation. हमने भगा दिया उसको? नहीं, do you feel it's relevant कि हमने भगा दिया उसको? आप ये बात मान सकते हो कि हमने भगा दिया उसको? एक सरकार किसी फ्यूजिटिव को भगाएगी, वो भी जो चोर आदमी जो कई सारी शेल कंपनीज में इन्वॉल्व है, सरकार उन्हें भगा देगी।
Yogita is on the debate. Yogita.
Equally level party to the whole. This mascara, this whole killing of 25 people. I think these people are equally not accountable. I am saying they are also participants, because if you start auditing now, even if you start auditing now, you will see the 90% of the public buildings, including restaurants and private, I'm not talking about those, even the public buildings, they are flaunting laws. Even their own BJP office would say BJP flaunting these kind of norms. So, I mean, they are equally responsible for that. They just can't be saying that, oh, inko pakad ke le aayenge. It is much more than that. They have, let him, he's a very insensitive person. First of all, he's not even letting a victim family speak with their own experiences. This person is so shamelessly defending. I mean, I can't speak over such a shameless man. I'm so sorry, Arnab. I need to have my time.
1 minute, Yogita, 1 minute. Asif, can you be quiet for a while? I don't want to be rude to you. Asif, can you be quiet for 2 minutes, please? Don't be in love with your own voice. You're a politician, you're a new politician. आप पहले चुप रहिए ना, दूसरों की बात सुनिए। नेता क्या बन गए? आपको क्या लगता है आप सब कुछ बन गए? The problem with these politicians associated sometimes with ruling coalitions, they think they are too big. Come down to earth first of all. बहुत नेता आए चले गए, आप पहले अपने पाँव जमीन पे रखिए, अपने पाँव जमीन पे रखिए। Put your feet on the ground. You are talking to Arnab.
वो भी fugitives को.
Be quiet, no?
हम लोग
You are sounding like Congress. हमने क्या ललित मोदी को भगाया, हमने क्या इसको भगाया, हमने क्या मेहुल चोकसी को भगाया, भागे ना. Now listen to me. My question is, viewers, I just need to say something here.
They are equal partners in the.
I'd like Yogita to come in. I'm going to get the camera off Asif for a while, please. Thank you. Yogita.
You mean we are partners in that?
I'm just saying, being a disaster management student, I can very much vouch that not only this particular place, club, pub, whatever you call it, not only that, 90% of such buildings are flaunting laws, including the government buildings where the government is running. If you see, they will be flaunting laws. But now, because they are very concerned about their safety, you will still see some kind of a substance. Otherwise, pay 100 rupees bribe, forget about the NOC. Forget about the NOC. Who is there to audit? NOC is given sitting in the office taking bribe. We all know the facts. So who should be accountable? The ruling party only we will question. I will not question Rahul Gandhi for this. I will only question the people who are sitting in the power, right? Because you are the one who are ruling in Goa, even Delhi also. How many people died? 25 लोगों का murder आपके हाथ में नहीं. इतने सारे लोग जो fire में लगातार मरते हैं. There are so many deaths.
Yogita,
if we start counting, there must be thousands deaths.
May I say something, Yogita?
How dare you not even be accountable and have some sensitivity to acknowledge there is a problem, and you guys are failing it.
Arnab,
Definitely you are failing it. If you
Please.
start auditing, you will know. It's a big failure
Arnab?
on your part to even prevent one incident like this. You are more concerned about removing dogs from streets. Have some focus. You know, this is a very critical matter. Not even one club. I'm saying 90% clubs are flaunting. Not even clubs.
May I be allowed to speak? I have a right to speak, you know. I come from Goa. None of you all over there other than Vijay comes from Goa.
Enough of
I
talking.
have a right to speak.
Do some action.
The people of Goa are angry.
We want you to act. We want you to act. Do some preventive measures.
So do I have a right to speak or not?
You do have a right to speak, Savio. I just want to say this today. Savio, as I second what you're saying, can I say one thing tonight?
Arnab,
you are angry, Yogita is angry, I am angry. I don't think the netas in this country are angry. I don't think the BJP government in Goa is angry. I don't think the central government is angry enough. If they are angry, I can't feel it. I know there are a lot of relevant issues that are there to be debated.
May I?
I also don't disagree that they are important issues. But I want Parliament, I want my Parliament to debate how the Lutras got out of the country. Right, Advaita? I want my Parliament to debate how the killers in Goa flew out of the country. You can debate Vande Mataram, you can debate SIR, you can keep debating these more predictable issues. Sorry to say this, I completely support the government stance on Vande Mataram yesterday. But I'm asking today, the question uppermost on the minds of the people in this country. You are discussing SIR, you are discussing Vande Mataram, but you are not discussing whether Indigo is a manifestation of a monopoly. You are not discussing how the killers of 25 people in Goa died. All of this is happening during the Parliament session. Which world are we in?
Correct.
Which world are we in? Which world are we in? Where is the accountability to the people?
So that is exactly what I'm
The people are taken for granted in the middle of highfalutin political debates.
Allow me to speak, Arnab. I represent the BJP from Goa, and you know it. So let me tell the people of India that every single one of us as a Goan is ashamed of what is happening, and we are sorry that it has happened. And if the government has not said it openly, I am saying it as a Goan that we are sorry that 25 people have died.
Tell me whether bribes were paid.
You think anything functions without bribes being paid?
Then were bribes paid under a BJP government's nose?
Which is what I'm saying, right?
Then why is the chief minister in his chair?
That is something you need to ask.
Why suddenly get a call from the BJP in Delhi asking him to quit?
That you need to ask the people.
No, I am asking the only relevant question today. You want to have debates on SIR, you want to have debates on Vande Mataram, very good. I want a debate on why the Lutra brothers fled the country because I'll tell you why, Advaita, because we are damn scared something like this will happen in Delhi and Mumbai and Guwahati and Chennai and Pune and anywhere in the country, and there will be no answers given to the people. Nobody is answerable to anyone.
No, and sadly, I'm so glad you brought up Parliament, because Parliament is really a place for the people's issues. Unfortunately, something that directly affects the people of this country is finding no place in Parliament, and it's just not the government. The opposition has an opportunity to raise it as well. But what were they doing today? They were waiting for Rahul Gandhi to grandstand and wander off topic and talk about the RSS and talk about this and that, and just, wait for the applause. It's become a platform. It's become an Instagram real moment. That's all that they're working for. These people in the House of the People. It's the House of the People, which means the people's issues has to find voice in the House. I mean, what is so difficult to understand about that in a democracy? It's absolutely appalling, the kind of abdication of responsibility, of moral outrage on behalf of politicians at a time when Parliament is functioning. The fact that there are photographs of sangeets and dances being shown around on social media. I mean, it's just this complete absence of any kind of seriousness when it comes to the people's issues. And this is what enrages one, is the fact that this has happened today, it will happen tomorrow, it happened 27 years
exactly.
ago.
I agree with you. Now that you've said what you said.
Advaita, don't hold yourself back tonight. Don't.
Now that you've said what you have said, Advaita, what do you want the government to do?
Are from Uttarakhand. Am I
What do
sitting
you
here
want
and
us
saying
to
I'm
do?
from
Advaita!
And the maximum
What do you
people
want
died.
Advaita, louder. I can't hear
It's
Advaita.
not about regionalism.
I can't
It is
hear.
about all over this country. This happens over and over again. It's about these crooks. These crooks getting away with it. It's about these crooks having shell companies and we don't know who's putting money into these businesses. We don't know who's tipping them off. Where they have 5.5 hours to get away after a devastating tragedy like this to go abroad. These are the questions we want answers to. We don't
I asked
want
tonight
apology.
about... No, 1 minute. 1 minute. I said tonight I have to open the lines. There's a lot of pressure building up on our news lines out here. Savio, people are so angry.
Lost both her children.
Yeah, so am I,
devastating fire.
You know how many
Shouted
people
But we
died
have to
just
do the
because
right
there
thing.
was
This is the
suffocation
kind
in
of
the basement
sensitivity we
area?
have with the people.
By talking
To a
about
woman who has a
at the
mother
end of
who
the
I
day,
can't
we
hear.
have to do the right thing.
Advaita!
What is the right thing?
It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. This kind of immunity, this kind of safe speak. We don't want this safe speak. We want safety in public places where we go in expecting there to be safety. And this is a problem across the country, this lackadaisical attitude. And one is tired of this platitudinous explanation after every tragedy. One is tired and one is over it.
And people feel unsafe.
Yeah, we are tired too. Advaita, we are tired too. We are tired too.
There's no me and you. There's no me and you. First you decide whether you're representing Goa or the BJP or what. We here as a voice for the citizens who are dealing with this. We're not interested in who you're representing. Represent those dead people who are just trying to earn a living or spend an evening.
I can't hear the audio clearly.
A voice anymore. Those are the only people worth representing, the dead, who can't speak for themselves anymore.
Precisely, that's what we are doing, Advaita.
Yes, so represent
That's
them,
what we are
not some
doing.
political party.
No,
We are
but I'm
fighting
sorry, but while we are all getting angry over this, in Parliament, you are discussing SIR. We could have debated SIR tomorrow, day after that. You're debating Vande Mataram. It's all right. It may have been pre-scheduled, but I am asking tonight, was there a Parliament debate when babies died in Delhi's Vivek Vihar? I'm asking the government and I'm asking the opposition tonight, and tell me if I'm right or wrong. Was there a Parliament debate when 27 people died in Rajkot in a gaming zone fire? The BJP was in power. Was there a Parliament debate when IS aspirants died drowning in Delhi? Was there a Parliament debate when there were 33 people injured and 13 people died, including a 6-year-old girl in Chinnaswamy Stadium? Every political party is represented in the BCCI, which runs the IPL. In the IPL, they are all united in IPL. They were united in silence. Was there a Parliament debate? Was there a Parliament debate? When a juvenile justice board asked someone to write a 300-word essay after killing 2 people, was there a Parliament debate after the fire tragedy in which Neelam Krishnamurthy lost her children? You see, Parliament is in its own planet. Parliament, with the greatest of respect, I don't know, Parliament is in its own world. They're not representing the thoughts and anger among the people today. I'm asking one question. You're saying, Shaina, listen, Shaina, I know you're affiliated with the BJP or with the Shiv Sena. Tell me one thing. It's good to say, Shaina, that we will not allow corruption, na khaunga, na khane dunga. But there is an admission that there is lower level corruption, there is bureaucratic corruption, there is middle level corruption.
Yes, there is, and that
So
needs to be
I would
exposed.
say that in terms of corruption,
how
nothing
is
has
that
changed for the
exposed?
common man. Would I be wrong? Would I be wrong in saying for the common man, he or she still feels the same corruption they did 10 years back?
Yes, and we also
then
need
that's
to,
it. Then what's changed?
We need to also find out about fire safety violations.
No.
This
If
club
you're
was
saying-
operating. Who gave these necessary licenses, permissions? They are equally accountable too. They must be also part of this whole FIR of culpable homicide, because the poor ventilation in the basement, it showed you how many people actually died because of suffocation.
So why was there suffocation?
Poor emergency exit doors.
I'm agreeing
the fact
to her
that the ground floor and the first floor, it was making it difficult for people to escape. So
and the
all
people
these
who give
have to
NOC,
come in the public
the
domain,
municipal
because
people,
the administration
but
is
the
also
politician, the
accountable,
councillor,
as
the
is
MLA,
any
the
political
MP should
clout
also be
that
booked.
was trying
PM
to
also
steal
should be
the
booked.
club
The PM also
structure
should be
and the
booked.
decor
Why
of
not?
the material
Why
which was
even one
used was
single
so
act is not
fire-prone.
important?
All these in the days to come
should
need to
look
be
into
points
it.
and
No,
case and
why only
study for
the
us
babus?
too.
Why not even politicians? Why not even the councillor? Everybody should be booked. Why can't we fix
Ma'am,
the
I'm saying
accountability?
exactly the same.
Why are we failing there?
I am saying
Nobody,
exactly the same.
We just heard
The takeaway, the key
transfers
factors that
happened.
contributed to
Least
this
in
tragedy
what happened is
were
the
the
transfer.
inadequate emergency
Shameful.
exits, the poor
They should be
ventilation, the
in
fire
jail.
safety
They should be sitting in
violations,
jail.
and
This
the
is what
use of
happens
inflammable
in the developed
materials.
countries.
And if all of
Otherwise, they
these
are not
were
going to learn the
shielded
lesson.
in terms of being given
Unfortunately, they are going to
permissions
be
by
taken for ride
administration,
in
that
terms of the
administration
lives are not
too
important
needs to
for
be a
them.
part of this FIR.
They don't even discuss
I ask
that.
you this, Shaina, in this case, let me tell you, the Arpora Sarpanch, who was affiliated with the BJP, everyone on, he quit the party yesterday after he was detained by the police. He reveals, that he was being offered 10 lakh a month per dance bar / club in the area, which he refused. Earlier, he had issued a demolition notice, am I right, Savio, against this Birch by Romeo Lane, but the order was stayed after the Lutra brothers spoke to higher authorities.
Yeah.
That means there was corruption.
Arnab, this is why I'm saying we need to look at fire safety violations.
No, but then I'm saying Congress time, same type of corruption used to happen. No, 1 minute. Shaina, Congress time, same type of corruption happened. What has changed under BJP? No, Congress time, same corruption happened. Shaina, Congress time, same corruption happened.
Well, then everyone needs to be exposed.
So now everyone is corrupt.
No, the fact is, you're not even listening to me.
I'm listening, I'm just disappointed.
Please let me say that there were 4 factors that contributed to this tragedy. One is the fire safety violations, which is established. Second is the poor ventilation, where people were suffocating in the basement. Third was the inadequate emergency exits, which was also a point in question, and the inflammable material, where you see that the club, literally burned. Now,
I was present in the house.
People, they need to be part of
August 2025. The minister replied to it and yet did nothing because they take haftas. This is all hafta raj by the BJP. The government is of the BJP, the MLA is of the BJP, the panchayat is of the BJP, and the central government is also of the BJP. So there is a triple engine sarkar.
The trust of the people of Goa.
Sarkar, and yet because of corruption, 25 people have died.
That we will.
It is not because of the BJP. Because of the BJP's corruption, 25 people have died.
To the Bharatiya Janata Party, let me tell you this. But the opposition...
Bharatiya Janata Party is running a hafta raj in Goa.
This is not the case. There is a lacuna.
I'm an MLA from Goa.
The fire norms have been violated.
You make an audit of the entire coastal belt. You will come to know how much of hafta goes. Protect these illegal structures. Dance bars that were stopped in Bombay have started in Goa with the BJP government's protection.
We are not accountable.
On one side, you are talking about culture, about Hindu Rashtra. On the other side, you are running dance bars.
Absolute majority.
Is it true?
BJP president's cousin is running.
Asif, if illegal dance bars are running in Goa and you are a BJP government, is it true that illegal dance bars are running in Goa?
Is running the biggest dance bar in Baga.
लेकिन मौका
I can show you pictures.
वारदात पर उन लोगों की जाने बचाना जरूरी थी, बनिस्बत वो दो फ्यूजिटिव जो भाग गए उनको तो फिर भी ले आया जाएगा, उन्हें बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। उनके हाथ में 25 लोगों का जो खून है ना, उनको हम एड्रेस करेंगे।
सिर्फ आदमी ट्रांसफर हो गए,
गोवा में
7 लोग मर
भारतीय
गए,
जनता पार्टी को तीसरी बार लोगों ने
भगवान के मंदिर में स्टैम्पीड हो गई,
विश्वास है, वो विश्वास खोने नहीं देंगे, वो हम विश्वास खोने नहीं देंगे। लेकिन ये भी माना कि वायलेशंस है,
योग्यता
रेगुलेशन
मतलब क्या, वो प्रूव हुआ है।
आप केवल नेताओं को
सकते हो। Why don't you have separate teams of separate? You definitely have separate teams for separate things. Why the same people are rescuing? Same people have to catch Sabarwal? Are you kidding me? You have the whole system in your hand. You can do multitasking. You can just with one click you can do anything. Then you talking. The same people are rescuing. Same people are trying to stop them. No.
Ritesh Samar is calling from Bhubaneswar tonight. A lot of viewers angry. If there is I need to know whether the Chief Minister should come and explain, is there a Hafta Raj in Goa? Are dance bars being moved to Goa? Is there a lot of bribery in Goa? Is the BJP in power in Goa? And therefore even Savio Rodriguez cannot support the BJP if there is corruption in Goa. I'm sure Savio will stand on the side of the people and not stand on the side of factions of the party.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, Arnab.
Good, well done, Savio.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Proud of you, Savio, but you know what? There's a big national issue. Ritesh is calling from Bhubaneswar. Ritesh, just one caller from Bhubaneswar first, please. Ritesh, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Ritesh.
Hello, Arnab.
Yeah, hi, Ritesh. What do you think?
Today, I am really happy to see you taking the right issues again.
Thank you.
Actually, I have been watching you since I was in school. You are an incredible journalist back then. What happened in these last years?
Well, I'm always on the side of the people, Ritesh.
Please keep this fire and spirit alive within you. I truly admire you, man.
Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you for calling. Thank you for your viewership. Prem Prakash is calling from Nellore. Prem.
Hi, Arnab. How are you?
I'm well, Prem.
I have been very closely watching each of your programs. As you rightly said, after the Bangalore stampede, days will pass by and people will forget. Karur stampede, days will pass by and people will forget. The gentleman from the BJP was mentioning, I am a safety consultant and that's why I am talking to him. He was saying he was taking proactive measures by trying to save lives of people. That is not proactive, that is reactive measure. In safety, there are only two things. Proactive is when you actually go and visit the places and ensure that it follows all the safety norms. Reactive is when after the incident, you go and try to, fight the lives of the people. This is not the way to be done. The government has introduced the OSH code, which is very good, but they have to implement it very strictly in every state. Each and every building should be following the norms.
See,
that is proactive measure.
Prem, I agree with all this, but at the core of this is not a building. It is a illegal structure. And that can only happen when politicians have been paid bribes or bureaucrats have been paid bribes. So the core issue for me is bribery. And if the BJP says it is against corruption, it doesn't allow corruption at a higher level or the highest level, what about the middle level? What about the level in which the people face corruption on a daily basis?
Can I give you a perspective?
There is no value for people's lives.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Gurvinder is calling from Delhi. Gurvinder, what do you think is the core issue here?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I will speak in only 2-3 words. Action must be taken against the corrupt officers who were responsible for this happening. They are the time-bound. Action must be taken against them.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I would like to go to Neelamji. Neelamji, I'm sorry you were interrupted earlier. But every time I speak to you, there's this horrible feeling of deja vu I have about what you've been through last 25 years and more. What would you like to say to all our viewers tonight?
Yeah.
What is the core issue here?
All I can say is there are a lot of people who are promising a lot of things that we will not let them go scot-free. Doshiyon ko saza milegi. I've heard this cliche a number of times. But unfortunately, let me tell you one thing very frankly, nothing will happen to the Luthra brothers, nothing will happen to the government officials. They will all go scot-free because the courts don't perform. They will take decades and decades for the matter to be decided, and by the end of it, the Supreme Court will say, oh, you're too old now, forget it. As it is, I know how difficult it is to prove a case in the court of law. So I don't believe even a single politician who's sitting here and saying that we will ensure justice for them. I'm sorry, they don't know what it means to the court answer. They're just making brownie points here. Do not interrupt me.
Do not interrupt her now. 1 minute. Please wait.
The state.
Please wait. Let her finish. Let her finish. Asif, let her finish. Continue, Neelamji, please. I'm sorry.
But please give me a chance to rebut.
It's such a shame they don't even let you speak. They don't.
Speak, please.
So you've spoken enough. You can let me speak. Then you can say whatever you have to say. You have to get into my shoes to know what I've gone through in the last 28 years.
Go ahead,
go to the court for 1 year and see what it means. That too like a victim and not like a government or a government official or a politician. Then you will know how the victims are treated in this country. Not just the defense counsels, not just the accused. Even the judges are so cruel to you. I mean, in fact, I was shocked when I was shocked when one of the judges referred to Upar as history. I was standing there as a mother and I was so angry and pained when he referred to Upar fire tragedy as history. How can he say that, call that history in front of a mother who's lost her children? But as long as these people are going to continue violating the fire safety norms, history will be repeated.
Happens. As a government, okay, now you said give me a chance to rebut.
Oh, but you...
Can I rebut to you, please? Can I humbly rebut to you?
Yeah, please do.
As a government, the government is ensuring that this situation never repeats. So the state authorities have already begun a statewide audit of the fire security compliances. The crackdown on all the illegal constructions across nightlife hubs has been intensified.
It happens all the time. All the time. It's a knee-jerk reaction.
Reform, not a knee-jerk
reaction of the government.
This is a system reform, not knee-jerk reaction.
Please.
It is. So we understand.
It has happened a number of times earlier also.
Because you all have
I'm watching it for the last 3 decades, gentlemen. 3 decades.
We are with you. You all have elected us in Goa for the 3rd time because you all have the confidence.
What do you mean, y'all? What do you mean, y'all? 1 minute. I'd like to bring in. I'd like to bring in Advaita on this point. You know, when we used to ask the Congress government question, is you all have brought in, you all have brought us to bar, you all have, what y'all and we all? What is y'all and we all?
I don't know.
You're a human being still, no?
The reality
you all. What is this Marie Antoinette approach?
The reality is this could have happened anywhere in this country because this is what happens with this system. Politicians across the country are hand in glove with these kind of outlets, and it's a very cozy relationship. It doesn't matter which state, which party is in power. This is the way things have run. It needs a systemic change for anything to change at all at a higher, at a deeper level. And my advice to my friends from the BJP would be that you're sounding increasingly like the Congress did. And that's a very dangerous thing. You can take that as well-meaning advice, or you can perceive that as an attack. It really doesn't matter, but I'm going to say it for what it is and how it sounds. And I don't know how wise that is for a government that wants to keep returning to power. And that's the fact of the matter. But apart from that, this is much bigger than political parties or political ego or which government in which state. This could be anyone. This could be anyone's family. Mrs. Krishnamurthy lost 2 children in the Upar tragedy. And even today, if we don't have the empathy to listen to her, to understand her process, because that process is a reality. Even tomorrow, Arnab, you started the show with all the cases where people have just walked away from different issues like this. The fact that the Ansal brothers walked away, they paid fines and they walked away. The fact that these creeps, these dogs really, I mean, and I love dogs, so I don't even want to say dogs, but I don't abuse, but these 2 Gupta brothers, the fact that, they could just walk, the Luthra brothers, the fact that they could just walk away from this is appalling. And not even a word from them. The government, the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister have announced, gratis or payment for the victims. But these slime balls, where these people worked, where these guests were visiting, not a word from them. This is a criminal act. And these Luthra brothers are acting like criminals by escaping. I think everything should be scanned. I read online that they have some 37 restaurants. Why are those restaurants still open? They're all over the country. If this is what they're doing in one state, what would they be doing in other states where they may even have a cozier relationship? So I think it's very, very important that they are made an example of, because they are not the only people doing this.
Okay.
And I repeat,
I'm afraid,
they are not the only
Dilip
people
Naik has
doing
held
this.
on from Goa for a while. Dilip, are you there?
If the
Yes, sir.
Dilip ji, a quick last word from you before I wrap up tonight.
Yeah, Arnab, good evening to you.
Good evening.
I am from Goa and I belong to Fatorda constituency, represented by Vijay Sardesai. Okay, and I do support his role today, what is being said in the debate today. And I also, kudos to Savi also. But I have got two things to say, Arnab. One, when the Sarpanch had issued demolition orders, the same were stayed by Director of Panchayat. Now the question is, what has influenced Director of Panchayat to give a stay on this order? One, how the order was that needs to be investigated thoroughly, and I feel that this should go to CBI.
Yeah.
Nothing, because
we'll also investigate this very strongly, Dilip. I thank you for calling. I thank you for your support, and Neelam Krishnamurthy, big shout out for you for standing by us once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the time we have tonight. The police was aware, the officials knew, the Luthra brothers fled. The more things change or appear to have changed, sometimes the more things stay the same. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Arpora Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आरप्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्ट।
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
जब वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए तब क्या हुआ? वंदे मातरम के 50 साल हुए, देश आजाद नहीं हुआ था। और वंदे मातरम की स्वर्ण जयंती हुई 1937 में। तब जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने वंदे मातरम के 2 टुकड़े कर उसको 2 अंतरों तक सीमित करने का काम किया।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम